Damn this Konoha. Yes, I know that my father and mother gave their lives for it. But these bastards managed to trample everything they did. Although, I should probably introduce myself. My name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. You will, of course, say that there are no former Jinchuriki, extracting the Biju is fatal. Ha, the elders and that bastard Danzo thought so too. They even crossed me off the shinobi lists in advance. How the third allowed this, I don't know. True, the old man was angry that I stole the scroll. Well, I returned it. Or he didn't like that I constantly asked for higher ranking missions. Well, I have to live on something. Maybe he's taking revenge on me for the seduction technique. Maybe. But I don't care. Now, I'm leaving. I have nothing more to do here. The Kyuubi is no longer in me. The truth about my parents was revealed to me by my godfather who showed up at the right time, and I somehow didn't make any friends here. Of course, there is Haruno, whom I ran after, thinking that I liked her. There is Uchiha, with whom I tried to compete. But extracting the Kyuubi opened my eyes. There is no such thing as friendship in this world. There is temporary mutual assistance. I won't argue with that. The main thing is to understand when you become useless to your comrade, in order to have time to protect your ass from a resounding kick from his side. I don't want to talk about such a thing as love. I've almost never loved anyone in this life. And probably not me either. Although, no, I'm lying. There was one girl in our class, Hinata, who seemed to look at me somehow interestingly. And I admit honestly, I liked her. But who is she, and who am I? That's why I didn't fool her with hope. She is the heiress of the strongest clan in Konoha. And I am a rootless orphan who doesn't even know the names of his parents. Well, no, I'm lying again. I know who my parents are now. But that doesn't make any difference to me. Well, yes, my dad was the fourth Hokage. But that same bastard shoved that damn fox into me. About my mother, except for her name and the fact that she was also a Jinchuriki, I don't know a damn thing. Although, I've completely lied. I know that there was such a village, Uzushiogakure. That's where my mother was from. I don't know why, but I feel more sympathy for her than for my dad. However, what difference does it make now? My ancestors have been lying in the grave for 12 years, and even my godfather's former friend won't be able to pull them out of there. The fact that I was crossed off the shinobi list is a great success. I didn't give a damn about serving the village. And I didn't give a damn about the whole village either. I wish I could release the Kyuubi, but it's no longer in me. But I'll still leave a present before I leave. That's it. And that's it. And here. That's it. Now I can calmly run away. My things have long been packed, and there's nothing keeping me here anymore. Goodbye, Konoha, I won't miss you. And if I ever come back here, it will only be to raze you to the ground. A free vagabond, that's who I am now. Not a missing nin, which is already good. And what idiot would think of declaring a dead man a missing nin? Now I've finally left this musty village, done what I dreamed of all my childhood. Well, yes, of course, I shouted from every corner that I wanted to become Hokage. Childish naivety, what can you expect from it? Damn, I think I'm thinking like an adult. But from the outside, I'm still the same 12-year-old brat in a bright suit. Speaking of clothes, I'll have to change them now. I stand out from the crowd too much. Maybe it was fun once, but not anymore. Extracting the Kyuubi made me grow up. If only no one would follow me. Well, yes, Danzo, of course, doesn't know that I pulled through, and the third doesn't know either. The only ones who know are my godfather, an old pervert, and the rats from that garbage dump where I came to my senses. Damn, I remembered shit. They're catching up with me. Am I really going to die young? No, this one won't kill me, but it'll get on my nerves. Jiraiya, damn him, the legendary Sannin. Chapter 1. The beginning of the journey. Soon Jiraiya caught up with me. Are you leaving? I guessed right. This was the first question asked. What? You can't see it? I quipped. The godfather only sighed in response. Don't you want to say goodbye to anyone? I have no one to say goodbye to here, I muttered and quickened my pace. However, the Sannin did not lag behind. He will drink blood again, the old pervert. And with the third. I really need it, so that he would finally decide to finish me off. I grinned. He seems like a healthy guy, but he behaves like a child. Is he even a shinobi? I don't see a protector. Although, it's hard to judge a shinobi's strength by his appearance. Take Lee, for example, a clown is a clown. But he fights painfully, the bastard. And you didn't think that he might not know? Jiraiya asked another question. I stopped abruptly and turned in his direction. Listen, Godfather, what do you want from me anyway? Do you want me to go back to Konoha? Or do you want me to die? Although, one thing and the other are the same. Are you just going to leave like that? He asked. Why not? I answered the question with a question. I dreamed about this ever since I went to the academy. But they wouldn't let me. And now no one is holding me back. So why the hell should I stay where I was almost killed? Well, then, at least tell me where you are going. Who the hell knows? I scratched the back of my head. For now, I just wanted to get away from Konoha. And only now did I think about the fact that, farther, could mean different things. Maybe I'll visit the village of Whirlpool. That's where my mother lived, I think. Then you go the other way. Jiraiya waved his hand, grinning. It turned out that he really did need to go a little in the other direction. Although what can I say? In the opposite direction. Was it not meant to be said earlier? I got angry, but the Sannin only laughed. Did I know where you were going? I cooled down. If I thought about it, he was right. I hadn't told him anything myself. But then again, I didn't even know where I was going until that moment. There was only one thought in my head: get out of Konoha, as far away as possible. I shrugged. The backpack was a bit heavy, but that was understandable. I wanted to take with me everything that would be useful to me one way or another. My movement didn't escape the Sannin's notice. Is the knapsack heavy? He asked sarcastically. Well, let's say so. So what? Let me see. My godfather extended his hand and took the backpack off my shoulders. It's definitely a bit heavy. What did you stuff in there? Do I know? I shrugged. I just threw things there that I might need. No wonder it's so heavy, Jiraiya chuckled, dumping his things on the ground. Didn't they teach you how to pack things into a backpack properly at the academy? They taught me, I answered irritably. But I told you I didn't have time. And is there any now? Yes, I think so. I sat down next to the gutted backpack and started loading things back. Only now I did it carefully. Well, at least I thought I did it that way. But the old man clearly didn't think so, shaking his head disapprovingly. In the end, I exploded. Well, what? Is it wrong? I'm doing as I was taught. It means you weren't taught well, he said. Well, show me the right way, I said in an irritated tone. Sannin sighed and squatted down next to me, quickly writing out what, where and how to pack. And so I did. The backpack did not lose weight, but now this weight was not so noticeable. Neatly folded things were easier to carry. After all, my godfather is not so useless. Maybe it is worth traveling with him. After all, he did something these 12 years. Godfather, I began uncertainly. What is it, Naruto? Where are you heading? Me. Well, I wanted to visit one border town. To gather information there. I chuckled. I already knew what kind of information this gray-haired pervert collects. Although, I must admit, his books are awesome. I once borrowed a copy from Sensei Kakashi. I must admit, the book is very informative. I would have read the whole series if someone had let me read it. Well, then I guess I'll go for a walk with you. I asked. I'm in no hurry to go to the maelstrom. It won't run away. Well, as you wish, the Sannin laughed again. I won't refuse the company. I need to figure out how to trick this pervert into using a couple of powerful techniques. Of course, I don't have much chakra now. After all, they pulled the Kyuubi out of me. Although, on the other hand, clones are still easy to make. Maybe they didn't pull it out at all. No, I would know. I've been angry several times in the last few days. But there's no echo. At all. EHQ. But maybe we could have been friends. We would definitely have found a common topic for conversation: how to do more harm to the Konoha people. But it all started so well. And then that mission in the Land of Waves ruined my life. Sasuke stood up for me then. Why? I still can't figure it out myself. After that, everything was a blur. Although, why how? There was a fog, and what a fog. But that has nothing to do with the matter. I got really angry then. Naturally, that red rug immediately made itself known. I remember how I smashed that kid Haku's mirrors. And then everything, failure. I came to my senses when that guy stood up to Kakashi's blow. I don't feel like remembering anymore. If you think about it, the guys were cool, in principle. They could have been friends. Well, there you go. I'm deceiving myself again. I said myself, there is no friendship. But I wouldn't mind working side by side with them. And then back to Konoha. And literally right away some basements and cells. And an old man. Some old cockroach, with a bandaged eye and arm, whom everyone called Danzo-sama. It was this bastard who ordered the 9 tails to be extracted from me. Then another failure. As if in a dream, I remember pieces. White light. The laboratory. Anbu fighters at the ready. And pain. Wild pain. I don't remember whether I screamed or endured silently. My brain refuses to provide me with a picture. Maybe it's for the best that I don't remember a damn thing about it. I came to my senses already in some garbage dump, among rats. Terrible weakness in my whole body. And thirst. I really wanted to drink. I crawled to the nearest puddle. I had no choice, it was water, no matter what. How long I lay in that garbage dump, I don't remember. When I managed to get up, I wanted to go home right away. It's good that at that moment my brain worked correctly, and I guessed to use the transformation technique. At least I learned to do something. A gray-haired man was waiting for me at home, introducing himself as my godfather, Jiraiya. He told me about my parents and that the Kyuubi was no longer in me. That's when I decided to leave. Everyone thinks I'm dead. Great. No one will look for me. Although who needs me? Maybe only the Anbu, who will come to finish what they started. Damn, how he snores. I've been trying to sleep for 3 hours now, but this gray-haired freak won't give me any peace. How come he doesn't wake up from his own snoring? I don't know. Maybe I should go for a walk. Yeah, a walk under the moon, kind of romantic. Oh, and that Hinata girl is still pretty. No, that's enough. You left Konoha, pull yourself together, wimp. The snoring seems to have stopped. I need to try to fall asleep. The awakening was not cheerful. The pervert got up cheerfully and shook me. Bastard, when you get drunk, I'll wake you up in the morning too. Get up, Naruto, it's time to hit the road, he said. You monster. What kind of a trip can I expect when I haven't had enough sleep? It's 6:30. It turns out that I've only managed to sleep for 3 or 4 hours. Well, I'll make up for lost time at the first stop. Why are you so sad, Naruto? I'll be so happy with you, I yawned. Who snored all night? Because of you, I couldn't get a good night's sleep. Well, I'm sorry, the Sannin spread his hands. You should have woken me up. Or at least turned me over. Yeah, I'll wake you up, of course, I grumbled. And I don't really feel like turning over your carcass. Well, then why are you complaining? Just like that, to keep the conversation going. The second night was calmer. In the sense that, having walked around all day, I collapsed on the bed in the hotel room. Does that damn Jiraiya have some kind of batteries or something? He didn't stop to rest once all day, so cheerful and happy. Damn, that word stuck. I should ask him where he gets his strength from. But that's tomorrow, and now it's time to sleep. Sleep before that performer of Krapovitsky's aria shows up. In the morning I woke up a little rested. Of course, I would have slept some more, but Jiraiya also got up, which meant that sleep was out of the question for me. So, how are you feeling today? The old man asked as we set off. It will be better if I understand that it was not in vain that I went with you. So, Jiraiya showed interest on his face. How do you manage to always be cheerful and vague? In short, where do you get your strength from? From nature, he answered. Cool joke, haha, I grimaced. This is not a joke. There is such a thing as natural chakra. That's what I use. And in more detail. Now I was interested. Jiraiya started to give a lecture about Sen chakra. It turns out to be a cool thing. But also dangerous. Godfather told me that if you don't have enough control over Sen chakra, you can easily turn into stone. And it's not that easy to learn how to use it. Well, I'm always ready to learn something especially cool. Jiraiya just grinned in response to these words. He said that he would show me one special technique when I improved my control over chakra. I had already learned to walk on trees, and so Godfather suggested that I learn how to walk on water. Moreover, we had almost reached the place. The city is famous for its hot springs, it's clear why Jiraiya was drawn here. Damn, the Godfather is a real monster. He suggested that I try walking on water right at the springs. Damn, why is my brain sometimes slow? And Jiraiya is a real bastard. He didn't tell me right away that the water temperature here exceeds 60 degrees, and it's quite possible to get boiled in it. But on the other hand, it's an additional incentive to quickly master this wisdom. Chakra control is not my strong point, but by evening I was no longer falling through. Although I couldn't stand for too long either. The old pervert was watching the women, and I didn't even have anyone to chat with. Ha, what a disaster. Cross your fingers, and now 3 of me are practicing walking on water. Train, guys, and I'll rest a bit. I'll sit on the shore, I can't spend all my time boiling in the water. Yeah, one of the clones couldn't hold on and went under the water. He surfaced, climbed out onto the shore and tried to walk again. Okay, enough chilling. Clones are clones, but that won't help me. Or, wait, Holy shit. When I dispelled the clones, I suddenly realized that all the little things they noticed while learning to walk on water had been passed on to me. Well, now that's interesting. For the sake of an experiment, I created 30 clones. There was no more room in this stretch of water, and then went to a small restaurant next to the springs. The ramen here doesn't compare to the ramen from Ichiraku. Old man Tuki made it using some special recipe. And he could also be called a friend. Or is it just a polite attitude towards a customer who brings him money? No, it's hardly limited to that. In other restaurants, they didn't like me, even though I paid. But in Ichiraku, I was always welcome. Damn, do I miss Konoha? No, and again no. I don't miss Konoha. I miss Ichiraku, maybe I miss Hinata, but I definitely don't miss Konoha. And the clones are still training. Time to check my assumptions. Approaching the lake, I dispelled everyone at once. And then I fell straight into the scalding water. Chapter 2. Rasengan. Naruto, what the hell are you doing messing around with clones? The first thing I heard when I came to was Jiraiya's curses. We were still on the shore of that hot lake. I don't know, I answered hoarsely. It seemed I had had my fill after all. I was learning to walk on water. I got bored, so I summoned 3 clones to train with me. And then, when I dispelled them, they passed on their experience to me. How is that possible? The Sannin was surprised. Do I know? I just felt like I learned a few more little things that my clones understood. So, I decided to conduct an experiment. I summoned 30 of them and left them to practice. And I went to have a snack. And when I came back, I dispelled the clones. Well, you know the rest. Is that so? The Godfather thought. But it turns out to be an interesting way of training. The clones train, and you reap the fruits of their training. But you have to be careful with this. If the fatigue of 30 clones knocked you out, then imagine what will happen if there are 100 clones. I'll die of exhaustion, I grinned. I won't use them in such quantities, don't worry. Okay then, let's go to the hotel. The research is over for today anyway. The baths are closed, I asked with a grin. Sannin nodded. So I guessed right. Well, and what super duper technique did you want to teach me? I asked as soon as we got out of bed in the morning. Yesterday I passed out instantly and didn't hear snoring. It's for the best, at least I got some sleep. Hold your horses, the Sannin winced. I'm a little busy today. And you still can't walk on water properly. So, today you'll do the same as yesterday. Stop. I chattered. And I think I'm already doing pretty well. We'll come to the springs, show us, the Godfather declared. If you fail, then forget about thinking about technology. What a nasty old man. Although why am I saying this? Everything needs to be studied thoroughly. I didn't learn the clones right away. Wasted a lot of time, but now I have a powerful weapon. Or not. The Kyuubi was extracted, which means there should be less chakra. I should try to summon 100 clones. Maybe it will work. Then yesterday's incident came to mind. No, screw it. I don't want to risk it. When we reached the springs, I stood on the water with apprehension. As it turned out, I was afraid in vain. Clones are really good as assistants in training. I stood on the water without even thinking about proper control. The knowledge of my 30 copies allowed me to do this instinctively. Look, the Sannin whistled. You really are. Listen, clones are definitely useful. Just don't use them on such a scale anymore. Yes, I already understood, I muttered. Okay, since you've passed this stage, I think I can teach you something. Look, the Godfather created a small glowing ball of chakra moving randomly in his hand. It didn't look like much, but I felt that this technique was very powerful. I don't even know why I decided that. And what is this? I asked. Rasengan, the Sannin answered briefly. According to the classification, this technique received rank A. Oh really? I was surprised. It seemed that I was not mistaken in my assumptions about the power of the technology. The training takes place in 3 stages, the Godfather began to explain. I listened to him attentively. He fished a small balloon filled with water from his bosom and, without much difficulty, blew it up right in his hand. Well, I think I understood the principle. Your turn. Jiraiya took out a scroll and unrolled it. After which, a whole box of such balls appeared in front of me with a pop. How did you do it? I looked questioningly at my Godfather. After all, a Sannin in a teacher is a useful thing. Okay, you can tell me later. And teach me. I'll teach you, laughed Jiraiya. Work for now, and I'm on business. You can use clones, but don't overdo it, like yesterday. I remember, I nodded, crossing my fingers. A couple of seconds later, I and my 9 copies were concentrating on trying to pop the balloons. Damn, I was too hasty in my conclusions. 2 hours of fruitless attempts yielded nothing. We quickly learned to spin the water with chakra, but the ball stubbornly refused to burst. I was still trying, and some of the clones had already started having fun, rolling the ball back and forth on the ground. Have I already said that I sometimes have great luck? No, then I'll tell you now. Coincidences help me a lot. I accidentally managed to survive after the extraction of the kyuubi. I accidentally found a Sannin as my teacher. I accidentally discovered the property of shadow clones. And now, completely by chance, my clone gave me an idea. What if I spin the water with 2 streams at once, going in different directions? Maybe the effect will be greater. My guess was confirmed by the ball exploding from rolling on the ground. Having drawn the necessary conclusions, I dispelled the clones. Fatigue immediately set in, but not as strong as yesterday. Having rested, I took up the balls again. Directing the water in 2 streams turned out to be not so easy. I killed another half an hour on this. But then, the remaining balls were destroyed in some 5 to 10 minutes. Damn, I'm cool, Dadbeo. I spent the rest of the time trying to spin air with chakra instead of water. My godfather explained about the 3 stages of training. The second stage would be the same ball, only empty and with thicker walls. So I decided to prepare. Fun fact, but for some reason it was easier for me to control air. I wonder why. I'll have to ask our Arrow Sannin about that. Ha, Arrow Sannin. That's a cool nickname. I remember he called himself Gamma Sannin the first time we met. Gamma Sannin, Arrow Sannin. And what, it seems. When I got back to the hotel, Jiraiya wasn't there yet. Oh well, that meant I'd have time to sleep normally again. In the morning I woke up closer to lunchtime. Yes, I know, the expression is strange, but it best describes the time when I got out of bed. This old pervert was sleeping next to me. And judging by the aroma coming from him, he managed to swill sake or some other alcoholic crap yesterday. I never understood those who drink. Surely there are more delicious drinks. No, they absolutely must drink this. I tried it once by mistake. And since then I swore not to put this filth in my mouth. Having resisted the urge to wake up my hungover godfather, I turned my gaze to the scroll lying on the table. What was my godfather doing yesterday? I think he was just sending chakra into the seal. Let's try. Oh, right, here's the box with the balls. Okay, I won't wake up this drunk, let him sleep it off. So, fingers crossed. All right, guys, drag this after me. Yes, after all, it is harder to blow up these balls. Although the air spun better, its force was clearly not enough to tear the thick walls of the ball. It even deformed less. What if I spun not 2 streams, but about 10? Maybe that's the trick. I remembered the rasengan that Jiraiya showed me. There were a lot of these streams there and more. So, I have something to strive for. Sannin appeared in the clearing where I was training just when I finally managed to tear the ball. I see you're making progress. He asked. As you can see, I grinned contentedly. The godfather picked up the pieces of the ball. They looked like they were cut up. Judging by his displeased face, I had done something wrong again. Naruto, how did you manage to tear it apart? Jiraiya asked another question. With my hands, I quipped. No, that's not what I mean. How exactly did you twist the air currents? The Sannin's voice sounded curious, or something. Well, first I tried to blow it up with 2 streams, I began to list. Then I tried 10 at once. But the effect was small. Then I imagined that the air was sharp and began to twist triangular streams, if you can say so. Here it is, Jiraiya suddenly exclaimed. Can you show it without the ball? Well, I'll try, I shrugged, concentrating on my hand again. Gradually, a dozen pale triangles appeared out of thin air, rotating around their center. Moreover, the centers of all the triangles were at the same point, but they rotated differently. In different directions, at different speeds. Sannin looked at this construction in surprise and whistled admiringly. Interesting. You already control the air directly, you make it change shape as you need. By the way, I wanted to ask. Why is it easier for me to control air than water? You probably have a predisposition to the wind element, said the Sannin. Okay, more on that later. You certainly tore the balloon, but you need to act a little differently than you did. How should it be? And what did I do wrong? You cut the balloon from the inside with a sharp stream of air, explained the godfather. But you need to make the air move as chaotically as possible. Then the balloon itself will not withstand the pressure and will explode. That's it. With these words, he took the ball in his hand. A second later, it began to deform wildly and, a moment later, exploded. Aha, I understood the principle. But the implementation will be more difficult. And one more thing, Naruto. Try to twist the air with your chakra. You just managed to control the elements directly and, frankly, I still have no idea how it works. But for the rasengan, you need to learn to control the form of chakra. I'll try, I sighed. I'll be away for a while, said the godfather, leaving the clearing. And I picked up the ball again. I don't know how long I struggled with this ball, but I finally blew it up. The pieces flew all over the clearing, and I raised my hand in triumph. There were claps from the side. I turned my head. At the edge of the clearing where I was training, Jiraiya was standing, with some small box under his arm. The godfather was clapping his hands. How long have you been standing here? I asked. He came about 5 minutes ago, he answered. Didn't want to disturb you. Okay, we need to check something. He took a small piece of paper out of the box and handed it to me. Hold it between your thumb and forefinger. Like this. Now inject chakra into it, just like you did with the seal today. I did as the Sannin said, and the sheet of paper immediately split into 2 halves. As expected, actually, he muttered. I wonder if there's another one. Who? Another one? I didn't understand. Here you go. Now squeeze it between your index and middle fingers. My godfather handed me another piece of paper. I took it and released the chakra. For some reason, he immediately cringed. Wind and lightning, then, Jiraiya said to himself. Your father had it the other way around. What the other way around? I didn't understand him again. Your father's primary element was lightning, and his secondary element was wind, the Sannin explained. Your wind, on the contrary, is your dominant element, and lightning is your secondary element. Although I am surprised that you have already developed a second element. Is that why I can control the wind so well? I asked. Maybe. But there's something else. I'm not sure yet. Okay, it's late. Let's continue training tomorrow, okay? As you say, Arrow Sannin, I chuckled. To my surprise, Jiraiya smiled too. What did you say? Arrow Sannin? Well, that would be an interesting nickname. Pav Jiraiya. The guy has no idea what hidden reserves the extraction of the Kyuubi has awakened. It's good that Danzo doesn't know that he survived. Sarutobi-sensei, when I told him everything, asked me to take care of the guy. But it seems that he is following me only because he wants to learn something like that. I don't mind, the guy is talented. But this manipulation of the wind doesn't give me peace. He himself does not understand that he controls the elements directly. And this is the first time in my life I have seen something like this. I need to find out what they did to him en route. I don't know what he was like before, but now he behaves quite calmly. He can joke, he can be sarcastic. He looks like an ordinary guy. Although, according to the stories of the same Sarutobi, he used to be more cheerful. The guy tries to behave like an adult, and I must say, he succeeds in it quite well. I think he won't disappear alone, especially since the Akatsuki organization is no longer interested in him. By the way, we need to find out who the Kyuubi was sealed into now. I wonder if there's a way to make him return to Konoha. I'll have to try to find out when I have some free time. Okay, time to sleep. Naruto's already asleep, so I can go to bed too. End of Jiraiya's Pav. Chapter 3. Granny Tsunade. 3 days passed. Arrow Sannin was spying on women, and I was training with the rasengan. I have to say, it's damn hard. I still can't create a normal rasengan. I can't even do it with both hands. Jiraiya somehow manages to concentrate chakra and hold it with one hand. I can only do that with air. By the way, the Sannin keeps asking me what happened to me when the Kyuubi was extracted. Do I remember? It's for the best that my brain switches off when I try to remember. I wonder why I'm so good at manipulating air. Maybe that's why Arrow Sannin keeps asking me about those bunkers. Who the hell knows what they did to me there? Maybe they did something crazy. But I'm not complaining, manipulating air is great. I can even lift small objects without touching them. Today I'm trying to do the rasengan again. There is progress, but not much. I don't use clones, now even 10 of them exhausts me a lot. And with the Kyuubi inside it wasn't so bad. Jiraiya explained to me that it was he who constantly healed all my wounds. And it's true. The day before yesterday I accidentally cut myself at dinner. Before, the wound would have disappeared in a couple of hours. But now, for the second day, it hasn't healed. Okay, no need to get distracted. I need to concentrate. Okay, pour in the chakra, control the form. Control. Your mother. Well, I can't control the form and pour in the chakra at the same time. I would need a couple more hands. Stop. And I have an idea. Cross my fingers. Cool, I think it's starting to work. The clone pours in the chakra, and I hold the form. Okay, excellent. And now the blow. Ah, your leg. Damn, that was close. The tree fell very close. Yeah, powerful stuff. Okay, let's try again. I arrived at the room quite late. And it seemed that the arrow Sanin was not alone. A busty blonde with 2 long pigtails was sitting with him. And there was also a brunette with a pig in her arms. A trump pig, in a vest. Hey, arrow Sanin, I shouted. Is one woman not enough for you? Did you bring 2? And who is this kid? The blonde hiccuped. Your mother. They are drunk. Yes, I think I'd better spend the night somewhere else tonight. This is my godson, Tsunade, Jiraiya said proudly. An unusually smart boy. Naruto, come to us. Yeah, breathe in your fumes. Thanks, I'll manage. I walked out the door. Tsunade. Isn't this one of the 3 Sanin of Konoha by any chance? Yeah, right. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru. Damn, the old lady is in pretty good shape for her age. She's like 50 years old. My thoughts were interrupted by the door swinging open, and my godfather's tenacious hand grabbed me by the jacket, intending to drag me into the room. You'll manage, you old pervert. I deftly unzipped and slipped out of the jacket, leaving it in my godfather's hands, and ran away. The one thing I don't like in life is drunks. A relic of the past, when every drunk shinobi in Konoha tried to hit me with something. Naruto. A female voice called. I turned around. The same brunette was standing in front of me. What do I owe you? I asked. My name is Shizune, I am Tsunade-sama's assistant, she said. Would you like to go for a walk? I don't particularly like sitting next to my drunk mistress, and Jiraiya-sama won't let her go to the gambling halls. Does Granny like to play? I chuckled. In principle, why not go for a walk, since they invite us? I wouldn't recommend calling her old. Shizune shook her head. She may be old, but she's very strong. Oh, that's a big deal. I'm used to getting punched in the face by big uncles and aunts, I shrugged. Sometimes it even seems like I'm the weakest creature in the world. Don't say that. Jiraiya-sama spoke highly of you, the girl objected as we walked down the stairs to the hotel lobby. He says that you are talented and persistent. No obstacle can stop you. How can I say? Oops. I slipped on the last step and almost fell. Awkwardly waving my hand, I scraped the cut that was starting to heal on the railing, which immediately started bleeding. Well then, a simple scratch, and it doesn't want to heal for the second day already. Can I take a look? Shizune asked. I held out my hand, letting her look. Am I feeling sorry for her or something? The girl's palm was covered in greenish chakra, and she ran it over the cut. Interesting, I looked at the scratch, which was covered with fresh skin. Will you teach me? I'm surprised you haven't learned that yet, Shizune smiled at me. Is she trying to be my friend? Oh, well, let her. She'll teach me how to treat wounds at the same time. There was no need, Kyuubi used to heal everything for me. So you are a Jinchuriki? I shrugged. That doesn't happen, she objected. Frankly, I found it amusing. It happens. Ask Jiraiya. Damn, remember the shit. Here comes the arrow Sanin himself. Arm in arm with Granny. We'll go for a walk. My godfather looked at us with a drunken look. Don't be bored. Let's not. Phew. We can finally crash in our room and sleep. Shizune tagged along with the drunken Sanins. She's probably worried about her mistress. The next day, Tsunade dropped by my training. Rasengan. She grinned. Learning your father's technique. Commendable. What? I asked again. The Rasengan was developed by Minato, Tsunade explained. I see. I didn't know that. Okay. I'm here because Shizune told me about your desire to learn the medic nin art. That would be nice, I agreed. And you can teach me, right? Of course, the woman chuckled. We still need to work practically. But where to find an object? I have an idea. I called a clone, and he sat down on the ground in front of Tsunade. I'll be back soon. In the meantime, explain the basics to the clone. He'll pass the knowledge on to me when he clears his head. And I'll get the manual. An hour later, I showed up at the same clearing. My hands, face and body were all scratched. I had deliberately taken off my t-shirt and was running through the wild rose bushes. Now I could be used to practice medical techniques. It was painful, but for the sake of the cause, it was worth it. You're back, Tsunade grinned, turning to me. Oh my god, what's wrong with you? I'm a teaching aide now, I chuckled weakly. After all, the scratches hurt a lot, and some were even bleeding. I dispelled the clone and received all the information it had listened to. And Tsunade didn't limit herself to trifles. Hell, They even managed to practice, albeit without treating real wounds. So much the better. I called 5 more clones, and Tsunade began to show them exactly how to treat certain wounds. It's a funny feeling when you treat yourself. No, of course, these are clones, but it still looks weird. You're a quick thinker, the female Sannin grinned. Okay, Naruto. Dispel the clones, we've patched you up. I feel it, I said. And it was true, after my copies worked with me, it became much easier. True, fatigue immediately fell upon me, but that was nonsense. But with each time, the clones are becoming easier again. What I had learned by storm back then, now had to be retrained and retrained. Who knows, maybe someday I will again be able to summon several hundred clones without any particular consequences for myself. Hey, Naruto, Tsunade drew my attention to herself. I can show you another trick if you're not tired. Let's do it. I, of course, agreed, which I did not regret one bit later. Sannin taught me how to properly throw out chakra during a strike to strengthen it many times over. Of course, it won't reach the rasengan, but it still turns out cool. In any case, Granny turned the clearing where I was training into an obstacle course with one strike. A month passed in this vein. Jiraiya and Tsunade lived together. I got a few powerful techniques, which I practiced from morning till night. Sometimes I went out into the city. Someone always needs help, and the locals are no exception. Shinobi skills helped me do my job well. Sensei did not stand over my shoulder, and I could use the same clones with a clear conscience when I weeded someone's garden. Manipulating the air also helped. Over time, I learned to make it harden and take a certain shape. It's funny to watch a hungover godfather trying to leave the room and bumping into an invisible barrier. Interesting. It seems like air is air. But for some reason it can be hard. Later, Jiraiya explained to me that I create an air cushion by compacting the gas around me. By the way, he finally figured out where I got these abilities from. Extracting the fox opened up a whole bunch of different points in my body through which senchakra enters me. I use it when I play with air. In fact, it is a huge force if you learn to control it. I tried to control water in the same way, it works, but with difficulty. Still, it is not my element. I have not tried to play with lightning, it is dangerous. However, wind and lightning are generally considered the most dangerous elements. I trained as a medic with Tsunade and Shizune. Of course, I won't become a professional ninja medic, I don't have the skills. But I can provide first aid if necessary. Plus, Shizune taught me how to brew poisons and antidotes. It's definitely useful, you never know what I might encounter on my travels. At the end of the month, Tsunade and Shizune set out again. And Jiraiya was getting ready to leave. He was clearly not used to living in one place for too long. Today, he was going to leave. I decided to go to the maelstrom. My godfather taught me a couple of sealing techniques, but there were probably records of more powerful seals there. Before leaving, Jiraiya offered me something else. Naruto, he said that morning, I have to leave again. According to my information, Orochimaru is planning something nasty against Konoha again. Maybe I should help him? I asked with a grin. Very funny, muttered the Sannin. I think it's not necessary. It's better for you to stay away from the village. Danzo has also started to move. Your body was never found. Even though you were officially declared dead, there are people who don't believe in your death. Well, except for you and Granny Tsunade, no one knows that I'm alive, I grinned, but the next moment my godfather's eyes started darting around. So, what? Did you tell anyone? Actually, yes, the godfather nodded. The Hokage knows. But don't be afraid, he's on our side. I was about to explode, but I remembered in time that old man Sarutobi was one of the few who treated me like a human being. Well, if he knows, then it's not so bad. Probably. Are you sure he won't send Anbu to finish the job? I asked. He won't send it, the godfather firmly stated. But Danzo, what does Danzo have to do with it? I was surprised. Anbu only obey the Hokage. There is the so-called root Anbu, Jiraiya explained to me patiently. The root fighters report directly to Danzo. They are the ones to be wary of. And since they are almost no different from the general masses, then it would be better not to show yourself to Anbu at all, I summed up. The idea was clear. Listen, before I go, the godfather decided to change the subject. I would like to offer you to sign a contract with the Toads. Toads? I winced. No, I'd rather sign a contract with someone flying. Eagles or something. Is that possible? Well, I don't know, the Sannin shrugged. I'll show you the technique anyway. But if you use it without signing the contract, then who knows what will happen. For example, I was thrown to Mount Myoboku, where I signed a contract with the toads. Well, show me, I prepared to listen again. My godfather and I parted ways. I was in no hurry to sign the contract. There would be time. Now I was moving towards Konoha. Well, not to be more precise, the village was just lying on my way. I was heading to the maelstrom. I was planning to stay there for a while. Maybe I would learn something about my mother. And there might be records about techniques there. In short, the maelstrom was very interesting to me. I tried to avoid Konoha. But I still came across a group of fighting ninja. More precisely, 4 wounded, against whom stood 3 completely healthy shinobi. I would have probably passed by if I hadn't recognized this team. Kurenai and her 3 students, Kiba, Shino and Hinata. Kurenai's POV. During a mission, our group was ambushed. Everything would be fine, but these were not just bandits. Among them were 3 shinobi, not lower than Jonin. My guys fought fiercely, but the forces were too unequal. The bandits took by numbers, and the shinobi covered them. In the end, we managed to retreat, but Kiba and Shino were too seriously injured. Hinata and I carried them on ourselves almost the entire way to the village, but these 3 still caught up with us. The fight was quick and not in our favor. Hinata fell next to the wounded boys. I held out longer, but also fell exhausted. I was already prepared for death or something worse, but loud cries were heard over the clearing. Some guy was shouting something similar to rasengan. I did not remember anything else, as I lost consciousness. When I came to, I saw that my wounds had been expertly healed, as had Kiba and Shino's. The bandits were lying nearby, stunned and tied up. But Hinata had disappeared without a trace. End of Kurenai's POV. Chapter 4. Hinata. What I didn't expect was to see them here. Damn, why did I have to meet Team 8, huh? I don't care about Kiba and Shino, we weren't friends. I don't have anything in common with Kurenai either. But Hinata. I remember being divided into 2 parts during the assignment. My heart was desperate for Hinata to be with me. My mind was saying otherwise, I have no right to date her. She is the heiress of the clan. The less we communicate, the faster I will forget her. When we were finally assigned to different teams, my mind triumphed over my heart, and I tried to hit on Sakura. Although in reality, I can't stand her, just as she can't stand me. My mind was saying, opposites attract. And my heart was correcting me, yes. But the opposite is Hinata. We really are not alike. The quiet one and the tomboy. The straight A student and the poor student. The brunette and the blonde. And now I couldn't just pass by. The element of surprise played on my side. These 3 weren't ready for the reinforcements to come in my person. One paid for his inattention with his ribs, which my rasengan broke. I smashed a fist soaked in chakra into the second's face. The third managed to cut me, but my clone appeared behind him with a poison senbon. I was lucky. If they had managed to come to their senses, I would have died there. Along with Hinata. My memory of what happened next is a blur. I heal Kurenai and her team's wounds while my clones disarm and tie up the attackers. And then I grab Hinata and run away as fast as I can. Why did I take her with me? I don't know. I just wanted to. She loves me. At least she did. And I love her. While friendship is debatable, love definitely exists. As I run, I remember our first meeting. Images appear in my head. A dark-haired girl on a swing. 3 older boys. They come up to her and start teasing her. The girl is crying. She should be guarded, but the shinobi from the side branch of the clan does not rush to her aid. Then a fair-haired boy appears. He pounces on the main bully and starts beating him with his small fists. A second later, the boys come to their senses and start beating the blonde in return. At this time, the girl's guards appear. She is taken away, and the beaten fair-haired boy is again picked up by one of the Anbu fighters. Damn, it's like I'm watching a movie about my life. That's it, enough. I need to forget about this. I left this damn village. Don't think about Konoha, don't remember. Hinata wakes up. I need to take a break. Hinata's POV. The last thing I remember before I passed out was Kurenai-sensei screaming. I let the team down again. I'm a burden. Kiba and Shino would be happy to get rid of such a weakling. Especially considering the upcoming Chunin exams. They would go, but I'm holding the whole team back. I used to have the strength. I tried to get Naruto-kun's attention. But everything fell apart then. That day they were supposed to return from the Land of Waves. They had a C-rank mission. How happy Naruto-kun was when he left. Finally, something more difficult than weeding the gardens or cleaning up the trash. 4 figures appear on the horizon. One is tall with silver hair, Hitaki Kakashi, their sensei. The second is dressed in red, and her hair is pink. Haruno Sakura, The girl my beloved is unsuccessfully chasing after. Why can't he run after me? Another figure is dressed in dark colors. Uchiha Sasuke, the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, the best student, the dream of all the girls in the class. Except me. I need the one who is walking ahead of everyone now. Orange jumpsuit, blonde disheveled hair, a smile from ear to ear. Uzumaki Naruto, the one I love with all my heart. But when they reached the gate, they were met by a squad of Anbu. Naruto-kun was immediately taken away somewhere. He did not show up for 2 days. And then it was announced to the people that his body was absorbed by the nine-tailed demon fox, and Uzumaki Naruto died. I did not believe it. I watched his apartment for 3 weeks, hoping that he would finally come there. A week ago, my hopes collapsed like a house of cards. Some shinobi, completely unfamiliar to me, moved into Naruto-kun's apartment. I even wanted to commit suicide, but something stopped me every time. But I'm still the weakest in the village. Now the world will finally get rid of me. Strange. Doesn't feel like death. I feel warm, like a fire. The smell of smoke enters my nose. I hear someone's breath. My lips feel the aftertaste, like a tonic pill. Maybe my eyes can see too. Slowly opening them, I sit up in place. A fire. And Naruto-kun is sitting next to me. End of Hinata's POV. I laid Hinata down on my sleeping bag while I set up the tent and made a fire. It was strange that she didn't come too. I made her swallow a tonic pill. Shizune taught me how to make them. There was no damage to her body, I healed everything. Just when I was about to just go up to her and shake her shoulders, Hinata slowly opened her eyes and sat up. She blinked, then turned her uncomprehending gaze to me. Naruto-kun, how beautiful that voice of hers is. I could listen and listen. Now, Uzumaki, it's not the time to pretend to be a romantic. Hinata is probably waiting for an explanation. If this is heaven, then it's a little different than I expected. I almost swallowed my tongue. Does she think she's dead or something? Oh yeah, because in her mind I'm probably dead. You see, Hinata-chan, I added the suffix, although I usually didn't do it. This is not heaven. Is this hell? She asked. I slapped my forehead. No, actually, you and I are, like, alive. Damn, if you tell anyone that Naruto Uzumaki is shy in front of a girl, they'll laugh. Although, let them laugh. Let them grind their teeth in envy. She's mine and only mine. Whoa, hold your horses, Uzumaki. Where are you going without explaining yourself? You're getting all excited. Look at him. Alive? She asked again. But how? Everyone said you were dead. Well, to be honest, they themselves didn't know. I began my story. I told her everything that had happened to me. She, in turn, told me everything she knew. According to her, it turned out that I couldn't stand the fight with the fox for my body, and he swallowed me. Nonsense. Although, it's not without meaning. I wonder why they didn't destroy me then. They could have easily. Maybe I was lucky. Once again, Naruto-kun, Hinata asked quietly. Where are we now? Not far from Konoha. I waved my hand towards the village. If you want, I can walk you there. Although, oh, well, it doesn't matter. Well, here we go. I can't bring myself to tell her again. Damn, why is everything always so complicated? Naruto-kun. How can she throw me off balance so easily? As soon as she says those words, my heart starts beating out of my chest. Pull yourself together, Uzumaki, now is not the time or place. Naruto-kun, why did you leave? What else could I do? Okay, I'll keep the conversation going. I'll control myself. The Kyuubi was extracted from me. I'm surprised they didn't kill me as an extra witness. For the others, I'm dead, it couldn't be better. Almost nothing connects me with Konoha. Almost. Damn it, Hinata, why did you have to pick on that word? Well, to be honest, there is one person for whom I would like to go back. But I won't. We will never be together anyway. Oh yeah, Hinata sighed in disappointment. Sakura-chan, how could I forget? That's it, I can't see her suffering. I'd rather tell her the truth. Do what I took her with me for. I don't give a damn about that pink-haired fool. I blurted out. I never liked her. The person who lured me back was you, Hinata. Naruto-kun. He doesn't believe me. I can see it in her eyes. But I don't care anymore. I sat down next to her and kissed her. Right on the lips. I really wanted to do as it was written in Jiraiya's book, but I'm a decent person. And her lips tasted exactly as I imagined them. She was surprised. That's probably why she hasn't fainted yet, as usual, Hinata style. Oh, no, I was too hasty with my conclusions. When she woke up, it was already night. In the light of the fire, her surprised eyes were visible again. Deja vu. Naruto-kun, she asked. It was like deja vu. So it wasn't a dream. You really kissed me. Yes, I bowed my head. It was unclear from her voice whether she liked it or whether she was judging me. So I decided to lay it all out there. I love you. Ever since we first met at the park on that swing. I always wanted to be near you, but I knew your family wouldn't approve. You're the heiress of the clan. And I'm just a poor orphan. Who needs me like that? I knew that you loved me too, but I also knew that your father would be categorically against it. So I tried to stay away. I didn't want you to get into trouble for associating with a demon. I tried to forget you. I tried to hit on Sakura, even though I can't stand her. Naruto-kun, she interrupted my outburst with a kiss. As gentle as she was. Don't say anything else, Naruto-kun. I don't want to know. All that matters to me is that you love me. I love you, but I can't be there, I sighed. Damn, things are unfolding like in some soap opera. We are shinobi, not romantics. I want to be with you, she whispered. Always. Without you, I'll go crazy. I almost committed suicide when they said you were dead. I'll leave the village for you. I don't care about my family. I don't have one. I'm surrounded only by my clan. Now it's my turn to calm her down with a kiss. How wonderful everything is working out. In the morning, when I got up, Hinata was still asleep. I put out the fire and dispelled the clones that were guarding us. And they weren't sitting around doing nothing. One was reading a scroll with medical techniques, a gift from Granny Tsunade. Another was playing with the wind element and gave me an idea for improving the rasengan. The third was practicing collecting natural chakra. It was already accumulating in me, but Jiraiya taught me a way to collect it in a targeted manner. While I was thinking whether to try to improve the rasengan, two shinobi in black cloaks and strange hats came out to the clearing where we spent the night. There were red clouds depicted on the cloaks, and white ribbons hanging from the hats. One of them was larger than the other. Some strange thing wrapped in bandages hung behind the big guy's back. Damn, it seemed like that thing had 5 times more chakra than me and Hinata combined. Natural chakra allows me to determine the level of opponents, and these were clearly not so simple. So this is the Jinchuriki of Konoha, huh? The big guy grinned, taking his club from behind his back. Okay, kid, let's not be stupid. Sarutobi's Pav. When Kurenai reported the mission, I bit the end of my pipe in displeasure. Hiyashi wouldn't be happy about Hinata's disappearance. I wondered who was behind it. If it was Cloud again. Hokage-sama, Kurenai turned to me. What do you think happened to Hinata? Good question. I took a drag and blew out a cloud of smoke. It all depends on who took her. Well, she thought for a moment. I could be wrong, but it seemed to me that the one who came to our aid had a boyish voice, reminiscent of the voice of the boy who was our Jinchuriki. And he also shouted, Rasengan, whatever that means. Well, in that case, there's no need to worry about Hinata, I sighed with relief. She met the one she dreamed of. With whom? Kurenai asked immediately. It's a secret for now. But if she doesn't return within 2 or 3 days, I'll declare her dead. How? She was clearly scared. It will be better for her, I chuckled. If she doesn't come back, it means she didn't want to come back. And it will be easier for me to declare her dead on a mission than to call the girl a missing nin. And Hinata won't disappear. She will have a protector. Okay, Kurenai, you can go, but don't tell anyone about our conversation yet. Kurenai walked out, clearly not understanding anything. Okay, time for me to think about how to plug the gaps in the 2 teams. I think the 2 guys I snatched from Danzo in exchange for Naruto will do. We'll assign Sai to the 8th team, and Shin to the 7th. End of Sarutobi's Pav. Chapter 5. Fight with Akatsuki. Looking at these 2, I knew I was screwed. Both of them had more than enough chakra, and their intentions were quite clear. They needed a Jinchuriki, and they would hardly believe me so easily that I was no longer one. After all, there are no former Jinchuriki. Okay, kid, let's not be silly. The big guy took off his hat. And he looks a lot like a shark. Blue skin, gills, sharp teeth. The second one also took off his hat. He reminds me of someone. I've only seen such an arrogant look on one person. Sasuke. This must be his brother, Itachi. Oh, Sasuke, you should have had such a chance. Come with us, Uchiha said coldly. And we won't have to hurt you. Sorry, guys, but I don't have what you need anymore, I blurted out. I have to try. Are you saying that the 9 tails was extracted from you? Don't make me laugh, the blue-skinned man burst out laughing. Damn, if it weren't for Hinata, I would have already run away. We need to stall for time, Give her a chance to wake up and leave here without any problems. If only they didn't notice that the tent wasn't empty. Don't lie to us, Naruto, the brunette spoke again. His arrogant voice, frankly, is infuriating. It is impossible to extract the biju painlessly for the Jinchuriki. Who said it was painless? I slowly moved my hand behind my back. Phew, they didn't notice. I need to distract them with conversation. Then I'll have a chance. Stop pouring it on, the blue-skinned man roared. Not a single Jinchuriki has ever survived the extraction of a biju. How can I say that? I grinned. My hand felt a smoke bomb in my pouch. The previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails survived. They were very weak, but they were still alive. I wasn't lying. Jiraiya told me that mom died from being pierced by the fox's claw. And Mito died of old age, but not right away, about a month after being extracted. But those two didn't seem to care. What are we actually talking about? Asked the big guy, playing with his club, or whatever it is he has there. That's right. I grabbed the smoke bomb and smashed it on the ground. The space was filled with smoke, and I summoned 3 clones. One was waking Hinata, another was holding the smoke in place with the help of condensed air, and yet another was making a rasengan for me. With the help of Sen Chakra, I could sense where my opponents were. I chose Itachi as my target. As it turned out, in vain. The rasengan smashed into pieces a hefty log that he had slipped me with the replacement technique. Where he dug it up, I have no idea. Meanwhile, the big guy's voice came from the smoke. Sweden. Wash away wave. Oh, shit, all 3 clones got hit. The smoke cleared, no one was holding it anymore. So, Hinata woke up. The clone, before it was destroyed, filled her in on the situation. I hope she's okay. I wonder how Itachi saw me in the smoke. Ah, there's my answer. Holy shit, how did I forget about the Sharingan? Don't make things complicated, Naruto, Uchiha spoke up. Damn, how his arrogance angers him. Damn, and the water keeps rising. It's already up to my waist. Damn, damn, damn. Let's just chop off his legs and arms so he doesn't struggle, suggested the blue-skinned man. Oh, really? I'll chop something off for you myself right now. Concentrate the senchakra. Yeah, right, your mother. The big guy roared as sharp currents of air slashed his cloak. Didn't expect this, bastard. And now I'm going to. Oh, my, fireball, damn it, I forgot I was fighting 2 at once. Damn, my suit is ruined. It's a good thing there's enough water here. That little brat ruined my cloak. The blue-skinned man growled. Get out of my way, Itachi, I'll give him a hard time right now. I suddenly felt sick. This sharp-toothed fish started waving its stick like a propeller. I barely dodged the blows. Okay, fingers crossed. Let it fight 5 clones, and in the meantime I'll prepare the rasengan. Okay, 3. Well, at least one will hold it off. No, but I don't care anymore, the rasengan is ready. The big guy shielded himself with his club. My ball tore several bandages. And got absorbed. What the hell? Didn't expect that. The blue-skinned man laughed. Samahata absorbs chakra. If I touch you, you'll fall down without strength. Thanks for the warning. I'm in trouble. The big guy was already trying to figure out how to knock me down with that thing when a shout came from behind him. Soft hand style. 64 heavenly touches. Hinata, you're. And she moves quickly. She attacked from behind and started to beat the blue-skinned guy. I didn't count the blows, but there were probably a lot of them. Everything happened so fast that no one even had time to react. And she still calls herself weak. Kato. Phoenix flowers. Yeah, Itachi seems to have decided to attack me while I was distracted. Oh, shit, there's a whole sea of water here. I may not be that good at water techniques, but my senchakra will help me. The fireballs were extinguished by a wall of water. However, I couldn't hold it for long. I'm much worse at controlling water, and my senchakra is gone. Now I can't control the elements, I need to end the fight. How did Grandma teach me? Put chakra in my fist and release it the moment my hand barely touches the target. Off we go. Well, at least I tried. Who knew that guy could use genjutsu? Although, it was my mistake. After all, I knew about the Sharingan. Now I was hanging crucified on a cross in some unknown place. The sky was red, and there was a black moon shining in it. I myself was somehow black and white. You are in my world, Itachi's voice was pouring out from everywhere. An arrogant, cold voice. I wanted to rip out his vocal cords so that the beast would finally shut up. This is the world of Tsukuyomi, and I decide what it will be like. There is no way out of here. Go to hell, I barked. What else could I do? There was nothing else I could do, all I could do was swear. I added a few more strong expressions. You can scream as much as you want, Uchiha said. You'll be here for 72 hours, but in reality, only a moment will pass. And all that time, I'll do this. The same colorless katana stabbed me. I howled. It hurt. And Itachi did not calm down. 71 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds left. Do whatever you want, just shut up. I roared. It would have been better if I had kept quiet. Now each blow was accompanied by a commentary on how much time I had left to endure. And honestly, Uchiha's voice caused me more torment than the blows of the katana. Just for a second, I remembered the pain that was during the extraction of the kyuubi. And it helped. The body switched off and did not feel pain at all. Only Uchiha's monotonous comments continued to irritate. I began to mock him in response. I barely remember what I said, but when I had 49 hours, 15 minutes and 43 seconds left, Itachi could not stand it. Shut up, he roared. Did I make him lose his temper? Well, I think the arrow Sanin said that genjutsu masters must always remain calm. This was my chance. I continued my teasing. I called him names, insulted my brother, slandered the clan. And he lost his concentration. 44 hours, 57 minutes and 3 seconds, that's how much time remained when the genjutsu disappeared. Nothing had changed. Hinata was delivering the final blows to the sharp-toothed one, and Itachi was still standing with his left eye wide open. The next second, the Uchiha's face changed. You broke out of my genjutsu. The cold and arrogant tone disappeared somewhere. Now there was interest in his voice. Will he just forgive me for all the insults? You angered me, but I am very curious why it does not affect you like it does others. I just felt pain, compared to which your blows are no worse than a mosquito bite. I wasn't lying. It's worth just trying to remember this pain, as the body switches off, for a while. A defensive reaction, probably. True, you shouldn't do it too often. I don't feel pain, but the wounds don't go away. At that moment, the water began to recede. Hinata, after all, finished her combination and this blue-skinned giant fell to the ground. The streams of chakra from him were no longer felt. On the other hand, I would not have seen them. Sen chakra is at 0, and I am forced to move too quickly. You're interesting, Itachi said again. Damn, he's looking at me like a researcher at a lab mouse, and it makes me even angrier. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the blue-skinned guy standing up and trying to hit Hinata with his club. She's dodging for now, but it probably won't last long. That big guy moves too fast. And Itachi too. I need to grab Hinata and run away. It's a shame about the things, but the skin is more important. I quickly rushed at the Uchiha. This time the blow was just right. He must have decided that it was useless to catch me in genjutsu again. After that, I snatched Hinata from under the blow and ran, holding her in my arms. But we didn't have time to get far. A strip of black fire surrounded the clearing. Damn, it's better to stay away from this thing. I can feel the power of the technique even without senjutsu. All that's left is to fight. Hinata, how are you? I asked, putting her down on the ground. It's fine, she replied. You won't run away, kids, the sharp-toothed one grinned. Itachi's Amaterasu burns continuously for 7 days and nights, incinerating everything it touches. Itachi himself leaned against a tree. Apparently, this was his trump card. Streams of blood were running from his eyes. Well, at least he was out of the game. But there was still that big guy with the club that absorbed chakra. How did he get up? Hinata asked herself. I blocked almost all of his circulation. Where did he get his chakra from? Let me tell you another secret, kids, the fish man grinned contentedly. Samahata not only absorbs someone else's chakra, but also transfers it to me when needed. Your technique, girl, is certainly good. But, to your great regret, it is useless to me. Okay, talk more. I'll collect the senchakra for now. I've restarted my circulation system, the blue-skinned man grinned. Okay, kids, you can say goodbye. I won't kill you, kid, but we'll rip the girl's head off. What a bastard. I'll rip something off of you myself. Senchakra is back and it may not be much, but it's enough for this move. We disperse the air around his head. Aha, it works. What? You bastard, don't you like the vacuum? I laughed when he grabbed his throat and fell to his knees. Don't you like it when there's nothing to breathe? This isn't water, dried herring, this is absolute airlessness. If only there was enough chakra. If only there was enough chakra. He's still holding on. Come on. Fall down, exhausted. No, the Sen chakra is spent again. I'm sorry, Hinata, but I don't know how to save us. The big guy got up from the ground, gasping for air. You'll answer for the herring, he croaked. At that moment, only a miracle could save us. Yeah, when I talked about a miracle, I didn't mean a huge Venus flytrap in a cloak and with a human head growing out of the ground. Kisame. Stop this nonsense, said the plant. Oh my god, so it can talk. Zetsu. Don't interfere, the big guy snapped. So his name was Kisame. He insulted me. He is not our target, so do not waste your strength in vain, the plant said again. Wait, why did the voice change? All the more so, I'll blow his head off, this Kisame roared, but then the Uchiha spoke up. What do you mean, not our goal? He asked. Talk, I'll collect the senchakra and come up with a plan. Although, there's nothing to collect it from. All the vegetation was washed away to hell. Maybe we should take it from this flytrap. No, he'll sense it. What should we do? According to our data, what's wrong? Another voice again, Kyubi was extracted from the Jinchuriki. He's in Konoha now, you're just wasting your time. So this kid, the fish man pointed his club in my direction, didn't lie to us. Well, that Biju was extracted from him. This Zetsu, or whatever his name is, looked intently at me. Two-colored head. Does this aloe have a split personality? He's an Uzumaki, said the second voice. And they can survive the removal of the Biju. Okay, since there's no Biju in it, then I can still chop it up for you for a salad. Kisame grabbed his club more comfortably, but Zetsu stopped him. Not our type, he said in his first voice, looking at me. We like brown-haired guys better. And anyway, stop ruining the forest, the leader wants to see you. Let's go, Kisame. Itachi did something, and the black fire disappeared. Sorry for bothering you, Uzumaki Naruto. We'll meet again, brat, Kisame growled. After that, all three of them disappeared, leaving me and Hinata completely bewildered. Pain's Pav. So, I said coldly, looking at Kisame and Itachi. You're saying that some 12-year-old brat almost managed to defeat two of the most dangerous S-class missing nin? Well, he still didn't win, Kisame replied, although there was obvious annoyance in his voice. This Naruto is very strong, Itachi said. He managed to get out of my Tsukuyomi. More precisely, he forced me to break it. Before him, no one could do that. And he almost strangled Kisame with some strange technique. That's true, Hoshigaki scratched his head. I couldn't even get a drop of air with my gills. But the guy didn't bring the technique to perfection, he didn't have enough strength. I can imagine what would have happened if he had carried it out, I laughed. Yeah, you've really disappointed me. Two professional ninjas were, almost, beaten by a failing genin. I laughed again when I saw their confused faces. You have good potential, Uzumaki Naruto. I'll send Deidara and Sasori for you. Our organization's cloak will look good on you. End of Pain's Pav. Chapter 6. Whirlpool Village. We left the scene of the fight quickly. Hinata categorically refused to return to Konoha. It was even better for me. We would be free vagabonds, not dependent on anyone. We reached the road leading to the village of Whirlpool in 2 days. Although what kind of road was there? Just a path, barely discernible in the thicket. The trophy katana that I had taken from the same bandits from whom I had saved Team 8 came in handy. True, it was not very sharp, and sometimes I had to mess around with the thickets for a long time. And I don't know how to handle a sword. In short, after the first day of chopping bushes, I slept like a log. The next day I tried mowing the bushes with sharp air currents. It worked better, but in the end I had to stop every 5 minutes and absorb the natural chakra, which flew away instantly due to lack of habit. I decided not to burden Hinata. By the way, I need to ask her about the technique she almost used to knock out that big guy. If it weren't for his club or whatever he had in his bandages, he definitely wouldn't have gotten up. Or would he have gotten up? Hyugas are great fighters, of course, but that blue bastard wasn't a weakling either. I wonder what it's like when the circulation system is blocked. Would I be able to restore it, say, with the help of senchakra? I sincerely hope that the gods will have mercy and I won't have to test this in practice. The third day, and we are still making our way through this thicket. There are no normal trees here, and the rocks prevent us from going around this area. Damn, I am so sick of all this. Today, 5 clones with kunai are helping me. And so far, we are not moving as quickly as we would like. So, once again, I am amazed at the intelligence of my clones. Truly, laziness is the engine of progress. One of the clones managed to lengthen the kunai by passing chakra through it. I need to think. Hinata joined in the thinking. Yes, and it is quite pleasant to think when the one you have always dreamed of is sitting next to you. However, it cannot be said that we were simply enjoying the closeness. Hinata told me that their sensei, Kurenai, was once replaced by Asuma, the mentor of the 10th team. His element was also wind. Well, I think that's it. Hinata said that Asuma showed them how he uses chakra. Two streams, as if sharpening each other. And why didn't I sit down to think earlier? After a short training session, I finally figured out how to use wind chakra. Yes, I tried using elemental chakra. Jiraiya showed me how to use it, but before that I relied on my ability to manipulate air with Sen chakra. Anyway, as soon as I put wind chakra into the katana, creating two streams sharpening each other, it took me half a day to imagine this. The blade began to chop even stones without any problems. What a thing. In short, in a couple of hours we covered more ground than in the previous 3 days. When the thickets ended, we found ourselves on the seashore. Wow, Hinata said admiringly. I understand her perfectly. I had the same reaction when the guys and I were in the land of waves. By the way, we can go there too. Why not? It's not far from here, and at the same time I'll show off the bridge named after me. Let's set up camp and go for a swim, I suggested. Hinata, of course, agreed. I forgot to say that before going in search of the road to the maelstrom, Hinata and I stopped by a small village, where we bought her several sets of clothes and other things necessary for every girl. I had money. During the month of living in that border town, I often got hired for simple work. A couple of times I came across tasks that could be assigned rank C, according to the classification. For such tasks they paid more than usual, and the Aro Sanin, who got into the habit of stealing money from me, got a fig. I learned to seal things and carried all the most valuable things in my seal. Yes, exactly. Even though the kyubi was removed, the seal remained intact. And there was enough space there. So I carried almost all my things literally in my stomach. Until the evening, Hinata and I swam, played in the sand, caught crabs. In short, we behaved like children. And what? We have every right to do so. And then, we roasted marshmallows on the fire, which we bought in the same village, and fed them to each other. Beauty. And then, tired but happy, we fell down on the sand, hugging each other, and fell asleep, without even spreading out our sleeping bags or taking out the tent. Damn, I'm probably the happiest person in the world. These are the thoughts that were in my head when I woke up this morning. Hinata was freezing because the fire had almost died out in the morning fog, and she was snuggling up to me, trying to warm up. Damn, I should put some wood on the fire. But it was almost out anyway. And I can't get up from the sand. Hinata's head is lying on my chest, and I don't want to disturb her at all. I can send the wood through the air, we prepared it yesterday. But what to do with a barely smoldering fire? If I can control water, even though it's not my native element, then I can probably control fire too. Let's try. Damn, it doesn't work. Once again. Damn, the Sen chakra is flying away, but it's no use. Apparently, fire is definitely not my element. Well, one more time. Now I imagine how the flames rise. How they engulf the wood. The firewood crackles and it worked. Damn it, it worked. So all you had to do was imagine the result. Great. By the time Hinata woke up, I had already crawled out from under her. The idea came to me spontaneously. I decided to create a clone that would collect Sen chakra. When he started doing this, I suddenly thought that it would be nice to cook breakfast. And then it dawned on me and I used the substitution technique. The clone that collected natural chakra moved to my place without disturbing Hinata. And I, in turn, started cooking. I had never had to do this before. I lived on instant noodles, which, by the way, I still love. But Granny Tsunade once scolded me severely for my addiction to unhealthy food. I had to learn to cook under her supervision. And now the knowledge I gained came in handy. Taking a frying pan from the seal, I began to cook eggs with sausage on it. By the way, the products were stored there. Oh, I wish I could see my dad's reaction if he found out what I'm keeping behind this seal now. After breakfast, Hinata and I set out again. According to my calculations, we were south of Uzushio, which meant we had to go north along the coast. Jiraiya said that the whirlpool was on one of the coastal islands, so I'll have to look more closely. The village has long been destroyed, but I think I'll definitely find something interesting there. We walked slowly. And not at all because we were carefully watching the horizon, not at all. We were simply in no hurry. And why? The whirlpool won't run away, there are no enemies on the horizon, so is it worth rushing somewhere headlong? We no longer owe anything to anyone. For the rest, we are already dead. The whirlpool appeared on the horizon towards the end of the day. The village was indeed located on a small island, about 300 meters from the shore. Once upon a time, a wide bridge led there, but only ruins remained. So, I walked right on the water, taking Hinata in my arms. I will definitely have to teach her such a trick. Contrary to my expectations, someone lived here after all. A tall old man with long hair came out to meet us. Once upon a time, it was probably red, like any Uzumaki, I don't count, but now it was more reminiscent of Jiraiya's hair in color and shape, with the difference that this old man's hair was not bristling like his godfather's. He also had a beard and mustache, the same gray. The old man was dressed in armor. I had seen such in pictures in a history textbook. The same armor was worn by the Senju brothers, the first and second Hokage. The only difference was the color. This Uzumaki had black armor, with a red spiral symbol on his chest and shoulder pads. There's probably one on his back, too. I've seen the same symbols on Konoha shinobi's vests. Who are you and why have you come to the village hidden in the whirlpool? The old man asked in a solemn tone. Well, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and this is Hinata Hyuga, I replied. The old man commanded respect. I came here seeking knowledge, and she came here after me. Phew, I hope I answered decently. Although the old man didn't seem to fully believe me. Who were your parents, Uzumaki Naruto? So, the question is addressed to me. Hinata was also interested. That's right, she doesn't know. The old man looked at me appraising ly, and his right hand gradually reached for his left side. Damn, there's a katana there. Damn, I'd better answer. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, I said. The old man was clearly surprised. And Hinata, it seemed, was trying to remember who they were. She probably didn't know about her mother, but her father's name would probably come to mind. We learned the names of the Hokage in history lessons at the academy. However, she didn't have time to remember. The old man helped. You are the son of the fourth Hokage and the previous Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? He asked again. I nodded. I knew your parents. It's a shame they passed away so early. But what are you doing here anyway? Did Konoha send you? What? No, I quickly explained how things were. The old man scratched his beard. Hinata stood there a little, stunned by the realization of who my father was. Okay, the old man finished smoothing his beard. My name is Uzumaki Radon. You can stay here as long as you want. Radon-sama, I began, but the old man interrupted me. No suffixes, just Radon. Well, that would be downright impolite. I was indignant, which was completely unlike me. Usually, I didn't care about respect and subordination. But I wanted to be polite with this particular person. After all, we are part of the same family. Or would it be more correct to say, a clan? Oh, it doesn't matter. For me, family or clan are all the same. Although Hinata would probably disagree with me. Well, if you want, you can call me Radon-san, the old man shrugged. Just don't use the sama, okay? I feel irritated when I'm addressed like that. Damn, it seems like we're similar. As it turned out, Radon is a kind of caretaker in these places. He lives not alone, but with his family. And I thought that the maelstrom had died out. It turned out that it had not. As Radon's wife, Minako-san, told me, many shinobi from the clan come here when they become too old. And it's hard to call this place ruins. The houses are quite habitable. In a couple of decades, the old people have put this place in order. Only the bridge has not been repaired, but for the shinobi this stretch of water is not an obstacle. It's a pity, though, that most of them have already died of old age. Radon showed me a cemetery on the outskirts of the village. There were plenty of graves there. The sight touched me, and I swore to myself that if I live to old age, I will definitely come here to live out my days. Besides Radon and Minako, there were two more families living in the village. Two brothers, Katsu and Katsuro, and their wives, Kichi and Kuri. They were all over 70, but you couldn't call them old. All the Uzumaki kept themselves in good shape, and in case of an attack, they were always ready to fight back. Although, who would attack this dead, as many people think, village? But, as it soon turned out, someone still needed it. 4 days after Hinata and I came to the vortex, two guys in black cloaks with red clouds appeared on the horizon. Judging by their appearance, they were already different. We've been getting a lot of guests, Radon chuckled when I pointed out the troubles that were coming. Don't worry, Naruto, we're Uzumaki, and we won't let anyone hurt you. When the two reached the entrance to the village, 5 Uzumaki were already waiting for them in ambush. Radon and I went forward with Hinata. Katsu and Katsuro, who were sitting in ambush, were armed with ninjutsu. Kichi and Minako had prepared a whole mountain of shuriken, and Kuri was ready to cover us with her techniques. I also took out my katana, although I did not know how to use it, and Hinata did not need a weapon. She fought well without it. Who are you and why have you come to the village hidden in the maelstrom? Radon asked as soon as the cloaked shinobi got close enough. Tradition. You can't go against it. Look, but Donna, we're already, being met, one of them grinned, taking off his hat. It was a blue-eyed blonde, not much older than me. His left eye was hidden by his bangs. Get out of the way. All we need is the blonde guy, his short partner muttered in a low voice. He reminded me of a boulder in a cloak. I'm not in the mood for killing anyone. Hey, guys, I stepped forward. I don't have what you need anymore. Ask Itachi. Or that, what's his name? Blue-skinned guy, in short. We're not here for the nine-tailed fox, the blonde chuckled. We're here for you, yes. And what the hell do you want from me? I asked, making a discreet sign with my hand. Our leader would very much like to see you as part of the Akatsuki organization, the short one muttered. Judging by his tone, he doesn't like their leader's idea at all, but he is forced to carry out this order. What if I don't feel like it? I asked. Then we'll take you by force, the hunchback grumbled, but his partner immediately stopped him. Sasori no Donna, you're overdoing it. I don't know, whether you feel it or not, but everyone here is ready for a good fight. And if you remember, the fiasco of Itachi and Kisame, I'm almost certain that we, won't be able to handle the boy. Especially considering the, reinforcements that are currently sitting in ambush, yes. And in addition, Leader Sama asked to, invite him into the organization, and not drag him by force, yes. Don't get carried away, Deidara, Sasori muttered again. I'm the boss in our pair, because you have no brains. And since the leader said to bring him, then we have to bring him. The flag is in your hands, but Donna, Deidara grinned. And I, will refrain from hasty decisions, yes. I made another hand sign. The rest of the Uzumaki appeared from the ambush. This Sasori seemed to realize that the blonde's words were justified. Reluctantly, he took a step back. Smart girl, but Donna, the fair-haired one smiled brightly. Maybe not everyone in this organization is so mean. Naruto-kun, if you ever, want to have some fun or, say, take revenge on some village, then drop by. We live in the land of rain. When you come, ask for Pain, every dog knows him there, and he'll find a place for you, yeah. Thank you for the invitation, I said, dumbfounded. Let's go. No Donna, both shinobi turned around and headed back. Chapter 7. Anbu and the Bridge. Honestly, the appearance of these two and their unexpected goal threw me off track. Well, I didn't expect Akatsuki to show up to recruit me. And that blonde Deidara chose the right words. To take revenge on Konoha. That thought really did flash through my head. Okay, I won't rush into a decision. After all, I had a lot to think about. Are you thinking about their offer, Naruto? Radon asked. I shuddered. Well, yes, I admitted. I've already met some people from this organization. As opponents, they are very strong. If it weren't for a couple of my features, I wouldn't have managed. Features? Radon asked again. Right, I didn't tell you. After I briefly described my ability to control Sen Chakra, the elder Uzumaki shook his head. This is the first time I've heard of something like this, but... Damn, you have a lot of potential. But it's not the first time I've heard it. Well, about potential, I grinned. That's right, Jiraiya fed me this phrase almost every day. Hinata came up to me from behind and hugged me around the waist. I don't want to think about Akatsuki right now. To hell with them. Living in the maelstrom was quite fun. No, I'm serious. The old people sometimes behaved like little children. And I don't blame them at all. It's rare that a shinobi lives to such an age. And when the death you're waiting for never comes, every day is a holiday. Hinata and I's appearance brought a drop of liveliness. It's quite funny. The maelstrom is an unusually amazing place. People come here to die, but it's here that they truly live. The six Uzumaki often did all sorts of stupid things. It was quite funny to watch three gray-haired old men playing tag. True, they played like adults, running along walls, roofs, and generally on everything that one can or cannot run on. But still, tag. To be honest, I was rolling with laughter. The old men behaved like children, and that was the beauty of Whirlpool. Here, it doesn't matter who you were. Here, you are who you want to be. Who knows, maybe people will come back here again. Forgetting such a village is a grave sin. Hinata and I will definitely not forget it. In addition to various stupid things, there were serious matters here. Training, rebuilding of destroyed buildings that still existed in some areas. And recently, the training of the younger generation, that is, me and Hinata, was added to other matters. The old Uzumaki were experienced shinobi. For any hidden village, these people would be a real treasure. Many years of experience coupled with their ability to teach. Simply put, Hinata and I were very lucky. Raiden taught me lightning techniques. Katsu and Katsuro showed me how to handle a katana and wakizashi. Kichi and Minako showed me recipes for poisons and medicines. Based on the school of Shizune and Tsunade, I was good at it. In addition, the women taught me seal techniques. They approved the idea of sealing on your own body to store things, but recommended using a separate seal for this. The technique that my father used was too valuable for this. Raiden advised me to place the stored natural chakra in this seal. The idea was simply brilliant. After some training, I learned to absorb Sen chakra so that it was placed directly into the seal. And I could now use it in immeasurably larger quantities. True, there were side effects. Quite unpleasant, but where without them? Hinata wasn't idle either. Sometimes we trained together. I showed her a couple of techniques that Tsunade and Jiraiya taught me. In response, Hinata tried to teach me her technique. To no avail, though. Without the Byakugan, I couldn't see the circulation system and didn't know where to hit. But Hinata did teach me how to use chakra precisely. And when Katsuro showed us the location of all the pain points, I learned how to knock someone out with one blow. We tried it out when the whole group went on a mission. Everyone needs to eat, and the Uzumaki sometimes went out into the crowd, taking on simple tasks. To chase bandits here, to deliver something there. Raiden also dug up a couple of sets of light armor from the warehouses, similar to what Anbu wear. Just right for Hinata and me. The armor was black and had the characteristic symbols of a whirlpool. And even the protectors were found, although the fabric headbands had to be made new. So now we were dressed all in black, like real ninja. I usually had that same trophy katana hanging on my back, which Katsu and I had sharpened properly. As it turned out, it was made of good chakra-conducting steel, and it became dull because it was not properly cared for. And the brothers also presented me with one of their wakizashi. Katsu and Katsuro taught me the basics of sword fighting, but still, I was not very strong in it, relying more on techniques and manipulations with natural chakra. In short, we spent our time usefully. The Uzumaki trained us well, and Hinata and I were ready for adventure. In total, we spent about a month and a half in the maelstrom. Life there was quite good, but winter was approaching. During this time, all the Uzumaki moved to dry land and went north, to the land of hot springs. The walls of the village were mostly destroyed and did not protect from the harsh winter winds that blew from the sea. Hinata and I decided to go the other way, to the land of waves. There were no shinobi there, which meant they wouldn't look for Hinata there. I heard that the third tried to cover for her, to fake her death, but the Hyuga clan wouldn't calm down. After all, old man Sarutobi died during the recent attack on Konoha. After his death, many things became secret, including the fact that Hinata and I were alive. Hinata was declared a missing nin, and me. I wasn't accused of anything. Danzo frankly didn't give a damn about me, because he had the fox. Damn, I don't know why, but I miss the Kyuubi. I hope that someday I'll snatch it from Danzo and we'll raze this musty village to the ground. 3 days of travel south along the sea coast, and we came to places familiar to me. It was necessary to be more careful. After all, we were still on the border with fire. Our appearance would certainly give us away as shinobi, and so we took off our protectors and threw jackets over the armor. Hinata put on her old clothes, and I took out a slightly worn khaki jacket. I bought it on one of our missions, since my old suit was too bright. I like orange, but, unfortunately, this color is dangerous for shinobi. I now carried things in a seal, which was located on the back of my wrist and resembled a bizarre tattoo. I made it quite recently. The seal of the 8 trigrams now stored huge reserves of senchakra. Now, I would definitely defeat that Kisame. But I understood that fighting them was ignoble and useless, especially considering that invitation. Incidentally, I was thinking about it more and more often. Danzo became the leader of the village, which meant that the quiet life for me and Hinata most likely ended before it had even begun. Now we were walking along the shore, hugging each other. In a couple of months I had grown a little and was now a little taller than my girlfriend. Although, to be fair, it should be noted that Hinata had not frozen in place either. We looked like we were 14 or 15, although in fact we were only 13. More precisely, only me and Hinata had about a month left until our birthday. Look, the bridge is already visible, Hinata suddenly said. Familiar places, I smiled. This was my first serious assignment. That's right, it was the last one. But I was drawn here. Perhaps here I could feel the remnants of the power that awakened in me during the battle with Haku. The power that for some reason I lack. I've been with Kyuubi since birth and, frankly, I've gotten used to it. My thoughts were interrupted by a sixth sense signaling danger. Or was it senchakra? It doesn't matter, the main thing is that several high-level shinobi were approaching here. Hinata, I whispered. For 3 hours. Byakugan. My passion made a seal. 4 shinobi at a distance of about 400 meters. Strong. Most likely, Anbu. Coming in our direction. They don't seem to have the most friendly intentions, I felt it. I don't know how, but I felt their desire to find us and kill us very well. Hinata, let's run to the bridge. And we ran. The Anbu didn't react to this right away. Besides, they clearly didn't expect us to be light. We wanted to cross the bridge as quickly as possible and get lost on the islands of the Land of Waves. And the Anbu wouldn't just cross the border like that. I already realized that they came here for Hinata. And judging by their bloodlust, for my head. It's not clear, though, how they knew where we were, but that's not important. I wasn't a cocky idiot and I understood that even though I had become stronger, I might not be able to handle 4 Anbu fighters. No, I could probably win. But win without losses. You can't leave a fight with a shinobi of that level without a single scratch. And it would definitely not end with just scratches. Here is the bridge. But the Anbu are already hot on our heels. Hinata and I picked up the pace, but our opponents are fast too. I turned around on the move and tripped one of the enemies with an air kick. He stumbled, but didn't fall. But I almost fell. It's dangerous to use senchakra on the move. This is the side effect. The imbalance of my unnatural chakra causes petrification. My body froze for a moment, but Hinata grabbed my hand in time. Damn, I need to learn to use senchakra on the move. Jiraiya knows how, but he has a completely different principle. We had already reached the middle of the bridge when the Anbu finally figured out how to use the technique. A stone wall grew right out of the covering, blocking the way further. A dead end. Yes, it was obvious that a fight couldn't be avoided. Although, the wall didn't seem too thick. I think a rasengan with wind chakra would break through it. True, I still haven't got it right, but now is not the time to whine about it. I crossed my fingers, and 2 clones began working on my right hand. Hinata and 4 more of my copies were distracting the Anbu for now. Damn, these bastards are smart. Their very first technique blew up all my clones, not letting them finish their rasengan. So, there's no way without a fight. Good, take that, bastards. I rushed forward, waving my fists. They were embarrassed. They probably didn't expect a mouse corner to grab a cat by the whiskers. A second of confusion was costly. I hit one of them hard in a pain point, releasing chakra in the process. He passed out. Damn, why did I do that? The enemy realized that we were no pushovers either, and a bunch of different techniques flew at me. They didn't touch Hinata, but they didn't let me get too close either. So, I judged correctly. They don't feel sorry for me. Their target is the heiress of the Hyuga clan. While I was dodging, but escaping from attacks by 3 Anbu fighters with a rich arsenal of earth, fire and water techniques is somewhat problematic. Who of my friends said that? Oh, never mind, there's no time for that. Damn, they're pouring out techniques quickly and in a coordinated manner, not giving me time to stop and make the necessary seals. I can also forget about Sen Chakra. In order for me to be able to normally control such a quantity, I must be absolutely calm and motionless. Hinata jumped right up to me and began to spin, releasing chakra. The signature move of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Thank you, my love. Now I'm under protection, which means I have a chance to calmly use Sen Chakra. So, we collect all the water from their techniques with an effort of will, cover all the bastards at once with a wave and Raiden. Ball lightning. Cool, huh, I came up with this technique when I was experimenting with the chakra element in the rasengan. It's weird, but I can create this rasengan alone. On the other hand, it's not a rasengan at all. It's just a similar principle. I release a little lightning chakra into the air, and then natural chakra comes into play. By increasing the size of the lightning and compressing it into a ball, we get a small clot of pure energy. The coolest thing is that I can just let it go, and it will remagnetize to the one with more iron. And if I have enough Sen chakra, I can control its flight at a distance of 3 to 5 meters from me. True, I'll pour a ton of natural chakra into this nonsense, of course, with my current reserves, but if I get carried away, I'll turn to stone. A bolt of lightning struck straight at the Anbu fighters, who were soaking wet. The apocalypse was such that they had to close their eyes to avoid being blinded. Don't like it, freaks. That's how it is. You won't mess with Uzumaki Naruto. Ouch. I suddenly felt sick when I saw 3 burnt pieces of wood instead of Anbu soldiers. True, in place of the one I knocked out there was a charred corpse, but that didn't make me feel any better. I don't come to my senses right away from such a concentration of senchakra. Usually Hinata covers me at this moment, but now she is tired herself. And 3 Anbu fighters, having dug themselves out from somewhere, went on the attack again. Due to my slow reaction, I simply didn't have time to dodge the earthen spears flying in my direction, which simply pinned me to that very stone wall by my jacket. It's a good thing they didn't pierce me through, but they could have. Hinata was still holding on, throwing the freaks around with her spin, but I knew she didn't have much chakra. She would last at this pace for 5 minutes at most. Damn, she didn't even last 5 minutes. Another technique pinned her next to me. Help came again from where it was least expected. A man in a black and red cloak appeared on the stone wall above my head. Art as an explosion, he shouted, launching a bunch of small white things at the Anbu members. Cats. That blew up. The NBU guys couldn't dodge the series of explosions. Or didn't have time. It's not a fact. The main thing is that they were scattered all over the bridge, and Deidara immediately threw another portion of his white bombs at them. Another series of explosions thundered. The bridge remained relatively intact, but the blast wave simply threw our opponents over the railing, tearing off something from someone. I only managed to notice a fountain of blood from 2 bodies that fell down. Yes, Naruto-kun, you, are a serious opponent, but you lack, experience in fighting special forces, yes, the blonde said, freeing me from the trap. I, in turn, broke off the stakes that nailed Hinata. What are you doing here, Deidara? I asked. Oh, so you, remembered my name, huh? The blonde laughed. I was just, passing by. Sasori no Dan and I have a mission, in Kurigakure. And then you got caught. Well, I decided to, help, yeah. Well, thank you, I suppose, I said. Yes, always, please, Deidara burst out laughing. You drop by, to visit, if anything. After this, the bomber summoned a white bird from somewhere, jumped onto its back and was gone. Deidara's pav. Where have you been? My partner muttered when I got to the meeting place. I, had things to do, but Donna, I laughed. You know I hate waiting. I helped Uzumaki Naruto. What? Sasori was clearly surprised by my statement. Why are you bothering with this brat? Leader Sama gave me some, instructions, I replied. He, still wishes to, see the boy in our ranks. And I, wouldn't mind working with him, side by side, yes. I see, said the puppeteer. You even left the bridge intact for some reason. This construction bears, his name, I explained. Although, the temptation to destroy him was great, yes. Did you like this Uzumaki so much? The hater of my art smirked. He managed to defeat Itachi, which means I already like him, yes, I explained. By the way, I should not forget to ask the guy about this in more detail. Exactly. He managed to do what your art failed to do, Sasori grinned again, and this drove me crazy. No one dares to disgrace my art. Then, as usual, we began a heated argument about this. End of Deidara's Pav. Chapter 8. Hyuga Neji. When Deidara left, I removed the wall with my rasengan, and we ran as fast as we could across the bridge. The Akatsuki guy had pulled us out of a very tight trap. I think I've said more than once that I've been lucky too much lately. I'll say it again, I'm very lucky. Tazuna was surprised to see me on the doorstep, and not just me. But when I told him about the situation we were in, he happily took us in. Along the way, he scolded the Konoha people for not letting the young people live in peace. Hinata and I smiled when we heard that. But I was probably wrong when I said that friendship doesn't exist. It does exist, people just often use this word for too many things, and that's why it seems like they're wrong. I'm probably not explaining it clearly. Oh well, after all, who do I have to justify myself to? Tazuna welcomed us with joy. Inari was absolutely delighted that I showed up. And not alone, but with a girl. And the boy has grown up. Damn, I look at him like an adult at a child. Well, it's not surprising. Shinobi grow up quickly. Here we are with Hinata. We are only 13, but nevertheless, we already sleep in the same bed. Even if we don't do what my godfather scribbles about, it's stupid to be embarrassed about it. Radon said something very smart. I'll quote, "The life of a shinobi is usually short and you can't miss the chance to enjoy moments of peace. Each of us has done a lot to live to this moment, and we will spend the time we've won for our own pleasure." Beautifully said. Personally, I liked his statement. Konoha shinobi were no longer on the horizon, and we were busy spending time on ourselves. An unaffordable luxury for shinobi. Although I don't know if that word can describe us anymore. On the one hand, we have chakra, techniques, we know how to kill, and we carry out other people's tasks. On the other hand, Hinata and I live. Well, I don't even know. Our life is completely different from what they told us at the academy. For the most part, winter in the land of waves is not like in Konoha. It is much warmer here, and there is no snow at all. In the leaf there is also little, but it is still there. And here, winter resembles early Konoha autumn. Still, the land of waves is much further south, and again close to the sea. Although the winds here are cold. To me, as a person working with senchakra, the wind seems especially strong. I wonder where the godfather is now. And Grandma Tsunade and Shizune. The latter has become practically a sister to me. By the way, Radon said that several people from the Uzumaki clan moved to the land of grass and seem to be thriving there. I'll have to look there. But that's later. Life went on as usual. I, having nothing better to do, took on the task of teaching Inari to swing a sword. And I trained myself along the way. I taught Hinata what Tsunade had taught me. Along the way, I practiced the techniques that Radon had taught me. It was a pity that there were no wind elemental specialists among them. Katsu and Katsuro controlled fire, Kichi and Kuri controlled water, and Minako, like her husband, Radon, controlled lightning. Hinata's element, by the way, was water, but she usually did not use these techniques. The clan style was quite enough for her. I don't know what kind of teacher I was, but by mid-January, Inari was already wielding a short blade tolerably well, and Hinata was easily healing minor wounds, of which there were plenty after our sparring. Along the way, I also practiced using medical techniques. Practice is always needed. Half of the winter flew by unnoticed. But by the end of January, trouble began. Konoha became active again. Danzo put pressure on the daimyo of the land of waves, and he was forced to let search parties into the country. They were looking for Hinata, of course. In order not to expose Tazuna, we left his house and went on the run again. According to my plan, we were supposed to show ourselves as far away from the bridge as possible, after which, when all forces were thrown at us, we would quietly pass through the bridge and get lost in the land of tea. The plan failed brilliantly. We showed ourselves, yes. But there was a hitch with leaving. Let's start with the fact that on the bridge we almost ran into a detachment consisting of representatives of the Hyuga clan, rushing to help the Anbu search parties. Danzo, it seems, decided to catch the heiress at any cost. I wonder why they suddenly became so interested in us. After all, they lived quietly and did not bother anyone. In any case, the Byakugan ninja, it seems, did not recognize us. Although some guy, about 14 years old by appearance, was keeping an eye on us, but due to the strong interference created by the huge amount of natural chakra, he probably did not see anything. In this regard, working with me is very profitable for Hinata. Her eyes are trained and see perfectly through the interference created by Sen chakra. But the other Byakugan owners will have a hard time fighting next to me. Byakugan. Perhaps that is why Danzo stirred. This dojutsu must not fall into the hands of the enemy. Don't worry, evil old man. In this case, we have common goals. We passed by Hyuga, it seemed. And then we took off at a good speed. While they were combing the wave country, we would just have time to get lost among the population of the tea country. And then we would move somewhere else. But, as I already said, our plan failed miserably. We had moved a fair distance away from the bridge when we were confronted by fighters from the Hyuga clan, led by that same boy. Neji, Hinata whispered. So this is her brother. Did you really think you could deceive me, Hinata-sama? The brown-haired man chuckled. I don't know how you two create these interferences, but they are not capable of deceiving my Byakugan. Hiyashi-sama did the right thing by sending you with us, Neji. Hyuga stepped forward in a Jonin uniform, apparently the commander. Take them. Do not harm Hinata-sama. You can use her companion as an expendable resource. The fifth Hokage will pay well for his head. Oh, really? Okay. Now I'll show you how to underestimate me. Concentrate. Vacuum asphyxiation. Yeah, you weren't expecting me. Now I have enough senchakra to strangle everyone here. The air was empty of oxygen, and the Hyugas were thrashing around like fish thrown ashore. The senchakra would be gone, but they couldn't do anything to counter us. Ouch. No. They still could. Neji jumped up to me and, with his last bit of strength, punched me in the stomach. I lost my concentration, and the technique, if you can call it that, was interrupted. But I must admit that such a sharp lack of oxygen knocked out 3 people. Unfortunately, I also collapsed. Such a sharp loss of control over senchakra resulted in partial paralysis. It's good that after a couple of minutes of rest everything will pass. But whether they'll let me rest is another question. 5 Hyugas, including Neji, have already come to their senses. Hinata, of course, can hold them off, but not for long. She was already standing next to me in the clan's fighting stance. The first 2 fighters came too close and were thrown back by an air palm. Then all 5 of them started attacking in unison, but Hinata used a spin, throwing the attackers back again. Luckily for us, they didn't seem to have any serious fighting potential, although I must admit, they fought like hell. That Neji guy kept trying to attack me while Hinata fought off the attackers. Luckily, my girlfriend kept throwing her brother aside. My mobility returned to me again, and during the next attack, I slowly fast was not yet possible, made seals and used the technique. Raiden, lightning discharge. Yeah, I got it. 2 Hyugas didn't expect that I had already recovered and got caught in the crossfire. Their hair stood on end and they passed out. I didn't spare my chakra. The others rushed towards me again, but Hinata stopped them with a spin. Both her and my chakras were short, which meant it was time to get away. But how? We need to somehow cover the retreat. Eureka! A smoke bomb with a special composition. Shizune, I'll kiss you for the recipe for this hellish mixture. But where did I put the bomb? Meanwhile, 3 more Hyugas recovered, whom I attacked with Senchakra. Damn, Hinata was having a hard time. Aha, here comes the saber. Hinata, get your eyes off me. I yelled, swinging. She got it right. This saber is only dangerous for an activated dojutsu. She instantly put away the Byakugan, but then received a powerful blow from her cousin. Damn, I slammed the ball into the ground. A bright flash lit up the clearing, and all the Hyugas simultaneously grabbed their eyes. For them, it was like looking at the sun through a telescope. Short-term blindness. Not for long, about 3 minutes, but they will be blind as newborn kittens. I will definitely kiss Shizune, because this is her design. I picked up the unconscious Hinata in my arms and was gone. We ran for a long time. The natural chakra inside me allows me to maintain a decent level of strength. The main thing is to learn how to take it from the seal in precise doses. Senchakra is a double-edged sword. It gives me enormous opportunities, but when there is too much of it, I can no longer cope with it and begin to turn to stone. Erozanin said that on Mount Myoboku he was taught some kind of hermit regime. In other words, the correct management of natural energy. I do all this spontaneously. The reason for all this is the extraction of the fox. It was extracted without removing the seal, which made many channels in my body through which the senchakra enters my organism. To make it clearer, I will give an analogy. To get out of a prison cell, you can saw through the bars. Or you can destroy the walls surrounding these bars. The fox was extracted from me in the second way. In any case, that's what my godfather said. We had already reached the border with the country of T when Hinata came to her senses. Then I finally stopped for a rest. Natural chakra is, of course, a cool thing, but my reaction is already starting to lag, which means it's too much. I took sleeping bags out of the seal. After all, carrying everything in one seal is a bit inconvenient. I need to figure out how to solve this problem. Okay, that's later, but now I need to rest. I examined Hinata and corrected her condition with medical equipment. She volunteered to guard. I didn't mind, I needed to get some sleep. The night passed peacefully. In the morning I replaced Hinata at his post, let him rest. The Hyugas probably didn't see where we rushed, which means that no one will likely find us. Damn, sometimes I'm amazed at how suddenly luck shows me its ass. True, it always turns around later, but that doesn't make it any easier. Neji appeared at the edge of the clearing with a satisfied grin. How did he track us down? Hello, Uzumaki Naruto, he grinned. I must admit, you pulled off that trick with your saber pretty well. Luckily, I realized what your phrase meant in time. What do you want? I prepared for a fight. Oh, nothing at all, he laughed. I just want to take the life of the clan's heiress. To avenge my father, so to speak. The clan's fighters are following me, but I have an hour or two. By the time they get here, Hinata will already be dead. Hinata doesn't need your rotten clan. I barked back. How arrogant guys like him anger me. Find another target. I won't let you touch my Hinata. Neji's eyes widened in surprise. I emphasized the word, my, on purpose. Yes, that's right. Hinata is mine, and I won't give her to anyone. Yours, then. Well, Hyuga shook his head. Her father, Hiashi, thinks differently. He doesn't want to give the Byakugan into the hands of enemies. So you're so concerned about your precious eyes? I was already boiling. If Kyubi were inside me, he would definitely feel it. Touch her and I'll tear them out, you bastard. You couldn't do it when I hit her there, he chuckled. I wish he hadn't said that. Now I was determined to finish the bastard off. My eyes flashed unkindly. I'll kill you, I said quietly, crossing my fingers. 3 clones rushed at Hyuga, and 2 more began to create a wind rasengan. While Neji was fiddling with the clones, a chakra ball was already spinning in my hand. Small blades, like a shuriken, were sticking out of it. Very tiny, but I knew that this thing cuts better than any blade. And I rushed to attack. The clones creating the rasengan grabbed the guy from both sides, making him an ideal target. I almost touched him with my technique, when Kaden. I was thrown back. The rasengan dissipated, and the clones disappeared. Damn it, that's a main branch technique. How does he know it? Neji meanwhile headed towards Hinata. Fuck you. I create an air barrier around her with Sen chakra, and the brown-haired guy hits the invisible barrier with all his might. Now we change the shape of the flows. The air around Hinata starts spinning at an incredible speed. If her brother gets close enough, he'll be cut into pieces. Damn, why can't I learn to think? Neji made the right decisions in a second and lunged at me. I interrupted the technique just in time to get out of his way. I guess I'll have to deal with you first, he hissed. I drew my weapon. It was useless to use techniques, he'd deflect them with a spin. And letting him get close enough would be tantamount to losing. The swords would help me keep him at least at some distance. The katana and wakizashi were covered in whitish wind chakra. At the first opportunity, I'd blow that bastard's head off. It won't help you, Hyuga grinned, rushing to attack. How to say? I dodged his blows and caught him with my blade in response. Neji winced in displeasure. There was a deep cut on his back. He noticed my attack, but didn't have time to dodge it completely. I sighed. I was aiming for the head. I'm going to give you what I deserve. He growled. More action, less talk. I raised my katana. Show me what you can do. Neji charged again. He was faster and more cunning this time. I couldn't reach him, but he seized the moment and simply knocked the blades out of my hands. And then came something I hoped I would never experience. Soft hand style. 64 heavenly touches. It didn't hurt. While Neji was knocking out my tenketsu, I didn't feel any pain. But when he touched me for the 64th time, my whole body flared up. The circulation system was blocked, and I collapsed onto the clearing. Now, I'll do what I came for. It's time for Hinata to die, Neji smirked arrogantly, but then collapsed, writhing in pain. I looked at him in surprise. He was screaming and convulsing. I turned around. Hinata was standing next to us. Her Byakugan was active, and her hands were folded into a seal. Neji could no longer scream, but simply wheezed when she finally stopped torturing him. Tell your father, Ni-san, she said calmly. I don't care about the clan. He wanted to make Hanabi his heir. So let him do it. And don't look for me, I won't come back. I felt the circulation system return to normal. After all, the Sen chakra was able to restore it. I stood up from the ground. I quickly gathered my things, sealed them, and Hinata and I quickly left this place, leaving Neji alone. Hinata's POV. When I woke up, I saw Naruto fighting my brother. And then Ni-san used the main branch technique. My beloved fell to the ground. I stood up, and at that moment, Neji voiced his goal. I don't know what happened to me, but I was furious. Such an unfamiliar feeling. My hands made several seals on their own. Now Neji collapsed to the ground. Watching him suffer was surprisingly pleasant. I kept the seal active until he began to wheeze. Then I decided to spare him. A few more seconds and he would have been dead. Tell your father, Ni-san, I said in a cold, commanding tone, so unlike my usual voice. I don't care about the clan. Let him make Hanabi the heir. He wanted it so much. And don't look for me, I won't come back. My beloved looked at me with surprise. He quickly packed his things, and we immediately left this place. When we had already gone a sufficient distance, I felt what I had done. I almost killed my own cousin. Hinata, are you okay? Naruto asked. I almost killed my own cousin. My voice was again unlike itself, sounding terribly muffled. But you didn't do it. He put his arm around my shoulders and turned me towards him. Don't burden yourself. He wanted to kill you too. Yes, I heard, I nodded with difficulty. Forget about it. Don't blame yourself for anything. Naruto's voice sounded as caring as usual. That's life. Either we get them, or they get us. And I don't intend to let anyone ruin our happiness. I smiled. He's right. This is our life, and no one has the right to ruin it. End of Hinata's POV. Chapter 9. Pseudo Jinchuriki. I still can't believe that idiot Neji knew the techniques of the main branch of the clan. When Hinata showed them to me, she said that such techniques were known to at most 10 people belonging to the main branch of the family. Neji was definitely not one of them. I felt a seal on his forehead. Damn, now I have to figure out how to counter these techniques. Good thing I have someone to train with. That victory over 2 Akatsuki definitely turned my head. Although if you look at the essence, there was no victory as such. If they hadn't been recalled, then I would have been lying there, chopped into cubes, until some animal got to me. The little animal. I forgot about the summoning technique. It would have definitely helped me. But I still haven't signed the contract. Well, we'll think about it later. For now, we need to get as far away from the battle as possible. Neji said that others were following him, which means there will still be a chase. While we were running, I analyzed my fight with Neji in detail. And I found a whole bunch of mistakes in my actions. Yes, if there's one thing I've never done well, it's tactics. I'll have to read a couple of books on the subject. Hinata was still shaking. She had used the main branch seal in a state of affect, and then almost burst into tears from the fact that she had almost killed Neji. And in my opinion, it is not worth crying, but regretting that she had not managed to kill him. Although I know almost nothing about family ties, how can I judge whether she did the right thing or not? Maybe she is right. We were heading northwest. At first we wanted to head to the country of tea, but after thinking about it, I decided that it wasn't worth going there. There was no hidden village in that country either, which meant there were no shinobi. It turned out that T would also succumb to the onslaught of fire and would be forced to lead in search parties. Therefore, Hinata and I decided to head to the country of grass. There we could look for someone from the Uzumaki. And then we could go to Earth, Waterfall, or the same Rain. The offer to join Akatsuki comes to mind more and more often every day. Upon mature reflection, they can be quite useful. True, it seems to me that not everyone will be happy to see me there. That same Kisame probably hasn't forgotten the dried herring. Okay, 7 troubles, 1 answer. The main thing is to get there, and then we'll see. The halt was short. We quickly regained our strength and set off again. I didn't have a very good idea of where we were now, but according to my calculations, the so-called fire temple should soon appear. There, perhaps, we'll be able to rest, and then we'll move on. Look, Hinata pointed to the huge gate ahead. Yes, here it is, the fire temple. This is Hino Terra, the fire temple, I said. Hinata wasn't very good at geography. Hell, she'd never even been outside of Konoha before that mission. It was easier for me. The Arozanin had told me about his travels, and I had at least a rough idea of where everything was. A majestic building, my girlfriend noted. Let's try going inside, I suggested. Maybe we'll be able to take a break. The monks aren't particularly fond of shinobi, but we're not like them. I think. We were almost there when I felt something incredibly familiar. Chakra. Chaotic and very strong. Kyuubi. But where from? A guy in the clothes of the local monks appeared on our way. Judging by the fact that he had long hair, he was a novice. Jiraiya said that monks shave their heads. Kyuubi's chakra was pulsating in him. Is this the new Jinchuriki of Kyuubi? Who are you and what are you doing in the fire temple? The guy asked. Steel claws flashed on his hands. So, it looks like shinobi are really not welcome here. We are peaceful travelers, I tried to make my voice convincing. We came here in the hope of finding a place to rest before a long journey. Don't lie to me. The guy pointed his claws at me. You're a shinobi, and I can feel it. You know, I also sense something in you, so, it seems that a constructive dialogue will not work. But at least I will find out who he is. You are the new Jinchuriki. I don't understand what you're talking about, the boy replied. But shinobi don't belong here. Go away. Not until I know who you are. I started to get angry. The guy brazenly carries chakra that should belong to me. You have the Kyuubi's chakra. I want to know where from. Kyuubi. The guy grinned. And who are you to ask about that? I'm his former Jinchuriki, I was almost growling. Damn, I want that chakra for myself. I need to figure out how to get it. Sora. Stop it. Another monk came out of the temple gates. This one was definitely a monk, bald head. Stop. He had a familiar bandage on his belt. I think I've seen one of the Konoha Jonin like that. Oh, right, Asuma. The 12 guardians of the daimyo. What did you say? The monk asked again. Damn it, I didn't even notice how I started thinking out loud. How do you know this bandage? Well, I met a man who wore the same one. His name was Asuma Sarutobi, I answered, having cooled down a bit. Asuma, so you're from Konoha. Okay, later. Let's not stand at the gate. Come in. Anyway, they let us in. The monk, whose name turned out to be Chiriku, wanted to ask us about the latest events. I had to tell him who we were and what we were doing there. It only dawned on me that he could easily turn us over to the authorities when I was almost finished telling him who I was. Luckily for us, he didn't care that we were fugitives. He was only interested in the fact that I was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Shiraku, in turn, explained that the guy had part of the Nine Tails chakra sealed inside him. Kazuma, Sora's father, managed to collect the remnants of the Kyuubi's chakra after the fox's attack on Konoha, Shiraku said. And then he sealed it in his own son. A familiar story. But why is he telling me all this? Sora often gets violent. Now we come to the point. The monks of the monastery can barely cope with him. The last time he appeared 2 tails of chakra at once, 2 tails. I wish I could. We managed to suppress them, but we can't do it too often. So what do you want from me? I was already tired of looking for hints in his words, so I asked him directly. The answer was not long in coming. You are the former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Oh, how? Even on a formal level. You could advise him on how to suppress this chakra in himself. I'm afraid I can't help here. I scratched the back of my head. The fox was extracted from me before I could learn to handle its power. Is there a way to extract this chakra from Sora? Well, in principle, there is, Shiraku nodded. But it needs to be sealed in someone else right away. And there are no sealing masters among the monks. And who in their right mind would agree to be a container for such a terrible chakra? I agree. Shiraku looked at me in surprise, so I had to explain. This chakra has been in me practically since birth. I got used to it and I would like to return it to myself, at least in small quantities. And the seal in which it can be hidden has been preserved. That's reasonable, Shiraku agreed. But, how will Sora himself feel about this? You should ask him yourself, I grinned. You know the guy better than me, which means he'll understand you faster. And in case he gets angry, here. I took a piece of paper out of my jacket and quickly drew a few symbols on it with nature chakra. It turned out to be a pretty decent suppression seal. The other Uzumaki taught me that. Just apply the seal to the shroud as soon as it starts to appear, I said. The slight slowness of the actions was unpleasant, but what can you do? No one has cancelled the aftereffects of the Senchakra. Don't delay with the conversation, the seal is short-lived. I understand. Shiraku took the paper and immediately headed for the exit. Before leaving, he turned to us. Wait here, I'll be back soon. I didn't have to wait long. Soon the temple shook from a loud roar. Yeah, I knew it, no one ever told the guy anything either. I hope the suppression seal worked. Yeah, here's Shiraku, dragging Sora on himself. So it worked. He really was very angry, the monk said, somewhat guiltily. This seal helped. Can't you make a few more of these? I told you, such seals are short-lived, I sighed tiredly. They are created with the help of natural chakra, and it tends to dissipate over time. An hour will pass, and the cover will not be removed with just one piece of paper. It makes sense, Shiraku admitted. Since there is no other way out, I am ready to take the risk of transferring. It would be better for you to have this chakra than for Sora to have it. Wait, won't that kill him? On top of my desire to get Fox's chakra, elementary humanity suddenly emerged. It won't kill him, the monk replied. There isn't much of the Fox's chakra in him. But enough for the two-tailed veil, I objected. Okay, get ready. For now I need to release the seal. After about half an hour, I emptied the seal of the accumulated natural chakra. That's it, now I don't have to worry about losing concentration. Before, I had to constantly hold the seal back so that the Sen chakra wouldn't spill out. Now it's gone. I can only hope that I can handle the Fox's chakra. Damn, what if not? What if it suppresses my mind, like on the bridge? It will be bad. No, I can handle it. But I prepared the suppression seal just in case and gave it to Hinata, after giving her some instructions. The monks were already waiting for us in some basement. The floor was covered with symbols. I recognized them, the Uzumaki had shown me similar ones. A transfer ritual. The same one was used to drag the fox from Uzumaki Mido to my mother. I braced myself. Shiraku's words rang out, signaling the beginning of the ritual, and I passed out. A huge cage with a seal instead of a lock. I've seen this somewhere before. Oh yeah, on the mission to the land of waves. Only then were 2 huge blood-red eyes visible behind it. And now a small 9-tailed fox cub was visible. Interesting. Even far from its owner, chakra has the ability to take on a certain shape. Who are you? The fox cub squeaked menacingly. I almost rolled with laughter. The character of the real 9-tailed fox was clearly preserved. Where is the old body? Where did this cage come from? Kyuubi, I asked, trying not to laugh. Only a part. The fox roared, although it would be more correct to squeak. But even this part will be enough to subjugate your body to me. Do you think so? I asked doubtfully. The real Kyuubi couldn't subdue me, I don't think you can either. Real. The miniature nine-tailed fox stared at me in surprise. Damn, I hope I don't burst out laughing. He's so cute, but at the same time he's looking at me so menacingly. I was the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, I explained. And then it was taken out of me. And then. Anyway, I just told Mini Kyuubi everything that happened to me. It seems that a small part of the chakra may retain the character and form of the real Nine Tails, but its knowledge and memories are not transferred to it. When I finished the story, Mini Kyuubi scratched the back of his head with his paw thoughtfully. Damn, he does it just like me. Interesting, said the little fox. If you really were my Jinchuriki. Wait a minute. After these words, Mini Kyuubi sank into the darkness of the cage. I still had time to look around. Damn, some kind of sewer. Is this crap going on in my head? I wonder what if I want to remove the water. Oops, it worked. Well, now instead of dark corridors there are light ones. Brr. No, it reminds me of those bunkers. What if there is an open space? For example, a forest. Yes, that's right, a forest. Wow, cool. Only in place of the Kyuubi cage there are still walls and bars. And if we make, well, for example, an aviary. Oh, great, here I am. A mini Kyuubi appeared in front of the bars, which still remained in place. Considerably grown in size. And his skin became lighter, or something. What happened? The fox looked around his new cage in confusion. I tried to change the environment, I said. It worked out pretty well, I think. Yeah, nodded the fox. But then his face changed. Or his muzzle, I don't know which is correct. But even if I'm just a part of the whole, you won't keep me here. I'll break out anyway. Q, what's wrong? I looked at the raging fox in surprise. Hey, calm down. I don't mind letting you out, but let's not do it here, okay? We need to find your owner first. Come on, I'm kidding, the fox burst out laughing. Now the laughter was a little sinister. Hey, were you telling the truth? Well, about the owner. And about what you'll release. Actually, yes, the real Kyuubi and I have one common goal, I grinned evilly. To raise one village to the ground. Well, then, let's be allies. The fox extended his paw to me through the bars. In response, I demonstratively walked past the bars, entering the cage. And only then did I shake the extended paw. It's not customary to cross the threshold, I chuckled. That's right, the fox also grinned contentedly. Q. I suddenly remembered his new size. What? Why did you suddenly become bigger? There were still bits of my chakra all over the cage, Fox explained. And some other kind. But I absorbed it all. It was natural chakra, I said. Or rather, as you correctly noted, its remnants. Okay, it's time for you to wake up, Kyuubi chuckled, and I was pushed out of this place. The first thing I saw when I woke up was Hinata. She was peacefully dozing, sitting on a chair next to my bed. I wonder how long I had been unconscious. At that moment, Hinata shuddered and woke up. Good morning, I smiled. How did it go? More like good evening, Hina smiled back. You did well. The fox's chakra was transferred into you completely. At first, a shroud with 2 tails appeared around you. Then suddenly there were 4. I was about to use your seal, but the shroud began to fade. What happened to you? I met this part of the fox's chakra. Can you imagine? It can retain its shape even when far from its owner, I began to tell. Hinata listened to me attentively and 10 minutes later she knew everything I knew. I don't think there's any point in staying here any longer, I said when I finished my story. How are you? Have you rested? Yes, she nodded. I'm ready. Well then, let's go. We left the temple and headed towards the border of the grass country again. My mind was spinning with thoughts about the fox. I wonder if it would be possible to release him outside so that he could fight with us. Or would it be better to use summoned animals for this purpose? By the way, I should try to perform this technique. Jiraiya said that I could be transported to the world of those with whom I would be able to work best. At the halt, I warned Hinata and tried to fulfill the summoning. I bit my finger. So, what seals are there? Boar, dog, tiger, monkey, goat. Summoning technique. I hit the ground with my bloody hand, and I was pulled somewhere. A spatial funnel. I wonder who I'll be thrown into. Hawks, snakes, monkeys, or maybe toads. When I was thrown out of the spatial technique, the first thing I saw was the 9-tailed statue. Foxes. Well, I could have guessed. Neji's pav. I must admit, I expected my uncle to be furious. Of course, 8 clan fighters had failed to detain my worthless cousin and some ragamuffin. But to my surprise, he only shook his head thoughtfully when I told him about the actions of Hinata and that guy. There was some strange expression on his face. Satisfied, I would say. Like that blonde guy when he got up after my blows. Uzumaki Naruto. Isn't this the guy who was declared dead? Who cares, the main thing is that he managed to detain me. Afterwards, I analyzed our fight. He made a lot of mistakes, but if not for that, he probably would have defeated me. He somehow manages to control the air. You can't call it a technique, he didn't waste any chakra at all. He has great potential, and I'm lucky that he turned out to be so stupid. But Hinata surprised me. She had never been so determined. In a fight with clan fighters, she fought with cold fury. And when she used the seal, her voice sounded more commanding than ever. Hiyashi listened to me attentively, and then took out an envelope from his desk and handed it to me. Thank you for everything you told me, Neji. Here, take it. I was supposed to give it to you after the exam, but that's how things turned out. What is this? It's signed in my father's hand. I left the office and unpacked the envelope. End of Neji's POV. Chapter 10. Contracts and Training. I looked around. I was standing on some kind of square. Well, that is, it was a clearing, just too big. In the center stood a life-size statue of Kyuubi. In other words, huge. It was unclear what it was made of. It seemed to be stone, but at the same time it was orange and glittered in the sun. Its ruby eyes glowed. The clearing was surrounded on one side by a forest, and on the other side by rocks. With waterfalls. Honestly, it was very beautiful. Aha, here are the locals. As I already understood, they were foxes. A whole crowd came out to greet me. Red, black, brown, even silver ones. They all seemed to have one tail. Although, on the other hand, why would there be so many of them? Who are you? A fox with fiery red fur stepped forward. Quite large, about 5 of me tall. On the other hand, Kyuubi is definitely larger. Damn, what's there to say? My name is Naruto. I came here using a summoning technique without signing a contract. Is there really another person who would like to make a contract with us? The fox was surprised. The scroll has been gathering dust in the vault for almost 400 years. Since the time of Uzumaki Montaro, not a single signature has appeared. Uzumaki Montaro? I asked again. My clan, it seems, has made its mark here too. He is the third person to make a contract with our tribe, the redhead explained. The first were Uzumaki Keitaro and Uzumaki Mai, his parents. Oops, only the Uzumaki clan made contracts with foxes. Great. You have power, said the fox. You have the power of our god. God? I asked again. Kyuubi, or what? Part of his chakra is sealed in me. Once he was sealed entirely, but they didn't let me finish. The foxes started a terrible fuss. A joyful one, I would say. We have been honored by the presence of the Kyuubi-sama himself. Shouts were heard every now and then. What a turn of events. We will consider it an honor to serve the one who carries a part of our god within himself. The fiery red-haired man bowed to me. I am Fudo, the head of the fox tribe. Well, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Another Uzumaki, the foxes whispered. Damn, I feel out of place. I won't describe the procession that was held in my honor, as well as the process of signing the contract. Although, what is there to describe? I bit my finger, wrote my name and composed the summoning technique. I managed to summon Fudo. Damn, where did I suddenly get so much chakra? Oh yeah, Kyuubi. Anyway, according to tradition, the head of the foxes should now be my teacher and partner. Cool, of course, but I only have Hinata left there. What do you think, Fudo-san? Maybe my girlfriend should make a contract with you. I asked. I hope Hinata doesn't have anything against foxes. It will be an honor for us, Naruto-sama, the head of the fox tribe bowed. Why do they have to put in this idiotic suffix? I can't stand it. Fudo-san, may I ask you not to use the suffix when talking to me? Only if you stop using it too, Naruto-sama, the fox winked at me. And that's all. Easy. Okay, Fudo, I need to get back somehow to talk to my girlfriend about the contract. How can I do that? Nothing could be simpler. Fudo rose up on his hind legs and began to explain to me how to get back. A couple of minutes later I was already making seals. Hinata, where are you? I knew that yelling at the whole forest wasn't the best idea, but what else could I do? Hinata was missing, and the camp was still intact. Damn, I spent about an hour with the foxes. What a stupid procession. A lot could have happened in an hour. Okay, Uzumaki, let's think logically. The camp was intact, which means Hinata didn't go far. Maybe to the stream, and then she was kidnapped there. I ran towards the murmur of water, but the shore was clear. So Hinata either didn't resist, or didn't have time to do so. Damn, there weren't even any traces left here. My thoughts were interrupted by a loud bang coming from the camp. I immediately rushed to our camp and found Hinata safe and sound there. Safe. Damn, there was something red on her cheek, blood I think. Hinata, where have you been? Where did this blood come from? I tried to wipe it off, but Hinata gently stopped me. Naruto, it's not blood. It's a kind of tattoo, she began to explain. I got bored, and I decided to try to repeat the technique that you performed. When I folded the seals, I was transferred to another place, where I met the Wolverine clan. In general, I signed a contract with them. And this mark on my cheek is a kind of symbol that I am now one of them. Wolverines. I was surprised. Well, yes, I think they're the perfect option for me, Hinata said happily. They're masters of hand-to-hand combat, and they promised to teach me thousands of different styles. And who did you sign a contract with? With foxes, I answered. Can you imagine? They worship Kyuubi as a god. And since I have a part of him in me, I am almost a messenger of God for them. Cool, smiled Hinata. I haven't seen her this happy in a long time. By the way, Ryota-san, the head of the Wolverine clan, said that time in our world and in theirs goes differently. A day for us is equal to 2 weeks for them. So we can learn a lot in a short time. I asked. Yes, Hinata nodded. Without thinking twice, we set up camp. Then we discussed a schedule of meetings. Once every 2 weeks, we would appear in our world and spend time together, moving to another place along the way. Having agreed that this was the best option, we made seals and simultaneously disappeared into the haze. Where do we start training? Fudo asked me. Well, I guess I should tell you what you can teach me, I suggested. Foxes are considered masters of blacksmithing, the fox began without hesitation. In addition, we can teach mastery of any weapon, from a kunai to a naginata. And of course, our tribe is master of fire techniques. I'm afraid fire is not my element, I shook my head. There is no need to worry, the fiery red-haired man reassured me. The contract with us in the presence of Kyuubi-sama's chakra will help. Besides, if you learn to master senchakra, any element will be within your power. I can do that, I rejoiced. I've already tried to control air with the help of senchakra and I did quite well. So much the better, the fox nodded. That means basic training can be crossed off the possible list. In addition to what I mentioned, our library is at your disposal. Damn, I didn't think your tribe lived so luxuriously, I chuckled. Status obliges, the fox grinned in response. So where do we start? I think it would be good to learn sword fighting, I answered after thinking. Then, based on my style, I will forge my personal weapon. Then senchakra and fire techniques. And while I study, my clones will comprehend the knowledge from the library. A sensible plan, the fox leader approved. Let's start right now. It turned out that foxes can take human form. Partially. And I was wondering how they would teach me how to wield a blade. Now Fudo stood before me in my own form. The difference was in his eyes with vertical pupils, fox ears and tail. Oh, and his hair was fiery red. Otherwise, he was an exact copy of myself. Let's start, the fox commanded. First, I had to show that I already knew how. I pulled out my katana and rushed to attack. Damn, how does he manage to so lazily dodge every blow of mine? Damn, I need to pick up the pace. Although it doesn't help much. He didn't even pull the blade out of its sheath. I got angry. The Kyuubi inside me responded immediately. Well, what's outside? Can we get out yet? Wait, Q, I'm trying to hook a fidgety fox here, I said through my teeth. Well, then let me out, and we'll. Stop. Did you say, fox? This is training, Q, I'll explain later. I switched to the fight. Fudo continued to lazily dodge the attacks. Damn, I was just waving my sword. I needed to do what Katsu and Katsuro taught me. Draw the second blade, take a stance, move calmly, don't just strike, but try to touch the enemy with each strike. Yeah, that's progress. Fudo pulled out a kunai. Damn, I think I'm getting mad again. A strike, and the katana is gently deflected to the side by the kunai. Another strike, but Fudo simply dodges. Now let's try that sneak attack. A swing of the katana, and a sharp lunge of the wakizashi. Yeah, the kunai flies to the side. And Fudo finally draws his blade. A beautiful katana. Ah, damn, no time to admire, I need to attack. A swing, and my katana collides with his sword. Oops, Fudo seemed to have had enough, and he went on the attack. Okay, I was taught to defend myself too. But I haven't learned to fight such a nimble opponent. Don't relax, Uzumaki, you never know what kind of masters you'll run into on your way, you need to be prepared for anything. Well, for example, for being left without a weapon. Basic movements are at a good level, Fudo expressed his verdict, while I examined my katana cut in half. But still far from the fox style. But don't worry, by the end of training, no one will compare to you. I hope so, I muttered, picking up the pieces of the katana. Can it be repaired? Why? The fox was surprised. We will use models during training, and then you will make yourself a katana better than the previous one. Why did they fight with real weapons now? I asked. I needed to evaluate your skills, Fudo explained. During such evaluation fights, we will fight seriously. And during training, we will use models. If we break one, it will not be a great loss. Although, I hope that your weapons were made of stronger material. Chakra conducting steel, I shrugged. I think so. That's what my teacher said. Not very good quality, the fox winced. Or very worn out. Otherwise, I would not have cut it so easily. Okay, rest. Now I will bring the training weapon, and we will begin training. Training. That was all I did in the fox world. Once every couple of weeks I would leave it and spend the day with Hinata, showing off what we had learned to each other. My girlfriend was also keeping up with her training, and in some places she was even ahead of me. At this pace, 2 months passed by the standards of our world and more than 2 years by the standards of parallel worlds. I learned a lot from the foxes. I mastered the fox fighting style to perfection. I made a pair of excellent katanas for myself. I learned to perfectly control senchakra. I learned to work with fire techniques. And I also learned to use the Kyuubi chakra to the maximum. When I got going, I got a fiery red cover of chakra with 5 tails, as a result of which regeneration, strength, reaction and endurance increased significantly. My mini Kyuubi was quite friendly towards me. Although, it seems to me, it would be very difficult to get along with the owner of this chakra. Hinata didn't lag behind me either. The Wolverines taught her a whole bunch of different fighting styles. Her speed increased by an order of magnitude. There were now weights hidden under her clothes, and when she took them off, even I couldn't keep up with her. And when she switched to using senchakra, let's just say she could get from the land of wind to the land of lightning in just a couple of hours. I'm probably exaggerating, but that was a huge speed. For a while, I even regretted being thrown out to the foxes. Although, my skills also amazed Hinata. And she was terribly jealous that I learned to work with metals. As a small gift, I made Hinata a pair of 3-bladed katars, similar to the one Sora had. With her fighting skills, this weapon was ideal. After our training ended, we traveled around different countries for a while. Hinata and I lived for each other, and almost no one interfered with our idol. A year passed in our travels. Pav Jiraiya. I came to this bar on the outskirts of Tanzaku by chance. I was hoping to find information about Orochimaru or Akatsuki. The recent attack and death of the young Kazekage was a heavy blow to the sand from their side. True, one of them, a certain Akasuna no Sasori, was still destroyed by a joint squad of our shinobi and Suna shinobi. However, the rest of the organization was still combat ready, which meant that sooner or later they would come to Konoha for the 9 tails. When I looked inside, there was practically no one there. Just 4 guys with gangster-like appearances, and a young couple cooing in the corner. A blonde guy wearing a khaki jacket and pants, and a brunette in a brown-reddish top and dark pants. I didn't look at them in more detail, but it seemed to me that I had seen them somewhere before. I sat down at the counter and ordered sake from the bartender. Meanwhile, the 4 of these gangster faces apparently got tired of just sitting around doing nothing and started hitting on the girl. Of course, they argued with the blonde and suggested going outside to sort things out. The bartender grinned. Another drunk. I hope the guy won't beat them up too much. I don't feel like picking up my knocked out teeth again. Do you know him? I asked the bartender. Outside, I heard raised voices, followed by the sounds of a fight. You mean the blonde guy and his girlfriend? They've been coming here for 5 days already. They pay well and always settle down at the corner table. They're regularly pestered by local drunks, but the couple always beats up those who try to disturb their idol. What are their names, do you know? I asked. Well, I didn't ask their names, the bartender said thoughtfully. But the girl calls the guy, Naru, and he calls her, Henna, in response. Naru and Henna, I said thoughtfully. Judging by the sounds, the action outside had stopped. Naru and Henna, Naruto and Hinata. It's possible, the bartender shrugged, but I wasn't listening to him anymore. Quickly jumping outside, I saw only 4 beaten drunks. End of Jiraiya's Pav. Note. Naruto and Hinata's appearance is taken from this picture. Chapter 11. Old Acquaintances. Hinata and I had been visiting this bar for 5 days in a row. Why? Well, first of all, they served ramen no worse than Ichiraku, and Hinata found her favorite cinnamon buns on the menu. And secondly, you could always run into trouble there. I don't even know what attracted me more, delicious ramen or a good fight. Most likely the latter. And Hinata also loved to have fun. Training with the Wolverines left its mark on her. She was still gentle with me, and blushed shyly when I whispered sweet nothings in her ear. But if someone casts an unflattering glance at me or her, I will personally stab that fool out of mercy. Yes, I misspoke. Because if he falls into Heina's hands, let's just say she now really likes to play with a mouse before eating it. And today we did not escape trouble. Although no, that's not true. Trouble did not escape those 4 who so thoughtlessly approached us. Hey, baby, one of them began. Dump your blondie and come over here. We'll have some fun. Judging by Heina's anticipatory look, she really is not against having some fun. Just not in the way these guys expect. So I tried to resolve the conflict peacefully. But this was more for the sake of form, my hands were itching just as much as my darlings. Guys, go into the forest, I said. This girl is busy. And you weren't asked, idiot. The second one blurted out in a drunken voice. Yeah, guys. And I wanted the best. But this drunk decided his own fate. Not only did he come to us in such a state, but he also insulted me. I don't care, but Kina will tear him apart for this. Let's go outside, she suggested, running her gaze over the guys. We have something to talk about. Let's go, beauty, the remaining 2 grinned. Hina and I rose from the table at the same time. Here is the second part of today's banquet. We were facing 4 thugs. Hina had fired up these idiots with a few sharp words, and they were clearly not going to hold back. 2 of them armed themselves with brass knuckles, and 2 more pulled out short blades. Yeah, and the swords were crap. The handles were loose, and the blades were stained with rust and nicks. I didn't even bother to take my katanas out of their sheaths. Why would I? They'd had enough of, well, for example, Senbon. I clamped the needle in my teeth, and Hinata was going to fight with her fists. I don't envy the guys, oh, I don't envy them. These idiots had enough brains to shout a couple of barbs in response. It was in vain that you made Hina angry. The girl headed towards the guys with brass knuckles, and 2 idiots with swords rushed at me, coming from different sides. Oh, guys, if only you knew how far you are from Fudo's speed. I simply slightly leaned to the side, and their blades, whistling in the air, collided with each other. They were taken aback, but then, rushed to the attack, again. This time their swords crossed with my Senbon when I bent back, letting the attack above me pass. Then I straightened up sharply, pushing the swords away with the needle, and hit the idiots hard in the solar plexus. Both swordsmen bent over, and I added a couple of blows from above, right on the dome. The guys collapsed, almost running into their own swords. I lazily stretched and began to wait for these 2 to get up. They got up surprisingly quickly. Well, in about 30 seconds. And then they rushed at me again. Damn, they never learn. They were trying to attack me for the 3rd time with the same move. I simply spat the needle with all my might when their swords were as close to each other as possible. Senbon knocked one katana off course and ricocheted it into the other. The blades crossed again, this time thoroughly. And I quickly moved behind the pair and hit them with their heads. Yes, the sound was muffled. That's right, there was only emptiness in their heads. Both idiots just fell to the ground unconscious. I turned around. Hinata was demonstratively sitting on one of the defeated enemies, her legs folded on the body of the other. Judging by their unnatural poses, the girl did not stand on ceremony, but simply went through a series of blows to the pain points. And this is very unpleasant, take my word for it. Okay, there's nothing more to do here. Let's go. I extended my hand to Hina. She rose from her opponent and hugged me around the waist. Yesterday was more interesting, she purred. Of course it was. Yesterday there were 4 shinobi, even if they were drunk. And today it's just a trifle. Will we come here tomorrow? Of course, I smiled. Whatever she asks, I am always ready to follow my Hinata's lead. The next night, there were more people in the bar, which meant a higher chance of running into idiots. Although, we were all for it. Our place was taken. Hina and I exchanged glances, someone was definitely going to get it. But when I came up close, I recognized the man who sat in our corner. Actually, he recognized me too. Hello, Naruto, yes. Jiraiya, in person. Do you know each other? Hinata's fighting spirit dropped a little when she saw the smile on the Sanin's face and on my face. My dear, let me introduce you to my godfather, the legendary toad hermit, Jiraiya, I said and turned to the Sanin. Godfather, let me introduce you to my battle friend, the Sanin of the Wolverine clan, Uzumaki Hinata. Uzumaki? Jiraiya asked in surprise when we sat down. So I signed the contract scroll, Hina smiled. What's the problem? The problem, the Sanin thought. Well, or pretended to. You can never tell from his face when he's joking and when he's serious, in both cases his face is stupid. The problem is that the Hyuga clan is still looking for you. And Hiyashi doesn't seem to be going to back down. I told you, I won't go back to the clan, Hinata shook her head. And even more so, I won't go back to Konoha. Did you incite her? The godfather turned to me. I didn't push her, I chuckled. Meanwhile, the waiter had reached our table. As usual, gentlemen, he asked. Yes. 3 ramen, 1 zenzai, and a cinnamon bun, I said. The waiter turned to Jiraiya. Sake. 3 bottles, the godfather ordered. As always, basically. The waiter bowed and went to fulfill the order. What are you doing here? I asked him. I don't believe you were just passing by, happened to look into this bar, and just as accidentally sat down at our table. I was here yesterday, Jiraiya chuckled in response. We almost collided. I see, I scratched the back of my head. So you've already managed to ask the local bartender about me. Something like that, the Sanin shrugged. At that moment, our order arrived. Without further ado, I pounced on the ramen, Hinata occupied herself with her soup, and Jiraiya uncorked the sake. So, what have you been doing for almost a year and a half? The godfather asked curiously. We were traveling, I answered, finishing my noodles. And have you visited many countries? The Sanin grinned. In many, Hinata answered evasively. By the way, I am very interested in your title, highly respected Hinata, Jiraiya said with a hint of a grin. He had already managed to drain 1 bottle and was now starting on the second. Hinata was trained by the Wolverine clan, I replied, finishing my first serving of noodles. What's so hard to understand? She's a Sanin, just like you. And just like me, of course. So you did sign the contract, stated the Sanin. And with whom? Foxes, I answered shortly, before pouncing on a new portion. Original, Jiraiya shook his head. I've never heard of anyone who could summon foxes to help them. Naruto is the 4th person to sign a contract with them, Hinata said, holding a bun in her hand. Before him, the people who signed a contract with the foxes were Uzumaki Keitaro, his wife Uzumaki Mai, and their son Uzumaki Montaro. In short, nothing but Uzumaki. The godfather grinned and took another swig from the bottle. Hinata winced. She, like me, couldn't stand drunks. I should take her away before the godfather got drunk. A fight with small drunks is one thing, but a fight between 2 Sanin is something completely different. And I'm afraid the bar won't survive it. How are you doing? I asked. Ah, everything is bad, Jiraiya waved his hand, taking the last bottle of sake. You probably heard about the kidnapping of the cage. Akatsuki is stirring again. Really? I was interested. Nothing had been heard from Akatsuki for quite some time, but I still remembered the offer made to me. Yeah, nodded the godfather. It seemed the alcohol was getting the better of him, tragic notes began to appear in his voice. Such a good guy, he was. May his soul rest in peace. Strange, I remembered all the rumors about Sabaku no Gara. In my opinion, he was an unbalanced psycho. Who was able to change him? He was a maniac until he met that guy, the Sanin sobbed. His name is Shin. He kept remembering you and telling Gara about it. Shin, I wonder what kind of guy he is. And then he became really good. When Sasuke ran away, without finishing, the Sanin collapsed on the table and began to snore. Hinata snorted indignantly, and I rejoiced inwardly. There won't be a fight. Although, guys, look, one of the drunks, the most gangster-like in appearance, laughed. Here comes the prey. Hinata and I looked at each other and stood up silently, rolling up our sleeves. It was a real fight. Hina and I grabbed Jiraiya and tried to leave, but a couple of thugs decided that we had decided to lay our hands on his wallet. It's weird, the Sanin probably hadn't had a drink in a long time. Or how to explain the fact that he passed out after only 3 bottles. He used to drink 10 and could always get to his hotel room. Okay, I digress. Anyway, about 10 idiots chased us. In the end, we beat everyone's faces up, and then finally carried the Sanin to the hotel. Fortunately, he had a key. It turned out that he checked into the same hotel as us, almost next door. Hina and I occupied room 217, and the Sanin lived in 215. After we dumped the dead drunk godfather, we headed to our room. I had a lot to think about. Akatsuki was on the move, which meant they would soon be storming Konoha. I wouldn't say I was so sure that I would like their goals. I only wanted to get the Kyuubi back. Konoha didn't even need to be touched. My main goal was Danzo and the entire route. I wanted to destroy this organization completely and utterly. Slightly lower priority targets were the elders Homura and Kaharu. It was these old bastards who had classified all the information concerning my parents. I wanted to cripple them, if not kill them. If I thought about it, I had no more complaints about Konoha. I wonder why and where Sasuke went. I remember he always wanted to take revenge on Itachi. Did he decide to leave Konoha for this purpose? It's quite possible that we will butt heads if I join the organization. I was neutral towards Akatsuki. Itachi and Kisame would probably want to remind me of my past defeat. I would be glad to see Deidara. Sasori. Well, I don't know. I didn't have close contact with him, but he made an unfavorable impression on me. And I didn't know anyone else from the organization. To be honest, I only needed them to get the Kyuubi. And then we'll see. I could only hope that the invitation was still open. Almost at the border with Rain, Hinata and I came across a very interesting squad of shinobi. Neji, Shino, Kiba with Akamaru, Sakura and 2 guys unknown to me. Along with them are 2 Jonin mentors, Kakashi and Kurenai. I wonder what they are doing here. Hinata, to be honest, did not expect to see them here either. What are we going to do? She asked in a whisper. Maybe we should go out and say hello. I suggested. Your friends and brother will probably want to see you. I don't have friends, Hinata was quietly indignant. I had teammates. And not for long. But I don't regret it, it's much better with you. And I don't want to see my brother. Then we'll have to go around them, I noted. Let's go. We turned north. But the Konoha guys seemed to have noticed us. True, I forgot that the 8th team is mostly scouts. Damn, it looks like they're catching up, my girlfriend stated regretfully. Maybe they'll just break through. Do you want to fight them that much? I asked. When Hinata nodded, I chuckled. Okay, go ahead. We turned sharply to the west. Now they were bound to run into us sooner or later. According to my calculations, the Rain border should be close. Aha, that's right, we didn't have time to reach it. The Konoha guys flew out to intercept us. Kakashi's POV. After Sasuke left, Sai was added to Team 7, the same guy Shin, who replaced Naruto, called brother. The newcomer quickly became friends with Sakura, and he and Shin already had a brotherly relationship. Thus, the team did not lose any of its strength. Neji Hyuga was reassigned to Team Kurenai. Tenten had retired after being badly injured in a recent battle with Akatsuki, and Rock Lee and Might Guy were able to work together. Neji became the eyes of Team 8, just like Hinata once was. Our teams were sent to the border with Dojed. According to the 5th Hokage's agents, the organization's base was located in this country, which meant that we had a great responsibility. We were not to allow the border to be violated. The mission promised to be difficult and dangerous. The first 3 or 4 days were fairly quiet. Then Sai and Shino reported 2 possible intruders trying to get around us to the north. We gave chase and soon caught up with them. There were 2 intruders. The first was a blonde man with tousled hair, wearing a khaki jacket and pants, with 2 katanas on his back and a short wakizashi on his belt. His face was hidden by a scarf, tied in the same way as the shinobi from Suna do to hide their face from the sandstorm. Only his piercing blue eyes were exposed. The second was a long-haired brunette, wearing a red-brown torn top and black pants. She wore red goggles over her eyes. There was a red mark on her right cheek. She had 2 3-bladed katar on her belt, but she didn't seem to be planning on using them. They didn't have protectors, but I could have sworn I'd seen these 2 before. But my memory couldn't tell me where exactly. We finally caught up. The blonde chuckled dully. What do you say? Are we going to talk? Nope. The girl shook her head. They both immediately rushed into battle, not giving us time to come to our senses. I must admit, I was amazed. The girl moved with the speed of Might Guy without weights. And the guy deftly wielded 2 katanas. My team focused on him, while Kurenai and her guys tried to hook the brunette. However, they easily dodged the blows. With a downright animal grace. I didn't watch the girl and focused on the guy. Sakura and I stood aside. We would only get in the way. Sai and Shin tried to hit the blonde with their blades, but he deftly parried all the blows. In the end, the guys got angry and went on the offensive in earnest. And then the blonde quickly connected 2 katanas into one. Now he had a full-fledged glaive in his right hand, and in his left he was already holding a wakizashi. Thus, he continued to deftly fend off the attacks of 2 shinobi at once. And then Shin, in a wild jump, finally managed to reach his bandage with the tip of his blade. The scarf slid off, and I saw the painfully familiar 6 marks on his cheeks. End of Kakashi's POV. Note. Zenzai. Red Bean Soup. Chapter 12. Welcome to Akatsuki. Damn, this guy is a pretty good swordsman. And I overestimated myself. I'm used to fighting weaker people. The scarf covering my face flew off, causing Sakura, Kakashi and the gray-haired guy to freeze in bewilderment. But the brunette tried to set snakes on me, apparently made of ink. Sorry, buddy, but that won't work on me. A swing of the double sword, and the snakes turned into a puddle of ink again. A crunch was heard from the side. Yeah, that was Hinata slamming her brother into a tree. Poor Oak. She just broke it. Kiba, Akamaru and Shino were already unconscious, and Kurenai was standing to the side, watching in horror as Hina beat up her guys. After all, my girlfriend is probably stronger than me. Hina jumped back and did a somersault in the air, landing next to me. Let's chat anyway. I grinned. Perhaps. Hinata smiled predatorily in response and pulled her glasses off her eyes. Naruto. A surprised voice came from under Kakashi's mask. I'm surprised you still remember me, I chuckled again. But you died, Kurenai blurted out. He didn't die, Neji crawled out from under the broken tree. Yes, Hina hit him hard. He left the village. You speak correctly, Neji, I agreed. I will not describe to you the whole story from the creation of the world. I will only say that the Kyuubi was pulled out of me, I survived and went to wander the world. Want details? You can ask Sanin Jiraiya about them. He is now in Tanzaku. In quiet shelter, room number 215, Naruto. The same gray-haired boy who tore off my mask with the tip of his blade stepped forward. That same Uzumaki Naruto. Are you really alive? No, my ghost is standing in front of you, I quipped. And his partner, the guy didn't pay attention to my flat joke. An equally mysterious person, Hyuga Hinata. You're a little mistaken, my friend, Hina grinned. I haven't been a Hyuga for a long time. I've been in Uzumaki for about a year and a half now. Neji's jaw dropped. Kurenai and Kakashi exchanged glances. Sakura stared at Hinata, the gray-haired one at me, and the brunette was once again preparing some kind of mischief behind their backs. Ninpo. Painted animals. Won't work. I just threw a senbon at the black and white lion, and it exploded, splashing the artist with ink. Sai. Stop it, Kakashi shouted. So this brunette's name is Sai. I wonder. Naruto, the gray-haired man stepped forward again. Why did you leave the village? I am very interested in this. Sarutobi-san told me about you, but I imagined you to be a little more cheerful. Just imagine. I hesitated. I wanted to address him by name, but suddenly realized that I didn't know it. But the gray-haired man came to my aid. Shin. My name is Shin, he said. Aha. Shin. Then. Just imagine, Shin, I continued. Imagine that you have nothing to do with a certain place except a bunch of unpleasant memories. On top of that, it was there that they took away something that had been with you since birth, and almost killed you in the process. And then they threw you in a garbage dump with rats. Tell me, would you stay there for long? No, the gray-haired man shook his head. I'd even try to avoid it. That's the kind of place Konoha has become for me, I concluded. And after that, you're surprised that I don't want to go back. But, Neji tried to add something, but immediately shut up, catching Hinata's gaze. She looked at him like a boa constrictor at a rabbit, as if thinking, should she eat now or wait a bit? What about Hinata? Kurenai said, voicing Neji's question out loud. I left of my own free will, she replied. The little girl you once knew died in a fight with bandits. My beloved gave me a new life, and I do not intend to leave him. But, Neji tried to object again. Hinata, for fun, put her hand in a control seal. The guy recoiled. My beloved and I laughed. You shouldn't be afraid of this seal, Ni-san, Hina said bloodthirstily. I can hurt you now even without it. In 1,000 different ways. These words made everyone present shudder. Yes, it seems my girlfriend overdid it a bit. But then again, no, just right, okay. While they're in a stupor, we need to get out of here. No, we'll defeat them, but coming to the Akatsuki lair exhausted isn't the smartest idea. Who knows, maybe they won't want to hang out with us anymore. We could, of course, stay and chat, but we have things to do. I smiled from ear to ear, like I did as a child, before promising another stupid thing. Bye, everyone. Stop. Shin rushed forward with his blade drawn, but I simply swung my double-bladed sword, which I was still holding, and cut off the tip of his wakizashi. After that, I instantly separated the katanas and put them back in their sheaths, and Hinata smashed a smoke bomb onto the ground. While the Konoha people were flapping their ears, we turned around and abruptly jerked towards the border with the rain. It was rainy in the rain village. Maybe that's why it's called that. There was no time to think. Out of nowhere, 6 red-haired shinobi in Akatsuki cloaks attacked us, and now we were trying to fight off their attacks. I figured Deidara's offer had already expired. But why fight like that? Hinata was smashing the faces of 3 opponents at once, while I was sparring with 2 more. And it seems to me that I got the most difficult ones. The first one was trying to rip the katanas out of my hands with some technique, and the second one was absorbing my blows. In the end, I got tired of it and decided to use the first trump card. My body was covered in red chakra, and I suddenly accelerated. Aha! Another one entered the fight. I started the move that Fudo taught me. Kato. Dance of the Fiery Blades. The idea is that fire chakra is passed through the katanas, and then they are used as a conductor of techniques. In other words, with each swing, fiery arcs were torn off the blades. Everything around us was already ablaze, and even the pouring rain was not able to extinguish my techniques. But these 3 clearly did not intend to come under fire. Oh, shit. A thin beam of light struck next to me. I turned around. Hinata was being pressed and one of her opponents switched to me. What the hell? He has 6 arms. Well, it looks like I can't handle this alone. I've already been hit hard several times. It's time to get down to business in earnest. In a wild jump, I chopped off the head of one of Hinata's opponents and ended up next to her. Hina, give me the senchakra. That's it. No one got up after this technique. The technique was similar in principle to Gatsugu in Izuka. Only we moved much faster, and instead of claws we used weapons. Fox and Wolverine. Double whirlwind. We froze for a second, absorbing the senchakra. And then it began. We were like a tornado. 2 more were simply torn to pieces by our weapons. Then one of them barked something like, tires tighter. I don't know what kind of tires they were, and why they should be tighter, but we were thrown away from him. In flight, we grouped ourselves and landed on our feet. Just as we were about to rush at the remaining 3 again, the same guy who stopped us raised his hands. Stop it, Naruto. Do you know me? I was quite surprised. Of course, he chuckled. I think I should introduce myself. My name is Pain. I am the head of the Akatsuki organization. So that's how it is. I narrowed my eyes and grabbed the blades more comfortably. You know, I could have said in a softer way that you don't need me anymore. We would have just left. Who said we don't need you? Pain asked. It was just a test. And you 2 passed it. Killing your people is a test. I was amazed. You didn't kill them, the red-haired man answered monotonously. How so? Although, damn, they really are already standing next to each other. Without a single scratch. But how? I see, I said. If you want to be one of us, come to the tower, Pain said before disappearing with the others in a puff of smoke. They were puppets, Naruto, Hinata said, removing the claws from her hand. They don't have their own circulatory system, they're just filled with chakra. If you decide to end their leader, you'll need to find him first. Well done, Hina. She knows that if it weren't for Q, they wouldn't have a soul for me. Okay, let's look at the others. Maybe I'll get into it. Museum of Lunatics. That's what I called the organization when I met its representatives. No, well, judge for yourself. Hoshigake Kisame. Fish man. Carries a huge idiot wrapped in bandages, which he calls a sword, although in my opinion, his samahata is another fish. By the way, judging by his unambiguous hint, he has not forgotten the dried herring. Uchiha Itachi. A maniac who slaughtered his own clan and on a whim did not want to dirty his hands with his brother. As he himself says, he will die only by the hand of Sasuke. Well, isn't he a psycho? Zetsu. What a character. Not only is he a plant, but he also suffers from split personality. Sometimes he splits into 2 completely. And on top of that, he's also a cannibal. Well, that's understandable, he's an overgrown Venus flytrap and he needs meat. Where else can you find a complete balance of vitamins, proteins, fats and carbohydrates? In a human, of course. Kakuzu. A real miser, he'll strangle anyone for a coin. He'd even strangle his own partner if he weren't immortal, just to spite him. As a shinobi, he's probably strong. Of course, he's a master of all 5 elements. Although, I can do that too, if I use my senchakra. Hidan. An immortal guy, which really irritates his partner. And he swears. No, that's not it. He surrenders. And for any reason. And for no reason either. A fanatic, worships some Jashin. He sacrifices people, and then Zetsu quietly steals what's left of them. Pain, the head of the organization. And there are 6 more of them. And all of them, as Hinata tells me, are puppets. Where the real one is hiding, I have no idea. But I don't need to know that yet. Toby. This one is definitely a psycho. He wears an orange one-eyed mask and constantly yells, Toby is a good boy, which frankly pisses everyone off. Especially Deidara. Mini Kyuubi inside me desperately signals that he is the main bastard and can't be trusted. Excessive caution on his part. I don't trust this, Toby, anyway. Deidara. Compared to the others, he stands out for his sympathy towards me. The others look at me as a rival target, lunch, source of money, potential victim, and so on. Negatively, in short, this one, on the contrary, looks at me as an idol. Well, or I don't know what to call it, I've only seen such a puppy look on Konohamaru when I taught him the technique of seduction. In general, at least I have someone I know. Sasori. I've been looking for this guy for a long time. Until Dei told me that he was killed. Well, one problem less. Conan. The only girl in the organization. A bit like Hinata. The second person I can trust. Acts quite friendly, but Hina looks at her with jealousy. Don't be afraid, my dear, I only need you. Pain handed me and Hinata our signature cloaks and hats, and then said that since we were new, he would pair us with one of the old guys. Hinata was now paired with Conan, and I got Deidara. It could have been worse. Shin's Pav. When the smoke cleared, Naruto and Hinata were gone. Neji saw them heading towards the rain border, but with this head start we won't be able to catch up with them. I wonder what they were doing in this small country. To be honest, I imagined Naruto a little differently. The third Hokage told me that Naruto was always cheerful. His dream was to become Hokage. He never got discouraged and did not stop on his path. I saw something similar, but it was like a reflection in a crooked mirror. Naruto turned out to be a cynical shinobi who doesn't care about obstacles. He simply stepped over us. But he could have killed us. I'm sure the power he gave off was terrifying. Most likely, he was in a hurry or simply didn't want to waste his strength on us. Hinata. I've heard of her. She's the weakest kunoichi in Konoha. Hell, she beat up Kiba and Shino so badly that we had to temporarily hand over patrol duties to a backup team and head to Tanzaku. They were hospitalized there. I stopped by that inn I called Naruto. And I actually found Sanin Jiraiya there. He told me Naruto's story, at least what he knew. I was shocked. He'd been through so much. I would like to meet him again. But I won't go to the rain country. Akatsuki is there, and Naruto has most likely joined them. Which means there's a chance he'll go back. In a black cloak with red clouds. I'm already dreading this possible meeting. End of Shina's Pav. Chapter 13. Everyday life of the organization. Still, it's more fun with you, than with Sasori or that Toby, yes, Deidara said contentedly. I had already gotten used to his, and the invariable, yes, at the end of most sentences. Any ideas on how to get to this lake quickly? I asked. Well, Dei thought, hypothetically, we could, use one of my creations. The flying one. That'll do, I nodded. It's a pity that foxes don't fly. Deidara quickly put his hand in the bag. And I got goosebumps again. Yes, Akatsuki is full of originals, but I didn't expect Dei to be one of them. When I saw the mouths on his palms, well, I shuddered, to put it mildly. It turned out that he eats clay with these mouths, and then it can explode. Horrible. In the meantime, Dei had already molded a small figurine of a bird. A wave of his hand, and the two of us could easily fit on its back. Let's fly, I commanded, and we soared into the air. While forests and lakes floated beneath us, Dei began to mold more figures. How does he do it? I also once took up clay, for the sake of interest. The result was nonsense, to put it mildly. And Deidara is so deft at molding all sorts of figures. You're admiring it, aren't you? Dei asked. Yeah, I nodded. You're doing great. And Sasori no Dana never recognized my, art, said the blonde. Why? He had his own opinion about what art is, Deidara never said, or, yeah. So he was annoyed. You can't usually tell from his tone. He thought that art was stupid dolls. Puppets. He was always trying to add to his collection. How? I asked. It would have been better if I had kept quiet. I just killed a man, took out all the insides, filled them with poison and weapons, did something else in my workshop and that's all, yeah, Dei listed. Damn, when I pictured that, I almost threw up. Disgusting. Personally, I would never dig through corpses. I may be an Iryanin, but that's too much for me. We're landing, yes, my partner waved his hand. We really did start to descend. Below us was a lake an order of magnitude larger than those we had flown past before. So, this is where the three-tailed lives. And what's the, plan? Day asked. Have you prepared any bombs? I answered a question with a question. Well, yes, the blonde answered, puzzled. So what's the matter? Silence the fish. More precisely, the turtle, but that's not the point. Got it. Day fished several copies of his art from his bosom and launched them into the air with force. After flying a little, the birds began to descend and plunged into the water. The fuse was lit. Cats. Didera roared. Wow, that was a pretty big hit. Sanbi showed up a few seconds later. And he was very displeased. I think I, went a little overboard, huh? Day scratched the back of his head. Okay, I reassured him. Okay, now it's my turn. Quickly biting my finger, I made seals and summoned Fudo. Did you call me, master? Asked the giant fox. He probably could have dealt with the three-tailed, but I had a slightly different plan. Fudo, call the four of them. Have them prepare the ceiling. Got it. The fox nodded and disappeared. At that moment, Sanbi finally spotted a treat on the shore and headed our way. I raised my hands. It's good that the Uzumaki taught me such tricks. Biju suppression. Golden spiked chains burst from my palms and immediately entangled a healthy turtle. Or was it a turtle? The devil knows what gender it was. I'm not going to look under its tail. I won't see anything anyway. And how long do you have to, keep it? Asked Day. Not for long. I tensed up. Sanbi didn't seem to like my move. Now the foxes will prepare the barrier, and then we can breathe easy. The last words were drowned out by the clap of the summoning. 4 foxes appeared in the clearing. 2 black, brown, red and silver. They immediately took human form and quickly rushed across the water, going around Sanbi on all 4 sides. Turtle thrashed about, but my chains held him tightly. Seal technique. The fox men shouted in unison. Fox tetrahedral barrier. A greenish hemisphere formed around Sanbi, and he began to shrink rapidly. The chains loosened their tension. A couple of minutes later, a huge crystal appeared in place of the huge Biju. He almost went under the water, but the foxes caught him in time and handed him to me. Thanks, guys. I was breathing heavily, but still smiled at my assistance. The technique took a lot of strength, but the senchakra helped me. The foxes again took their true form, bowed to me and disappeared with a pop. You have interesting, friends. Day approached me. The foxes are my contract animals, I replied, stuffing the crystal into my backpack. I learned from them, and taught them some things myself. This technique, the tetrahedral barrier, was reworked by us for use with senchakra. What chakra? Natural, I explained, shouldering the backpack. All their techniques are based on natural or senchakra. And foxes can also control fire. I can too, but not as well. Cool, Didera grinned. I wish I could sign, a contract with someone, yeah. No problem, I answered. When we get back, I'll explain the principle to you. Now get the bird. I can't wait to show off my first trophy to Pain. Let's fly. Day called the bird again, and soon we were already flying into the rain. Pav sigh. We were late. When we reached the lake, 2 of the Akatsuki criminals were already flying away, apparently taking the Biju with them. Shin, when he saw them, only cursed. What's the matter, brother? I asked. Naruto is there, he answered briefly. Naruto. For Shin, he was just an example to follow. When Sarutobi-san took us away from Danzo, our emotions were greatly weakened. Then Shin asked about the character of those we were to replace. The Hokage described Naruto as a cheerful and carefree guy who was always ready to help his friends and sometimes even his enemies, luring them over to his side. Ever since then, my brother has been acting like that Naruto. During the Chunin exams, he even managed to set Sabaku no Gaara straight. If Naruto was like that, then I think there were no obstacles for him. But now this Naruto flies away, calmly suppressing one of the tailed monsters. And I think about his words, said in that short skirmish. What if the old Uzumaki Naruto is really dead? End of size Pav. When we burst into the shelter, Pain stared at us in surprise. The 3-tailed Biju has been captured, I reported. Sealed in a stone prison. There's no need to rush to transfer it to Geto Mazo, especially if our people are busy right now. Well done, the leader grinned. Zetsu didn't even have time to report to me. You're doing a good job, Naruto. I couldn't have done it without Didera, I answered, not entirely lying. And indeed, without his pyrotechnic techniques, I could only throw pebbles into the water. Good, Pain nodded. You can rest for now. Let's not rush into sealing, since you're seriously concerned about this problem. Oh, by the way. The leader handed me a purple ring. It had kanji on it that could be interpreted as virgin or ball. It belonged to Sasori, said Pain. Zetsu found it in the ruins of the cave where the one tail was sealed. I think you deserve it. And for your friend, I have prepared a ring that belonged to Orochimaru. Zetsu was examining one of his ruined bases and found it there. Therefore, you can consider yourself a full member of our organization. I'm flattered, I grinned, putting the ring on my left thumb. At that moment, Hinata and Konan burst into the shelter, dragging a healthy man in red armor on their backs. So why the hell did you call us? Hidan was screaming. Or rather, his hologram. We fucking almost caught that little bitch Yugito. But you were on time as always, damn you. Couldn't you wait a little? Shut up, Hidan, said Kakuzu, his partner. If it weren't for your damn rituals, we would have caught Nibi already. Don't touch my rituals, Jashin's fan barked. Because of whom the fuck did we make a detour through the Fire Nation? Damned hoarder. When the hell are you going to die and they'll give me at least someone who values religion as a partner? Should we start the extraction already? Hinata suggested. Konan, Pain and Deidara were not represented by holograms. The girl speaks the truth, Zetsu said. And you just shut up, you overgrown flycatcher. Hidan barked. You don't even make them, you just eat corpses in basements. What the F? Shut up. Now it was Pain who barked. We're wasting time. Let's begin. And we all said in unison. Seal technique. 9 dragon seal. The sealing had begun. The technique was eating up a sea of chakra, which meant we had to spend about 3 days like this. And then we had to seal Sanbi. Damn, how I hate inaction. It's good that at least we can talk. Hina, how did it go for you? I asked. At least we'll kill time somehow. To be honest, the guy turned out to be strong, said my girlfriend, immediately understanding my idea. When we stumbled upon him, he turned into Gobi. How? I don't know. But he was quick. Although, he still couldn't withstand my blow between the eyes. He got offended and went to bed. Deidara, Kisame and Zetsu burst out laughing. Definitely people with a sense of humor. I was hoping for a more constructive story, but I realized in time that Hina simply didn't want to advertise her abilities. Ah, boring. How did it go for you? Asked Hinata. Yes, it was quick for us too, I answered. Day stunned the turtle, but it crawled out onto the shore. There I tied it up and hid it in a pebble. Everything comes so easy for you. Pain also allowed himself a small smile. I think I'll send you for the 8 and 9-tailed. We'll see how you act then. I'm not Kyuubi, I chuckled. I'll take Kachibi on myself, Hina supported me. Smart girl. Knows what, when and where to say. That's great, Pain nodded. Then Hidan and Kakuzu catch the 2 tails. Itachi and Kisame, the 4 tails is behind you. And I, perhaps, will take a walk to the land of water and personally deal with the 6 tails. But that's later. For now, let's concentrate on sealing. Pain is definitely a monster. Standing in one place for almost a week. No way. And when I remember that we still have 5 more biju to seal, my hands drop. Although, I hope Pain will understand me, and we will only have to seal 4. We'll have to wait with Kyuubi. Just like with Hachibi, Hidan and Kakuzu have left a terrible mark in the lands of fire and lightning. Immortals, damn it, that's why they're not afraid of anyone, even Pain doesn't inspire respect in them. Maybe they should conspire with Kisame and cut Hidan into pieces. What? Kakuzu will sew him up anyway, it's not the first time for him. By the way, about Kisame. He didn't forget about the herring. And naturally, on the very first day of our stay in Doge, he suggested that we sort things out with swords. Well, he didn't know that Fudo had trained me. In short, the fight ended in a draw. Well, that is, he pinned me to the ground with his samahata, and I managed to poke him with a senbon fired from the hilt of my katana. Didn't I say that I had surprises hidden in my blades? Now I'll tell you. In short, this carcass fell asleep, the senbon turned out to be sedative, and pinned me to the ground. That's why Pain, who was the judge, recognized the draw. Since then, the swordsman and I forgot past grievances and often trained together. Zetsu and I also became friends. The plant man was, of course, a cannibal, but he didn't lick his own, which was good. And since he sensed natural chakra in me, we got along quickly. I can't say anything about Itachi. He's a gloomy guy. He kept telling me secrets about his brother and the clan, and asked me to remember them, just in case. I wonder what he means by, just in case. I'll have to find out. Just in case. Konan and I chatted, and quite nicely. And Hina finally found herself a girlfriend with whom she could chat about girlish things. I understand that both girls are hungry for communication in a harsh male company. And so I don't disturb them when they hide behind a closed door. I haven't talked to Pain except on business. He's too reserved. Maybe I should bring up my Konoha past and play a few pranks on him. No, probably not. He won't understand yet. I'd like to persuade the immortals to do this, but I don't talk to them either. And about what? About money or some bloody god? No thanks, I'm not interested in these topics. Overall, I liked my new life. Only Itachi hasn't been feeling very well lately. I'll have to deal with him in my free time. I'm a medic nin after all. And right now I just have some free time. Okay, patient. Dr. Naruto is already on his way to claim your soul. Chapter 14. Uchiha Sasuke. Yeah, Dei is a complete psycho after all. Blowing himself up to try and kill Sasuke. That was clearly the stupidest thing he'd ever done. Especially considering the elder Uchiha's tender attitude towards his brother. It's good that our demolition man at least stayed alive. But, I must admit, I barely managed to pull the blondie back into our sinful world. And it all started so well. We sealed the 2 and 4 tails, and then Pain finally cornered Rokubi. But Itachi didn't show up to seal him, and Dei was still lying there exhausted after his fight with Uchiha Jr. In the end, I had to take the rap for 3, using my Sen chakra. They sealed him, but what happened to Itachi? Although it finally dawned on me later. That stupid Uchiha simply ran away from me and my medicine. And why is he so obsessed with the idea of dying from his little brother? No, I don't really give a damn who kills whom. But from what Itachi told me, Sasuke and I are going to seriously butt heads when we come to Konoha. In the sense that we'll both want to raze it to the ground. And I'm not going to cede that privilege to the Uchiha. The funniest thing is that Itachi sincerely believes that Sasuke will return to the village and protect it. I, knowing this petty, vengeful nature, will say the following: he will not protect the village that used and then threw out his brother. I myself am doubly eager to raze this place to the ground, so I perfectly understand the motives that will move the younger Uchiha. Are you in a hurry? Zetsu appeared next to me. Did something happen? I asked. This Sasuke of yours, or whatever his name is finishing off his older brother right now, his white half chuckled. Well, I sped up sharply again. Sasuke's pav. The battle with Itachi took almost all my strength. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, we used everything. But I finally defeated him. During the battle, Itachi managed to tell me many things. And now, just like when we were kids, he touched my forehead with his finger. Sorry, Sasuke, he croaked. There won't be a next time. And then he just collapsed on the ground like a lifeless doll. I was terribly tired, but I still found the strength to smile. I did it. Itachi is dead. But when I was about to return to the remaining guys, another Akatsuki representative appeared from the forest. I saw a cloak. At a wild speed, its owner flew up to Itachi. Uchiha, he roared, putting his ear to his chest. Bastard. So that's why you told me all this. Well, fuck, I won't let you die in peace. This guy fished some kind of syringe out of his coat and forcefully stuck it into Itachi's hand. I snapped out of my stupor and asked a question that was absolutely pointless at the time. Hey, what are you doing? I'll revive you. What? I was surprised. Re-ani ru you, the stranger repeated syllable by syllable and turned to face me. Are you deaf or something, Sasuke? A blonde man with 6 stripes on his cheeks. But I thought he died a long time ago. On Naruto. End of Sasuke's pav. When Sasuke said my name, I chuckled. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. And to him, that's probably what it looked like. Well, I have no time. I quickly made a few seals and my hands were covered in greenish chakra, with orange flashes in them. A mixture of Kyuubi's chakra and my own. This would help the medicine spread through the blood vessels faster, and at the same time, eliminate the effects of the fight. What are you doing here? I heard a question from behind me. Sasuke is definitely an idiot. Can't he see my cloak? And I thought only Mangekyo can go blind. Okay, I'll keep quiet, I need to concentrate. Naruto. Sasuke, I'm busy, shut up, I said through my teeth. I still have time. Itachi, the cunning bastard, decided to die and dump the explanations on me. No way. Get away from my brother, Sasuke's threatening voice rang out. Damn, who was he trying to scare? He had enough chakra left, well, for a fireball, and even that wasn't big. And judging by his physical exhaustion, he wouldn't even be able to lift his katana. Or would he? The sound of a blade being pulled out of its sheath didn't make me happy at all. Oh, just in time. Itachi finally started breathing. Well, That's it, I leaned back. He'll live. But, Sasuke was extremely surprised. I killed him. You killed him, I burst out laughing. Don't make me laugh, stupid little Sasuke. It wasn't you who killed him, it was the disease. He just let you hit him. But how? The brunette was clearly, how can I put it more gently? In a state of extreme bewilderment. In Hidan's language, in ai. What? How? More specific, please, I grinned. Watching the puzzled Sasuke turned out to be surprisingly funny. He was gasping for air, like a fish that had been thrown ashore. The Uchiha clearly wanted to say something, but he couldn't think of what question to ask first. Finally, our little Sasuke matured. How did you end up here? He asked. I came, I grinned. On foot. That's not what I mean, the brunette waved it off. You died. I heard it from the third myself. Really? I barely kept myself from laughing again. Well, I'm not really dead. Old man Sarutobi lied. Is that clear? Yes. Sasuke nodded and sat down on the stone. Damn, what a funny expression he had on his face. Any other questions? I asked. I won't tell him about the clan, let Itachi take the rap. But I can tell him about something else. I'm inclined to chat today. Damn, he has a funny face. Well, why did you leave Konoha? He asked. Since you survived, you could have let someone know. Well, the third knew about it, I grinned. And why did he leave? First, you answer me a similar question. Did you think that you would get some strength from Orochi, and then spank your brother? I was already openly mocking Uchiha, but it was still hard for him to get it. Did Itachi really hit him on the head that hard? Or was this the aftermath of living in Orochimaru's rotten dungeons? Who the hell knows? But I didn't care, the main thing was that Sasuke was so amusingly slow. Sasuke was stunned again. I managed to defeat Itachi. So it wasn't in vain that I went to Orochimaru for power. By force. I chuckled again. Is that what you mean? I flicked my neck, on the left side. Sasuke immediately grabbed that spot. Yes, he got my hint right. For your information, this power is just a mixture of natural chakra, Orochimaru's chakra, and a couple of other harmful chemicals, I said in a smart tone. Why are you staring at me like that? I know about this seal. And I know about Orochi, too, and more than you do. I didn't lie. At one time the guys told me something like this about him. How do you know anything? Uchiha jumped up from his seat. Oh my, the guy's voice sounded like a commander. Okay, Uchiha-kun, let's be honest, I finally pulled myself together and became serious. I really do know a lot about Orochimaru, but that's not it now. I'll answer your questions, and you'll answer mine, okay? Just make sure you answer honestly. Sasuke plopped down on the rock again. That's great, I clapped my hands. Let's do it this way, you ask a question, I ask a question. Begin. Why did you appear here? The answer is obvious, I chuckled to myself at the guy's impenetrable stupidity. I'm here to pull Itachi back from the brink of death. I don't know if you know it or not, but your brother hasn't told you a lot. Okay, my turn. What do you know about the new Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? About what? Yes, Sasuke's appearance didn't lie. He really is an idiot in this matter. Don't tell me you don't know what a Jinchuriki is, I sighed. Maybe he's just playing dumb. I don't know, the brunette responded. No, he's not playing the fool. And who is it? Damn, that's just kindergarten, I snorted. Jinchuriki are people who have biju sealed inside them. I was a Jinchuriki too. The Kyuubi, the nine-tailed fox, was sealed inside me. Is that clear? I see, Sasuke nodded. That's great. So, my next question. Wait, it's my turn now. Uchiha was indignant. Really? I just told you who Jinchuriki are. And Sasuke jumped up, but immediately scratched the back of his head and sat back down. Oh, well, yes. Great. Next question. What do you know about a guy named Shin? We worked together for a while, the brunette began to recall. He was put on the team instead of you. He behaved rather stupidly, although, compared to you, he was still a normal guy. Thanks for the compliment, I didn't fall for the bait. Go on. During the Chunin exam, he and his idiot brother, Sai, managed to calm down that psycho, Gaara. For that, they were later promoted to Chunin, along with Hyuga. What's his name? Neji, I think. And soon after, I left Konoha, so I don't know anything else. I see, I thought. If those two managed to calm Shukaku, then they are quite strong. I should take note of them, the guys can seriously ruin one sweet moment for me. My turn, Sasuke said. Shortly after you, Hinata disappeared too. Where is she now? Fell in love, huh? I grinned. You can count on nothing, she already has a boyfriend. In fact, she's at our base now. Henna also wears a cloak like that, you know. It's a pity, my interlocutor said in a dispassionate tone. And I was hoping to cross the Byakugan and the Sharingan. Go away, you know where, Uchiha. I got angry. Hinata is mine, and I won't allow even a hint that she might belong to someone else. You're angry, he grinned. Did she turn you down too? What do you mean, too? I decided to spend my question on this. When you disappeared, I tried to hit on her, Sasuke said. Who knows what would have happened if our genomes had crossed? Maybe it would have been a Rinnegan. But she turned me down, saying she loved someone else. Do you know who? Now I grinned. No, I don't care, Uchiha said monotonously. Okay, now it's my turn. What are you doing in Akatsuki? I'm catching Biju, I answered with my usual grin. And a lot of other things. It's none of your business, Sasuke, what I do in the organization. Hey, you promised to answer all the questions, the brunette rose to his feet again. That's what I answered, I corrected. I told you what concerns me. The affairs of the organization are a somewhat different topic, and I have no right to tell you its secrets. But I didn't ask about the organization, Sasuke chuckled. I asked about you personally. I answered about myself personally, I said. My question, what is your goal now? You seem to have sorted things out with your brother. I figured it out, Sasuke nodded, getting up from his seat. But here you just got in my way. He's still alive, which means my goal hasn't been achieved. So what? I asked, internally preparing to lunge. Instead of answering, Sasuke pulled out a katana and rushed at me. A fight. It was high time to have some fun. I pulled out a wakizashi from my belt. Uchiha got angry. He could clearly see the two katanas behind my back. And my hint was quite transparent. I considered him unworthy of a full-fledged sword fight. Come on, Sasuke. Make me change my mind. Katana Chidori. His blade sparkled with lightning chakra. It seemed that he had managed to save up some chakra after all. Sasuke looked proudly into my eyes. Oh, what a pompous pose. I should remember that. I, in turn, coated my sword with wind chakra. Wind is stronger than lightning. We took off, and our blades crossed. Strange. His sword is clearly a tricky thing. Usually, my wakizashi can easily cut through any blade if you run wind chakra through it. Interesting. Kusanagi's blade is much stronger than your junk. Sasuke laughed. He called my swords junk. Well, that's it. I put the wakizashi back and quickly pulled out both katanas. I don't know who taught Sasuke defense, but his teacher was clearly an amateur. I easily dodged all the attacks, which really angered the Uchiha. Yeah, my friend, you're nowhere near Fudo's speed. Chidori Iso, the brunette roared, putting his hand forward. Have we already moved on to techniques? I put the blades behind my back and dodged the beam. Interesting thing. Should I try to repeat it? Okay, that's later. And now, cross your fingers. One of the two clones immediately began to create a familiar rasengan in my hand. The second one slowly poured in wind chakra, forming a completely new technique. Rasengan Morgenstern, a ball with a whole bunch of spikes made of wind chakra rushed towards my opponent. I could control it at a distance of up to 20 meters, thanks to thin threads of senchakra. The weapon was formidable. It was worth letting go of its leash, and the technique would explode, tearing everything in the radius of action to pieces. But I was not going to let go of the Rasengan. I do not want to kill stupid little brother Itachi. Sasuke tried to cut the ball pursuing him with his sword, but was cruelly broken. I told you that the wind is stronger than lightning. Chidori Nagashi. Okay, thanks to the infusion of a huge amount of chakra, he still managed to throw back my Rasengan. But I wonder, is he shoving this Chidori into all the holes? But the name is familiar. I've heard it somewhere before. Ah, I remember. Stole the technique from Kakashi, and Sasuke. I shouted. The brunette didn't care anymore. He was already tired after the battle with Itachi, and then bad boy Naruto deprived him of the rest of his chakra. After his Chidori Nagashi, he fell face down and did not react to external stimuli. I went up to him and turned him over on his back. Aha, as I thought. Unconscious. What happened here? Aha, Itachi finally deigned to come to his senses. Naruto, what are you doing here? Have you decided to dump all the explanations on me? I approached the elder Uchiha closely. No, that won't work. Explain everything to him yourself. But I advise you to tie him up tighter, the patient is violent. Patient? Itachi asked again, and then it dawned on him. You cured me. Where will you go from the caring hands of the Dr. Uzumaki? I gently patted Itachi on the head, who was sitting on the ground. That's it. I have things to do, I'm going. If you want to give your brother another chance to kill himself, then first explain everything to him, understand? Got it, Itachi nodded. That's great, I grinned, and a second later I was already rushing towards the bridge over a small gorge, where Kisame was now. Zetsu managed to convey that Sasuke had not come alone, and among his team there was one red-haired girl who would probably interest me. Chapter 15. Plans for the future. After a short jog, I reached the bridge, near which Kisame was standing with a bored look. On the other side of the gorge, 3 guys were located, obviously released from Orochimaru's dungeons. Well, at least Sasuke did something useful. Although I would not have given a damn about the Uchiha team, if not for this girl. Bright red hair, as a rule, indicated belonging to my clan. Of course, there were exceptions, but in this case I was 100% sure that this was an Uzumaki. Her chakra reserves were clearly greater than the others, and there was something familiar about her. I don't know what to call it, but I had a similar feeling when I met other representatives of the clan on my way. Karen, I think that's the girl's name. The clan is expecting another addition. I wonder how Radon and the others are doing. I haven't been to the Maelstrom for a long time, I hope they're okay. So this is what Team Hubby is like. I approached the bored Kisame. A motley bunch, but overall not stupid, the blue-skinned one grinned. Who would have thought that he and I would go from being blood enemies to almost best friends? Zetsu whispered to me that Itachi was killed. Is that true? No, he's still alive, I waved my hand. My medicine did its job. That's good, the fishman nodded. Still, I've gotten used to my partner. If anything, they would have paired you with Deidara, I smiled. This pyrotechnic maniac, Kisami's eyes widened. Do you want me dead, Uzumaki? Only you can work normally with this psycho. Oh, come on, Dei is a pretty normal guy, I shrugged. Okay, I think Sasuke won't mind me hanging out with his guys. Anyone interested? Hoshigake asked briefly. Yes, a girl, I said, heading across the bridge. All 3 looked at me with interest. I glanced at them too. And one detail caught my attention, the white-haired man's sword was very familiar. What kind of bird are you? The guy snorted, catching my gaze. Another miscarriage of this nice organization. Choose your words, boy, I can spank you too, I grinned in response. Although, you should be spanked anyway. Haven't you been told that it's bad to rob graves? What are you hinting at? He bared his teeth, gripping his sword tighter. Oh my, is he related to Kisame or something? This one, I pointed my finger at his weapon. This sword belonged to Momochi Zabuza and was left by me at his grave. And now you've taken it. Not good, boy, not good. Go to hell, this guy roared, rushing at me. Well, at least he knows how to handle a sword. Too bad, but his speed is still too slow for me. The guy clearly doesn't reach the level of Fudo and Kisame. I dodged his attacks several times, and then ducked under the blade and hit him hard in the stomach. Interesting. The guy exploded into a cloud of spray from my blow. A clone? No, I would have felt it. Senchakra said it was real. Kekkei Genkei? Quite possible. The guy pulled himself together again, drop by drop, but he was in no hurry to rush at me anymore. Who are you? He asked in a sharp tone. Do you need it? I grinned. Yes, I want to know who I'm going to chop into pieces now, the blonde boy shouted, but immediately got a slap on the back of the head from the girl. Calm down, Suigetsu. Doesn't the Akatsuki cloak mean anything to you? It could easily kill us, she said, rubbing her hand. Besides, it has many times more chakra than you do, and the color is terrifying. Wow, she sensed the fox's chakra inside me. A good sensor, just what Uzushio needed. Karen, right, I turned to the girl. I would like to talk to you about something. Get away from her. That Suigetsu guy barked again, but I was tired of listening to him. I surrounded the guy with air walls. It's funny to watch him hit his forehead in the air, but that's not why I'm here. Karen looked at her teammate and burst out laughing. Well, sit there, she said after laughing, then turned to me. And what did you want to talk about? About the clan, I answered briefly. Do you know which clan you belong to? Clan, Karen snorted. She wasn't afraid of me. Apparently, she felt that I wouldn't harm her. Quite a common ability of people from the Uzumaki clan. Another confirmation of my assumption. I don't belong to any clan. I'm an orphan. The last words were spoken with sadness. If only you knew, Karen, how similar we are. The fact that you're an orphan doesn't mean anything, I said. You may not believe me, but I'm 100% sure that you're from the Uzumaki clan. Which, by the way, I belong to. My name is Naruto. Karen, don't listen to that scoundrel. Suigetsu yelled from his aquarium. He just wants. The words were interrupted. Around the layer of condensed air I created another one, only this time from rarefied. The sounds almost stopped reaching us. I wonder why the third guy from their team is silent. How do you do it? Karen turned my attention back to herself. I see chakra flows, but they're very weak. It's like you're moving the air with your chakra. Not mine, I corrected. I control the air with the help of natural chakra flows. It would take a long time to explain. Meanwhile, we have an important conversation. Maybe we should go for a walk. I don't mind, Karen grinned. I released Suigetsu from the air, aquarium, and Karen and I left. There's no point in recounting our conversation in detail, so I'll keep it brief. I told Karen about my reasoning, and she remembered how Orochimaru had mentioned her clan endurance several times. Of course, this was further confirmation of my theory. As the clan leader, I suggested that she go to Uzushio. By the way, I completely forgot to tell her about this. Hinata and I weren't traveling aimlessly. We were looking for those who belong to the Uzumaki clan. Over the course of a year of traveling, we found about 50 people, from 5-year-old children to a family of old men who were even older than Radon. However, age was not a serious obstacle. The Uzumaki live a long time. I made an offer to each member of the clan I met, the same as Karen had just done. No one was against it. Under Radon's leadership, the village began to rebuild again. So I was, so to speak, the master of my own hidden village. By the way, one of the kunoichi I met mentioned that she had a daughter somewhere, whom she was forced to leave in the land of grass. And I had serious suspicions that Kita was Karen's mother. By the way, I also mentioned this. Of course, no one in Akatsuki knew that I was, in fact, the Uzushikage. Or whatever the correct name for the ruler of the whirlpool is. No matter, the main thing was that it was a secret. However, Pain, I think, guessed. Speaking of Pain, Conan told me something interesting. The Akatsuki leader's real name is Nagato. And he has red hair. Doesn't that make you think? That's right, I thought about it too, but I never got a personal audience with Nagato. Although, I didn't care. I had a reliable rear. As soon as I get the Kyuubi, I'll immediately say goodbye to this black and red cloak. And if Pain and the guys want to take my fox away from me, well, let them try. There are no weaklings in the clan. And almost everyone has summoning contracts, so I got busy in that regard. Sasuke had already managed to return to his guys when Karen and I came to the bridge again. There you are, Karen, he grinned. I was just explaining our new goal to Team Talk. How did the conversation with your brother go? I asked curiously. Relatively good, snorted Uchiha. Remember your last question. Now I have an answer to it. And, I became interested. I want to end Konoha, Sasuke said. And here our interests collide, dear Uchiha-kun, I noted. I also want to destroy it a little. I know about your goal, and I have a business proposition, the brunette said immediately. We come to the leaf together. You take the Kyuubi and kill those you want to take revenge on, and I'll take the rest. You, it seems, wanted to get even with Danzo and Root. You can take them for yourself, I won't be offended. I thought about it. Sasuke's offer was indeed very advantageous to me. Konoha was guarded to the highest level, and it was not a fact that I would be able to obtain the Kyuubi on my own. And the Akatsuki, as soon as they learned of my motives, would immediately become my enemy. Thus, working with the younger Uchiha was very advantageous to me. That'll do, I nodded. But I have one condition. Which? You'll let Karen go with me when it's all over. We have our reasons. I'm not holding her, Sasuke grinned. When we're done, I won't need the team anymore. So, you can take Karen with you. If, of course, she doesn't mind. I won't. The girl glanced briefly at the captain of her team. Okay, where and when shall we meet? I asked. In 10 days, on the highest hill near Konoha, Sasuke suggested. Coming, I nodded again. I'll be there. Well, see you then. Uchiha shook my hand and turned to his people. Taka, follow me. All 4 left the clearing, leaving me alone. When I was returning to AIM, I had a bad feeling. I don't know why, but it seemed to me that something very, very bad had happened. I hate myself for this peculiarity, because such premonitions, as a rule, are not lying. I was right. When I got to the base, I found a worried Conan there. Did something happen? I asked. Madara took Hinata, she answered in a trembling voice. What? I felt hot. Who took her? Madara, she explained. You know him as Toby. Remember, that idiot in the mask, I said to myself. Was Minikyu right about him? He's the real leader of the organization, Conan said. Nagato only obeys his orders. He took Hinata. Said he needed her eyes for an experiment. Your mother. I cursed. Where can I find this Madara of yours? Nagato knows. Only. I didn't hear the end of the sentence, as I was already flying to Pain's office. When I burst into the office, I found all 6 of them there. Where to look for Madara? I barked. Answer. How dare you behave like that? The main Pain began, but I was already having trouble controlling myself. Minikyu began to give me his power. I simply grabbed one of the Pains with my chakra paw and crushed him with a crunch. Ironically, it was the one who resurrected the other bodies. I'll grind you all into crumbs if you don't answer, I growled. I don't know if it made an impression or if some other fact played a role, but a second later Chief Pain answered my question. And a few seconds later I was already running as fast as I could towards the land of iron. Hinata's pav. All I could remember was Toby splashing some liquid in my face and then I passed out. When I came to, my eyes hurt terribly. And the strangest thing was, I couldn't activate the Byakugan. It was like it wasn't there. I concentrated on the sensations. My eyes were blindfolded, and I seemed to be lying on some kind of couch or something similar. Are you awake, honey? Toby's voice sounded tenderly. I'm sorry, but I really urgently needed your eyes. I won't tell you why, I have my own secrets too. What did you do? My voice was weak, as if after anesthesia. Me. I just took away your Byakugan, came the answer. Don't be afraid, you'll be able to see. I'm not such a monster as to leave a girl without eyes. Although, you'll see a little differently than before. It's okay, you'll get used to it soon. Somewhere in the distance there was noise and stamping. Oh, it seems your beloved has found us after all, Toby's voice sounded somehow cheerful. Okay, I won't interfere with the meeting of lovers. Ciao. I heard a sound like air being sucked into a pipe. A few seconds later there was a terrible bang and the sound of a door collapsing. Hinata. It was Naruto's voice. What happened here? What happened to your eyes? Where's Madara? You mean Toby? I don't know, Naruto, I said. Toby said something about my Byakugan and him taking it from me. I really can't activate it. Naruto took the blindfold off my eyes, and they were momentarily blinded by a bright light. So Toby wasn't lying. He really did replace my Byakugan with something new. Naruto stood there dumbfounded, looking into my eyes. Is something wrong? I asked. Instead of answering, Naruto pulled a small oblong mirror out of his pouch and handed it to me. I immediately looked into it. Instead of my previous pale purple pupil-less eyes, I saw a red iris with 3 commas. End of Hinata's Pav. Chapter 16. Battle on the Coast. One of my new clan members once said, when you're going to betray someone, try to do it before they betray you. He was damn right. However, Toby at least partially compensated for Hinata's lack of a Byakugan. I don't know where he found 2 Sharingan, but the fact remains. Hinata's beautiful lavender eyes were gone, replaced by red ones. I remembered very well that the transplanted Sharingan is always active. And this dojutsu takes a lot of energy. Kakashi, after using it in the fight against Zabuza, then took a long time to come to his senses. But he had 1 healthy eye. Hinata had 2 Sharingans. After some discussion, we decided that Hinata would go to the Wolverines and begin training, in order to quickly get used to the new eyes. Who knows, maybe they will be deactivated. Meanwhile, I am tearing my claws out of Akatsuki and preparing to storm Konoha. I am taking Kyuubi, taking Karen, and together we will cross over to the Maelstrom. And then we will see. Returning to the base was a risky business, but I still decided to try my luck. I needed to take some things. Plus, I wanted to try to lure Deidara, Zetsu, Conan and Kisame to my side. However, looking ahead, I will say that I did not succeed. When I got to the base, it was empty. Not even Pain was there. I went through every nook and cranny, but there was no sign of anyone's presence here. My things and Hinata's things were left untouched. I also found a note in my room. The handwriting was unfamiliar, but the signature at the end left no doubt about the author's identity. Naruto-kun. You probably thought I was as stupid as a cork. You were wrong. However, I do not take offense. In the end, I myself played the role of a jester and a clown. Now you can do whatever you want, your plans are no longer interesting to me. True, I have to disappoint you. Soon we will have Kyuubi, and I do not consider it necessary to give it to you. Forgive me, but I need its power for a great and noble purpose, and not for a fleeting whim, as in your case. Let's not be offended at each other. You wanted to betray us. I just did it a little faster. That's all for now. Good luck, Naruto-kun. Toby. P.S. Give my apologies to Hinata-san. Trust me, she'll still need her new eyes. In a rage, I simply tore the letter into tiny pieces, after which I plunged into my own subconscious. Is something wrong, Naruto? Asked Mini Kyuubi. It happened. I briefly retold the latest events to Lizanok. So what's your plan now? He asked when I finished. I have to hurry. Sasuke and I agreed to attack Konoha together, and I don't intend to change my plans. Don't you think he'll betray you too? Q noted. I'm almost certain of that. But I still have no other choice, I said gloomily before leaving the subconscious. I reached Konoha in a day. So, if you take into account my trip to Iron and back, I still had a week until I met Sasuke. After all, the Senchakra coupled with the Kyuubi energy gives me great opportunities. Despite the fact that I arrived early, Sasuke was already waiting for me. Alone. I didn't like that right away. With the help of Senchakra, I found another person, not far away. Well. A familiar face. Good, Sasuke, so you betrayed me too. You're a bit early, Naruto, the brunette said lazily, keeping his hands in his pockets. We agreed to meet in a week. Yes, Sasuke, I remember, I said. But my plans have changed a bit. Where are the others? The rest? Uchiha grinned. Why do we need them? That makes sense, I said. But still, I'd prefer to see Karen next to me. I see. Sasuke chuckled again. Okay, time to show my cards. Okay, Uchiha-kun, I said in a suddenly serious tone. As I see, your older brother finally set you straight. I want to applaud you, you managed to mislead me. I even believed that you really wanted to destroy Konoha. So you figured it out, Sasuke drove the grin off his face. Yes, Naruto, you're right. I really did lie to you. My goal is directly different from yours. Therefore, I will not let you into the village. I'm delighted, I chuckled. Itachi finally got his way. Not Itachi, Sasuke corrected me gently. Shisui. Right, the elder Uchiha told me about his friend's most powerful genjutsu. What was it called? Cats with candied fruit. But screw it, the name won't give me anything anyway. Okay, Sasuke, I raised my hands up, as if to show that I had lost. You don't have to let me in. But Akatsuki will come for Kyuubi anyway. They won't show up, Uchiha corrected me softly. They've already taken him. What? I caught my breath. Danzo-sama decided that the 9 taels was a worthy price to pay for preserving the village, Sasuke said. Of course, it was a difficult decision, but considering that the other hidden villages no longer have Jinchuriki, it was a reasonable decision. So that's it, I said. So, only the 8 taels separated them from achieving their goal. I was lucky that I knew something about the location of this Jinchuriki, and I was in no hurry to share this information with others. We must act. But first, okay, Sasuke, you've convinced me, I said. I'll leave. But only when you give me Karen. Karen? Uchiha burst out laughing. Why do you need her? Are you really tired of your precious Hinata? I swallowed these words in silence, although I wanted to hit him over the stupid head with something heavy. Karen is a member of my clan, I said firmly. And I'm not going to leave her in the clutches of the Konoha people. You of all people should know that, Uchiha-kun. Sasuke's expression darkened for a moment, but then his expression became carefree again. He raised his left hand and waved it, as if beckoning someone to come closer. A few seconds later, an Anbu member in a raven mask landed next to him. Raven, Sasuke said lazily. Bring the prisoner here. Yes, the Anbu fighter bowed and immediately rushed towards Konoha. Itachi, who were you trying to fool with your mask? While we wait, maybe you could answer me one question. I asked. Ask, the younger Uchiha said in the same slightly lazy tone. Who did you hand over to the Akatsuki? Who was the new Jinchuriki? You won't believe me, but no one, the brunette grinned. The Kyuubi can only be sealed in one of the Uzumaki. Unfortunately, they scattered so widely around the world that it was simply impossible to find one of them in time. We had to prepare a stone prison. However, this turned out to be the best solution. It turned out to be the most convenient way to pump chakra out of him for the needs of Konoha. Those bastards. My eyes were red, Mini Q was trying to get out. With difficulty suppressing the desire to tear Sasuke apart, I listened to his words again. And now we didn't have to sacrifice anyone. We just handed over the stone, and Akatsuki left us alone. I understand, I nodded with difficulty. I need to control myself. At least until they bring Karen. And here they are, it seems. Naruto, she jerked towards me, but the Anbu guy held her back. That's enough, Itachi, I said. Just let her go and we'll go. There's no point in me going to Konoha anymore. You finally recognized me, Naruto. Itachi lifted his mask. I don't think you'll just retreat. Forgive me, but I have to make sure you leave the Fire Nation. As you say, I nodded with difficulty, although I wanted to punch that impudent Uchiha mug. Just give me Karen. You can follow us, but believe me, there's nothing more for me to do here. I'll let her go when we reach the border with Maelstrom, Itachi said. Well, it looks like I don't have a choice anyway. It took us almost 3 days to get to the coast. Itachi refused to let Karen go, and it's always awkward to go with a prisoner. That damn Uchiha was ruining my plans. I could only hope that Cloud would fight for his Jinchuriki and buy me some time. Plus, Toby would need time to seal the Kyuubi. I hoped that they would suffer for a week with an incomplete team. The fox had some serious chakra. We've arrived, I announced. We came out onto the seashore when the sun had just appeared in the sky. Stop accompanying us. Let Karen go. Itachi silently removed the handcuffs from the girl, and she threw herself into my arms. Damn, Karen is like a sister to me, and those bastards treated her like that. Well, never mind, I'll remember everything. Now we just needed to go to Uzushio. And then we'll think about what to do with Toby and his plans. But Sasuke ruined everything again with his sarcastic remark. And you were right, Itachi. He was never able to sacrifice this girl for his own purposes. He's a weakling. You shouldn't have said that, Sasuke. You shouldn't have. I slowly made the seals. Summoning technique. In a cloud of smoke, a large silver fox from my personal team appeared in front of me. Jin, I said to her. Escort Karen to Uzushio. I'll be staying here for a bit. Yes, Naruto-sama, the fox said in a soft voice. Karen-sama, climb onto my back. Karen cautiously mounted the fox, and the next moment they were racing along the coast towards the maelstrom. After watching them go, I turned to Sasuke. So, Uchiha-kun, I said. Since you think I'm weak, I simply have to prove you wrong. Itachi, do you mind our fight? He doesn't mind, Sasuke chuckled, taking out a katana from behind his back and activating his Sharingan. I can easily defeat you. That's strange, I said cheerfully, taking out my blades and twisting them together. You couldn't defeat me last time. So why should it work now? I was exhausted then, the smirk disappeared from Sasuke's face. Now I'm full of energy. A weakling's excuse, I quipped. Don't get in the way, Itachi. The elder Uchiha wanted to intervene, but Sasuke stopped him with a gesture. He's right, brother. This is my personal business, he said. So, shall we begin? Perhaps, I agreed, taking out the wakizashi with my left hand. We rushed at each other. Blades rang as they crossed each other. It was difficult to fight him now, but I had the advantage in speed and the number of blades. Sharingan is Sharingan, but without proper preparation it was not easy to dodge my blows. True, Sasuke did not give me a break either. And his blade stubbornly refused to cut. Maybe this really is the great Kusanagi. Sasuke seemed to get tired of just fighting, and he brought in lightning. I didn't have time to react in time, and... oh, that was a good wakizashi. Sasuke's katana cut it off at the base. I told you last time, Uchiha grinned. Junk. It was a gift from my first teacher, I said quietly, picking up the broken blade and putting it back in the sheath. I hid the handle in my pouch. Good. Now I'll fight seriously. With one movement, I separated the katanas again. Now I was ready for a serious fight. Sasuke, having waited for the moment, rushed to attack again. But I immediately parried the blow and counterattacked. The blades sparkled in the rays of the rising sun. I increased the pace and Sasuke began to miss the blows. Soon his clothes were cut, and here and there long thin cuts were visible. I was about to end the fight, when Uchiha committed another unforgivable stupidity. Is that all you Uzumaki can do? All you can do is scratch me, he said with his usual grin. These words became his sentence. If I had been holding back before, then his phrase towards Uzumaki destroyed all the limits in my head. I jumped back and stood in a stance. Itachi panicked. Of all people, he knew this technique. He wanted to intervene, but he didn't have time. Kaden, dance of the fiery blades. I roared, spinning in a deadly whirlwind. Fiery arcs began to break off from the blades of my swords. I began to move faster and faster. Sasuke could only run away from my attacks. Catching the moment, I abruptly stopped the technique and threw my hand with the sword forward, pressing a small button on the handle. Click. The blade split into pieces, connected by a thin metal cable. Now, instead of a sword, I had a long, sharp whip in my hands. I swung my new weapon, and the tip of the whip wrapped around Sasuke's katana. A sharp movement of my hand, and Kusanagi was already flying towards me. Putting the second sword behind my back, I caught the blade with my free hand. All this happened, literally, in a split second. A fine sword, I said, examining the katana. Another press of the button, and the whip became a katana again. It's not the real Kusanagi, of course, but it's a pretty good copy. I think I'll keep it for myself, instead of the broken wakizashi. What do you say, Sasuke? Bring him back here, Uchiha barked. Lightning sparked in his hands. I just chuckled. The clone was already doing his job. We took off at the same time. Chidori. Futon Rasengan. Our techniques collided. I think there is no need to say again whose element was stronger. Sasuke was thrown back, and after somersaulting several times, he fell onto the sand. However, he immediately got up. The wind is stronger than lightning, he said. And fire is stronger than the wind. Kato. The great fire dragon. Fire is fire, but I have senchakra on my side. I simply removed the air from the technique's path. And without an influx of oxygen, even techniques don't last long. As a result, the dragon went out before it could reach me. I responded with the same technique. Thanks to the foxes, they taught me. Having poured some senchakra and kyubi chakra into the dragon, I heated up the technique to the limit. But Itachi tried to stop it. His phoenix flowers weakened my dragon a little, but fire is not very effective against fire. As a result, Itachi simply burned my flame with his Amaterasu. I don't know how it happened, the main thing is that the elder Uchiha was out of action for a while. And Sasuke was going to use his Chidori again. It didn't work. I simply created a miniature version of the Rasengan Morningstar, launched it towards the Uchiha and detonated it on the approach. 1,000 small chakra needles cut up the already not quite whole brunette. Can you call me a weakling now, Uchiha-kun? I asked mockingly. Or maybe I should demonstrate my mastery of Raiden. Sasuke glanced my way. I saw fear in him. And I understood why. I handle swords better than he does. My fire technique was stronger than his. And now I declared that I also use lightning. Yes, Sasuke, I surpassed you in everything. With a quick movement, I pulled out 24 senbon from my pouch. They were special. In the middle of each was a row of small symbols that formed a miniature seal. A second later, all the needles flew into the air, and I formed seals with lightning speed. I trained this technique for a very, very long time. Raiden, Flight of the Thunder God. It's a funny feeling, when it seems like the whole world around you has frozen. When you decide how exactly to move things so that the next moment will be most advantageous for you. Or like now, 20 needles hovered around Sasuke, and I quickly redirected them to the right points. And then I felt the last, 21st senbon, which I dropped 1,000th of a second before the technique began to work. I rushed to it, and the needle was in my hands, having managed to fly a couple of centimeters. And then the world came to life again. The cry of seagulls, the sound of the surf, the crunch of sand underfoot returned. And into this idyll of sounds, Sasuke's desperate cry intervened. It's unpleasant to have 20 needles stuck into your nerve endings at once, isn't it, Uchiha-kun? I asked sarcastically. Sasuke didn't have time to answer, he collapsed on the sand. 20 senbons were sticking out of him, located in the pain points of his body. I can imagine how much pain he was in. Sasuke just breathed heavily. Now it will hurt even more. You know, I'm not used to throwing around special weapons, I said with the same grin. So, I think I'll take the senbons back. Do you mind? Threads of senchakra were already reaching for the needles. I pulled them sharply and released all the senbon from Sasuke's body. Yee. I had never heard such a wild scream in my life. Sasuke, Itachi blurted out, having come to his senses, flying up to his brother, who was only wheezing from the strain. I don't recommend touching him, I grinned. Any touch in the next few hours will reverberate through his body with unbearable pain. Okay, I'm done here. I have to go. I'm not saying goodbye, Itachi. Someday, Q and I will drop by to visit you. The horror reflected in Uchiha's eyes was the best reward for me. Smiling once more, I rushed towards the maelstrom. Note. Naruto's whip is shaped like the tail of Hirako, Sasori's puppet. Chapter 17, Uzushikage. Itachi's Pav. When Naruto ran away, I tried to grab Sasuke to carry him to Konoha. But my brother let out another wild scream in response. I started rushing around the beach. What should I do? Sasuke is in pain, it's obvious to the naked eye. And he might not survive the journey to Konoha. What should I do? The only thing left is to use that technique. It's good that I was able to find it in the clan records. I touched Sasuke with my hand, causing him to scream again. Kami-sama, If only I had enough chakra. Jikuken Ito. And we were sucked into a funnel. I chose Konoha's hospital as my target. To my great relief, everything worked out, but I collapsed from exhaustion. I woke up already in a hospital bed, next to a groaning Sasuke. One of the Irionen was sitting next to me. Oh, you're awake now, he said with concern. Danzo did me a great favor by declassifying the Uchiha case and clearing my name. How is he? I pointed towards my brother. He's fine, but you shouldn't have brought him here so thoughtlessly, the medic shook his head. The pain shock almost killed him. We miraculously managed to save him. If you had waited a little, the negative effects would have disappeared on their own. Damn, what a twist. Naruto seemed to want to finish Sasuke off with my hands. And he almost succeeded. Although Naruto has every right to hate us, Konoha has betrayed him more than once. And I'm afraid that he will still return here. Kami-sama. And what will happen when he meets Tobi, and our deception is revealed? We must urgently talk to Danzo-sama about this. End of Itachi's POV. Honestly, I got my heart out. Sasuke will suffer for several hours now. Not only did the Senbons hit the main nodes of the nervous system, but they also injected poison there, increasing the pain effect. Itachi will now suffer doubly. Of course, his beloved brother is groaning in pain nearby, and he can't be touched. If he does take Sasuke in his arms, the pain shock can finish off the younger Uchiha with relative ease. Perhaps, from the outside I will seem like a sadist, but such is the world of shinobi. It's either you or you. And besides, this bastard will remember for the rest of his life that you shouldn't get in the way of Uzumaki. At the entrance to Uzushio I was met by Radon. Where are you staying, Naruto? He asked. I was cleaning the face of a traitor. I grinned, shaking his hand. Glad to see you. Likewise, the temporary head of the whirlpool smiled at me. Is Karen here already? Yes. Jin brought her half an hour ago. Kita met her. That's great, I simply beamed. Mother and daughter met. Where's your girlfriend Hinata? The old man asked, instantly ruining my elevated mood. Gather our Jonin, I said. The story will be very unpleasant. When the village began to revive, the first thing we did was build a residence for the village ruler. And for some reason, they chose me. It's not that I was against it, but it still seemed unreasonable to me. Then I got into it. And then Hinata and I went traveling, and I left Radon in charge of the village. There was even a rank distribution in Uzushio. Radon, Kita, and 4 others were promoted to Jonin by me. Another 30 became Genin and Chunin. The rest were either too young to wear the headband or too old to be involved in security. Now all the Jonin of the village gathered in the briefing room. I briefly recounted the latest events, gave instructions, and everyone went to do their own thing. Soon, only Kita and I were left in the room. Okay, Naruto, I'll get down to business, she began. You have to admit, Tobi wouldn't have transplanted Hinata's Sharingan just like that. He had a good reason for it. I already understood, I nodded. But I still couldn't find that very reason. Can you call Hinata here? The Kunoichi asked. Yes, I nodded. Before heading to the Wolverines, Hinata showed me the reverse summoning seals. Should I do it right now? No need, Kita said. Let's go to my place first. To me, meant, to the hospital. Kita was an excellent medic nin, not inferior in her arsenal of healing techniques to Granny Tsunade. She, along with Monako, Kichi and Kuri, was responsible for the health of the villagers. And it was quite natural that Hinata should be examined properly. Now the main advantage in her favor was that Kita knew firsthand about the features of the Sharingan. At one time, she had to treat some shinobi from the Uchiha clan. This meant that the examination of Hinata's eyes would be quick and productive. When we got to the hospital building, we were met by Karen. You could tell that Kita and Karen were more than just clanmates by their similarly asymmetrical hair. The right half of both of their hair was upturned, while the left half was straight. Hello, Naruto, Karen waved her hand at me. Hello, I smiled. How are you enjoying Uzushio? Instead of answering, Karen hugged me with happy tears in her eyes. You made my dream come true, Naruto, she whispered. I always dreamed of a family. And here I found it. I'm glad, I hugged the girl too. A moment later Kita a little roughly unclasped our embrace. Stop huddling together. Karen, darling, the guy is already taken. And you, Naruto, I'm going to give you a good slap in the face right now, you little cheater. I chuckled. After all, my home is in the maelstrom. Where else would the villagers communicate with the village chief so easily? When we arrived at the office, Kita cleared a place for the summoning. Go ahead, she allowed, and I made a few seals. Reverse summoning. A chain of symbols spread across the floor, and Hinata appeared in a cloud of smoke. For some reason, her eyes were blindfolded again. My beloved perked up. Where am I? She asked in a trembling voice. Damn, what's wrong with her? I've never seen her so scared. Naruto. Naruto, is that you? I'm here, my love, everything's okay. I jumped up to Hinata and hugged her. She hugged me too and sobbed. Was she crying? I hadn't seen her cry since the moment she almost killed Neji with the seal. Hinata, what happened? I tried to remove the bandage, but the girl twisted and grabbed the piece of fabric, as if refusing to remove it. Naruto, please go outside the door, Kita said. I want to examine her and talk without any unnecessary witnesses. If I hadn't seen Hinata's condition, I would have been outraged that I was considered unnecessary. But now I didn't argue and simply left her office. A few minutes later, Kita looked out of the office and beckoned me with her finger. Hinata was peacefully snoring on the couch. The blindfold was no longer on her eyes. What's wrong with her? I asked, sitting down next to her. Quiet, don't disturb her, said Kita. She's overtired and has a severe nervous breakdown. As I understood from her confused story, she began to imagine herself killing you. This Toby of yours, or whatever his name was, planted a strong genjutsu in her eyes. It's quite possible that this was an order that she had to carry out. So what now? I asked, clenching my fists. That's it, mask wearer, dig your own grave. Now, well, I have two pieces of news for you, the Iryanin answered. One is good, the other. I don't know. Probably also good. Which one should I start with? With the one that's definitely good, I asked. I removed the genjutsu, Kita said. Hinata almost dispelled it anyway, by passing Sen chakra through her eyes. The remnants of the technique caused these visions. Also, the natural chakra seems to have accelerated the mutation. Mutation, I echoed. This word alarmed me greatly. Yes, this is the, probably good, news, the kunoichi explained. Hinata's eyes now have neither Byakugan nor Sharingan, but a peculiar mixture of the two. The pupil has become lighter and dark circles can be seen in it. The commas have not disappeared yet, but they are also very pale. And you know what? So far I have only one guess as to what it is. Really the Rinnegan. I was surprised. Although, it all fits. I read somewhere that both the Byakugan and the Sharingan were formed from the Rinnegan. Exactly, Kita confirmed. Hinata had the Byakugan from birth. And now they transplanted the Sharingan instead. The genes mixed and formed a new dojutsu. That's why Toby transplanted the Sharingan into her, I concluded. Hinata, obeying orders, would have killed me. And then she, horrified by what she had done, would have become easy prey. Exactly, the kunoichi agreed once again. But he miscalculated. The genjutsu was supposed to work only when you were nearby. And since you broke up almost immediately, everything was fine with Hinata. As she told me, she started having these hallucinations about 2 days ago, after she tried to pass Sen chakra through the Sharingan during training. The visions are a post-effect of the destruction of that order. And is Hinata okay now? I asked again. Kita nodded. A weight had been lifted off her shoulders. My beloved is okay. And Toby, he'll get his soon. I was sitting in my office, sorting through reports. Paperwork, although disgusting to all Uzumaki, not just me, was mandatory. Human memory is not perfect, and reports on missions carried out must be saved. Well, at least for a while. I was torn away from the papers by a shinobi who flew into the office. It was one of our Chunin, Uzumaki Arashi. 3 men in Akatsuki cloaks have been spotted approaching the village, he began without preamble, not even catching his breath. What are your orders? Akatsuki, I wonder who exactly, and why are they here? Gather everyone at the entrance. I commanded. I'll be there soon too. We'll figure out what they want, and until then, don't get into a fight. Yes, Arashi answered and ran back like a bullet. The guy was mostly busy running fast, relaying my orders. He was one of those people about whom they say, an all in the ass, and he was just perfect for these purposes. I put on light armor, a red cloak, and a hat similar to those worn by the Cage of the 5 Great Villages. The hat had the kanji wo wan, which meant, whirlpool, on it. Now, in full dress, I could go and greet the guests. When I climbed up to the platform above the gate, I immediately recognized the new arrivals. I wondered why they had come here. I asked this question right away. Well, hello, Konan, Kisame, Deidara, I grinned. What do you want in my village? Kisami's pav. Deidara, Konan and I were walking along the coast. When the blonde guy found out Naruto was gone, he just exploded. Luckily for us, in a figurative sense. The bomber had taken a liking to the guy. Together with Konan, They packed their things and headed to the destroyed village of Whirlpool, where Naruto was rumored to have settled. I went with them. To be honest, I was disappointed in the goals of the organization. They promised peace throughout the world, and then it suddenly turned out that this peace was sheer tyranny. No, peace cannot be built this way. I would have discussed this topic, but we had already reached Uzushio. To be honest, I was shocked. I was here once, about 10 years ago, and I found only ruins. Deidara said that when he was here, the situation had not changed much. And now in front of us lay the rebuilt village of Whirlpool, surrounded by walls, on which stood red-haired fighters. And above the gate towered a man in a red cloak and Cage's hat. I didn't even immediately recognize him as Naruto. But the head of Whirlpool himself recognized us right away. Well, hello, Konan, Kisame, Deidara, he grinned. What do you want in my village? Naruto, stop joking, Deidara was indignant. Can't you see, everyone here is ours. I don't have my own. In the Akatsuki organization, Naruto objected. We looked at each other and simultaneously tore off our cloaks. I was left in a mesh vest and wide black pants, Deidara was dressed the same way. Konan had a dark blue tight suit under her cloak. Wow, what a figure. So, Kisame, something bad is creeping into your head. Now I see my own, Naruto smiled. You can consider yourselves guests of Uzushio. Open the gates. Arashi, escort our guests to the residence. The last words were drowned out by the roar of the opening gates. The whirlpool opened its doors to us. End of Kisame's POV. Note. Jikuken Ito, space-time travel, is Toba's teleportation and dematerialization technique. Chapter 18. Contract with the Cloud. After talking with the guys who came, it turned out that Dei rebelled as soon as Toby announced my failed betrayal. As did Konan. Well, and Kisame was on my tail. All three of them packed their things and left Akatsuki, without even sealing the Kyuubi. So there are 5 people left in Akatsuki now? I asked. Toby, Pain, Zetsu, Hidan, and Kakuzu, right? 4. Konan corrected me. As it turns out, Nagato is missing too. His puppets were still working when you arrived, but then they just collapsed as lifeless dolls. That's it, I blurted out. That's why he needed Hinata. Because Nagato was missing, and the Rinnegan was out of reach. What? Kisame was surprised. I told them about the results of Hinata's research and the possible Rinnegan. True. This raises a logical question, I finished. Why did he give her to me? Why didn't he take her from the shelter? Perhaps he wanted to neutralize you with that genjutsu. Konan suggested. That's all. That's the only version, I agreed. But I still can't believe that this bastard had only this goal. Judge for yourself, Dei intervened. If Hinata had stayed next to you, she would have killed you. But everything didn't go according to his plan. It makes sense, I was simply forced to agree. Okay, you still haven't said why you came. Well, that's obvious, Deidara chuckled. Don't you need experienced shinobi in the village? They are needed, I nodded. And indeed, Uzumaki alone will not be enough for me. Let them work as a well-coordinated mechanism, people from the Whirlpool clan are not enough. In other words, you want to become our shinobi, the shinobi of Whirlpool. Exactly. Kisame stretched his lips into a smile. To be honest, I'm sick of my crossed-out protector. I want a new one. No problem, I grinned. Okay, let's get the paperwork done. Half an hour later, Kisame and I were already running around the training ground with swords. We had trained together before, learning new moves from each other. And now, God himself had ordered me to train with our new Jonin. Kisame's Uzushio forehead protector suits him very well. Samahata crossed with my swords again. This is not right, by the way. My blades have served me faithfully for over 2 years, but I still haven't come up with a name for them. Okay, now is not the time. Samahata flies towards me, and I barely have time to dodge. Phew, that was close. Kisame and I are fighting for real, but we are ready to hold back a sword strike at any moment. However, as far as I remember, we have never done this in any training session. I get to my feet, intercept the blades with a reverse grip and attack Kisame. He holds back the blows with Samahata. I jump back and shoot the fishman with needles from the handles. He dodges, but one of the Senbon still makes a small scratch on his neck. And as if wanting to take revenge on me for it, Kisame rushes at me with a roar, spinning Samahata like a propeller. I jump back and the game of tag begins. Hoshigake tries to tag me with his sword, and I quickly run away from him. After a couple of minutes, the fishman finally knocks me down, but the paralyzing poison finally takes effect, and Kisame falls on me. Deja vu. Someone. I scream. Move this carcass off me. Home, sweet home. The small mansion built next to the residence was restored especially for me. I still can't understand why these people chose me as their leader. In response to my question, Radon only grinned and said that they wouldn't trust others with the future of the village. Like, you revived the village, you're in charge. No, I'm not denying it, it just seems to me that there are people more respectable than me. When I returned, Karen and Hinata were already waiting for me in the mansion. Karen was busy in the kitchen, and Hinata was still resting, lying on the sofa in the living room. I approached my beloved and, leaning over, kissed her on the lips. How are you feeling? I asked, looking into his eyes. They really had turned from blood red to pale pink. Concentric circles were visible, and the commas had almost disappeared. It's fine, thank you. Hinata smiled at me and stood up, taking a sitting position. I was so scared when I saw that I was killing you. Kita explained to me later that it was a genjutsu. The main thing is that it's all behind us. I sat down next to her and hugged the girl. And we'll deal with the thief of your eyes, rest assured. These eyes aren't bad either, Hina said. Kita told me about your guess. I never thought I'd have the Rinnegan. Nobody thought so, Karen noted as she entered the room. Dinner's ready. I'm not much of a cook, but I was able to make ramen and zenzai. Thank you, sister, I smiled. Karen really did become a sister to me. I don't even know why. All the Uzumaki are my family, but still, this girl is the closest to me. Maybe because she, like me, grew up without knowing her parents. But she did find her mother. It's a pity that this is impossible for me. I wonder what Kushina Uzumaki was like. After a hearty dinner, I felt sleepy. And rightly so, the work of the last few days had left me exhausted. Karen and Hinata stayed to gossip, and I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. In the morning, I got back to work. Kisame, Konan, Deidara, Hinata and I were planning to head to Kaminari no Kuni. According to the news my guys brought, an attack was being prepared on the cloud. And I intended to offer my help to the Raikage. True, Kisame was somewhat skeptical about this idea, saying that the Raikage would at best send us away. In general, he is right. We are former Akatsuki, and it is unknown how the head of Kumogakure will react to us. Well, in an emergency, I have one trick up my sleeve. The best option for us was the sea route. We had several small sailing ships, which meant there would be no problems with this. Two brothers, Katsu and Katsuro, went with us. Although they were old, they handled the ship quite skillfully. Our journey took only a day. And all thanks to my idea. I raised the wind with my techniques, and the light vessel rushed along the waves at full speed. Having moored in one of the port towns of Kaminari no Kuni, we parted with the brothers. We went to Kumo, and they sailed back to Uzushio. It is not known when we will return, and I plan to go back by land. State your names and the reason for your presence on the territory of the Hidden Cloud Village, one of the 4 shinobi standing at the entrance to the village said sternly. Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Hinata, I said. Kisame, Dei and Konan were waiting for us in the neighboring town, collecting rumors along the way. Arrived in Kumogakure as representatives of the village of Whirlpool for a meeting with the Raikage. The purpose of the visit is to discuss the threat of Akatsuki and the possible signing of a peace treaty between the villages. By the end of the tirade I was exhausted. Phew, it seems I didn't make any mistakes, I said everything as I was taught. The shinobi looked askance at our protectors. I was dressed for the field, but I still had my suit with me in the same seal, but wrote out 2 passes. After which, 2 more shinobi volunteered to escort us to the residence of the village head. To my surprise, the Raikage immediately agreed to meet with us. His secretary led us into the office. Hey, the village leader, turned out to be a tall, dark-skinned, blonde-haired Hulk. Next to him stood another shinobi who looked very much like him. Well, it seems that this is Killer B, the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. I liked him right away. So, Mabui told me that you are representatives of the Maelstrom, I chuckled. Interesting, of course, but this village was destroyed long ago. Your information is outdated, Raikage-sama, I said with respect and a grin at the same time. The village has been rebuilt. Moreover, we also provide shinobi services to the civilian population. Outdated? Then, the big guy grinned again. Okay, my name, as my secretary probably told you, is this is B, my brother. And you? Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Hinata, I answered. Naruto and Hinata. The grin disappeared from the Raikage's face. Yes, I remember I received some information about you. In particular, you were seen in cloaks typical of the Akatsuki organization, which has already kidnapped one of our Jinchuriki and pretty much destroyed one of our border villages. I won't argue, I really was a member of that organization, I said. There was no point in lying, at worst we could get out of here. But I've already left it, and now my goals are completely different from theirs. Besides, Akatsuki has something I want to possess. And with what? Asked Hei. As you may know, I'm the former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, I explained. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw B twitch. And I really want him back. So that's it, said the Raikage. And yet, why did you come here? Talk about the threat to your brother, I waved my hand towards B. He is the current target of Akatsuki, since the other Biju are already in their clutches. The last words made the Cloud's leader think. And then the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi spoke up. The guy is right, Akatsuki has a plan that's on fire, he began. Hell, he's not talking, he's rapping. If they come here, they'll wipe everything out. Okay, what do you suggest? Hei sighed. Now the serious conversation will begin. After an hour of discussion, we came to the following conclusion. A is strengthening his brother's security as much as possible. They had already come for him, but the attack had stalled. I provided the maximum amount of information I had collected on the remaining Akatsuki members. Finding and neutralizing Toby was my responsibility. In addition, I suggested that A and I organize an attack on Konoha together after this mess. The Raikage agreed. Cloud really wanted to get their hands on the Byakugan. I'm glad we came to an agreement, I said, rolling up the scroll. It was our copy of the peace treaty between Kumo and Uzushio. By the way, I wanted to clarify, said A with his usual grin. What position do you hold in your village? Instead of answering, I pulled up my sleeve, revealing the seal. A few seconds later, I had the orange cage hat on my head. B chuckled and clapped his brother on the shoulder. Listen, this guy is not simple, don't look at his height. He clearly hasn't been sleeping, he's already become a cage. Yes, B's rap could be better. We were busy combing the borders for about a week. But Akatsuki either decided to lay low for a while or had already infiltrated the Land of Lightning. After instructing the border troops, we moved towards Toba's hideout. I decided to check this place out. Who knows, maybe he still lives in the Land of Iron. As we approached the cave where the entrance was hidden, I stopped the group. I'll go on alone from here, I commanded. Go ahead, I'm counting on you. Everything will be in the best possible way, Naruto, the pyrotechnician grinned. Then, check the connection, I headed deeper into the cave, adjusting the radio on my neck along the way. Can you hear me? Over. We can hear you perfectly, over, Kisami's voice came from the speaker. Be prepared to use the kunai, I said. Over and out. After a few turns, I reached the entrance to the shelter. Okay, Toby, welcome your guests. Toby's pav. I must admit, the plans will have to be seriously adjusted. Not only Pain disappeared, but Kisame, Conan and Deidara left the organization. The sealing of the fox had to be carried out by 4 people. Hidan and Kakuzu are still here, but, frankly speaking, they are too few. Zetsu should be sent to recruit new members. Konoha fooled me too. That bastard Danzo gave me a fake. The stone he gave me did contain the Nine Tails chakra, but not in full. I don't even know how I could have screwed up like that. I haven't heard anything about the girl I transplanted the Sharingan to either. It was a mistake to give her to Naruto. The Genjutsu was strong, but I didn't take into account that she would use Sen chakra. The signals coming from the Sharingan died down at first, and when they appeared again, they were so weak that I barely felt them. Yeah, I couldn't see through it. Oh well, the Rinnegan will still be mine. Sooner or later, the kids will definitely come to me for the fox. Naruto is stupid. The Konoha people will deceive him too. Maybe I'll even be able to lure him back to me. Although, no, I shouldn't hope for that. What is this? It seems I have a guest. Oh, Naruto, I forgot you knew about this place. Hey, Toby, the guy grinned. Weren't you expecting me? That's right, unexpected guests are called that because they come when you least expect them. Perhaps the alarm systems should have been fixed after all. End of Toby's POV. Chapter 19. The Whirlwind of Events. I slammed my chakra-infused fist into the thick door. And, of course, it smashed the hell out of me. Toby was here. Very good. That meant I wouldn't have to run all over the continent looking for him. Hey, Toby, I grinned. Weren't expecting me. Oh, look who's come to see me. Toby was as sarcastic as ever. It's the head of the Maelstrom village himself. Where's your girlfriend? Did he leave her outside the door? She's far from here, I chuckled. In the world of Wolverines. It's unlikely you'll be able to get there. Of course I was lying, because if that idiot realized that Hina was here. In short, it was better not to let that happen. So that's why I lost her. The man in the mask sighed with disappointment. Well, at least tell me if she liked the new eyes. Because I can't sleep at night, I'm worried. She's fine, you don't have to worry and sleep peacefully, I chuckled. Damn, if you listen to our conversation from the outside, you can't believe that we're each other's sworn enemies. That's great, the face behind the mask was not visible, but I could feel Toby beaming. And now you, Naruto-kun. Why did you barge in on me so impolitely? You broke down my door. The answer is obvious, Toby, I replied. I need the Kyuubi. You won't believe it, but I don't have it, the mask maker replied. I don't believe it, I grinned. I know for sure that Konoha gave you the prison stone in which the 9 tails was sealed. They gave me a fake, Toby said with irritation in his voice. When we started extracting, the chakra ran out after only an hour. And that's considering there were 4 of us. You have to admit, Konoha acted a bit ugly. Oh, well, that's a twist. So the Kyuubi is still in Konoha. So that's why Itachi got so scared when I said I'd drop by. Okay, so I really do have to go to Konoha. Now, I should probably kill Toby while we're here. It's a good thing Conan told me about his only weak point. There's just one more thing I need to figure out. Where's Hinata's Byakugan? I asked. I didn't want to leave the dojutsu to this idiot. Especially since those eyes wouldn't be of any use to a dead man. Here, a grin came from under the mask, and part of the wall moved aside, revealing to me a view of jars with eyes. Your mother. These are Sharingans. That's where he got this dojutsu from. There are hundreds here, at first glance. If only we had at least a couple. An idea immediately popped into my head. If only Dei and Conan with the explosives didn't let me down. And here are your beloved's eyes, Toby grinned, pointing his finger at a pair of flasks in the very middle of the shelf. But you know, Naruto-kun, I think we've been standing around doing nothing for too long. You're right, I grinned, crossing my fingers. A few seconds later, the entire cave was filled with clones. The masked man only grinned. You won't defeat me using your copies, Naruto-kun. Who said I was going to defeat you with them? I shouted, jumping up. Several more clones from the crowd did the same. Rasengan Morgenstern. A dozen spiked balls flew towards the rack with the eyes. My clones and I tore off the leashes. A series of explosions sounded, and most of the containers broke, and several more flew into the air. No, my collection, Toby shouted, but clones with simple Rasengans came at him from all sides. I was busy catching the Byakugan and other eyes. Q. Help, I roared, throwing my hands forward. Chakra flowed from my palms, forming about 30 ghostly paws. Each grabbed a flask that flew into the air. Instantly pulled back, all the containers disappeared into my seal. Toby, it seemed, was not up to it. The clones raised such a ruckus that the mask wearer found it hard to breathe. He used his technique and became incorporeal. Yeah, right now. Replacement technique, I roared. All the clones immediately disappeared, replaced by a simply titanic amount of explosives. There were explosive seals, and seals with fire techniques, and Deidara's creations. All this stuff immediately began to detonate. Kisame, come on, I shouted into the radio, shouting over the noise of the explosions. Miraculously, I hadn't been hit by any of them yet. Instantly forming hand seals, I felt a flying kunai and with a bang disappeared from the cave, leaving Toby alone with a bunch of explosions. I grabbed the 3-petal kunai as I was approaching the tree. Deidara looked at the mountain collapsing from the explosions with a sweet face, and Conan, Hinata and Kisame rushed towards me. How did it go? My girlfriend asked. Fine, I answered. I got the Byakugan, plus a few more interesting eyes. Toby didn't have the Kyuubi. Konoha deceived us. What? Kisame couldn't believe his ears. They gave him a fake, I explained, turning my gaze to the flashes coming from the collapsed cave. How much is there? Enough for 15 minutes of explosions, Conan said. She looked quite exhausted. Of course, to prepare so many seals practically from herself. Oh, it's beautiful, Deidara drawled contentedly, photographing the flashes with his little device. Now this is real art, yay. Okay, let's finish watching the fireworks and then head home, I grinned. A quarter of an hour later the explosion stopped. But Deidara immediately made a seal. I got another one, just in case, he said. Cats. The last explosion left the mountain flat. Let's hope that Toby didn't survive this hell. Our team headed back to the maelstrom. Toby's pav. To be honest, I didn't expect such a move at all. Few people knew about the weakness of my technique. But it was too unexpected for me. The explosions continued for at least 15 minutes. I was really hurt when I stopped the technique for the first time. I had to use what I had been saving for later. Izanagi is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. I saved myself with it the first time. But the explosions continued and continued. Izanagi had already ended and I became a ghost again in a split second. That was almost enough time. When the technique broke off, the explosion stopped for a second. And then came the most powerful one, which smashed even the mountain into pieces. The fragments mortally wounded me. I had no choice. With my last strength, I folded the seals again. Rabbit, boar, rat, Izanagi. My other eye closed forever, giving me the chance to fix the situation. My wounds were gone, but my eyes were now lost to me. Exhausted, I sat down on the ground. I don't know how long I sat there, but soon a source of alien chakra appeared nearby. A familiar source. Zetsu? I asked. Yes, Madara-san, his voice responded. What happened here? I'll explain later, I said, getting up. Better search this place. See if there are any whole flasks left here. It was a illusory hope. If I had at least one Sharingan, we would have fought. Without eyes, Zetsu would not have enough strength to get me the Rinnegan. Yes. The voice of his black half was heard. There is one flask. The liquid has almost leaked out, but the eye is intact. I smiled in relief, though Zetsu probably didn't see it. After all, I still had my mask on. Okay, Uzumaki. We're not done yet. End of Toby's POV. When we got to the whirlpool, we had guests waiting for us. No, there is no sarcasm or metaphorical meaning here. We really did have guests. While we were away, Tsunade and Shizune dropped by Uzushio. And you, I see, have settled in nicely, Tsunade remarked when the two of us entered my office. Hinata went home to rest, Shizune went to our hospital to exchange experiences, and the ex-Akatsuki decided to jump around the training ground a little. I try to live up to my status, I chuckled, sitting down in my chair. What have you come for? Just visiting, the female Sanin laughed. Is it not allowed? Oh, come on, I threw up my hands. You can always. By the way, where did you lose my pervert godfather? He'll show up soon, Tsunade answered. And not alone, by the way. His former student is traveling with him. Also from your clan, by the way. Really? I was surprised. I thought I had gathered everyone. Well, one was left unaccounted for, Senju grinned, but immediately changed the subject. Okay, go on, tell me where you were, what you did. I've only heard about you from gossip, and I'm very interested in when you managed to get a girlfriend, a clan, and your own village. I smiled and began my story. We spent about 3 hours, but I only got to the part where Hinata and I joined Akatsuki. At that point, Arashi interrupted us. Naruto, there's someone at the gate who calls himself the Great Toad Sanin Jiraiya. Should I let him in? That's a stupid question, I chuckled. Let me in, of course. There's just one more person with him, the red-haired guy warned me. His student, I think. Let them both in and bring them here, I ordered. Arashi nodded and disappeared. A few minutes later, my godfather and a man I had never seen before, but in an instant I realized who he was, walked through the door. Hello, Ero Sanin, I smiled. Hello to you too, Nagato. In short, the whole company relocated to my mansion. While Shizune and Hinata were busy in the kitchen, Jiraiya told about how he came to the rain in search of the leader of the Akatsuki organization. And found his former student there, Nagato. When I was walking, I was ready to fight to the death, said the gray-haired Sanin. And when I got there, Yahiko immediately came up to me. Naturally, I was surprised. Yahiko died 15 or 16 years ago. And he introduced himself as Pain and said that Nagato was waiting for me. I knew that Madara needed the Rinnegan, Nagato continued his godfather's story. That's why I decided to leave AIM. I was weak, and he knew that these bodies were just puppets. Long story short, when my rain technique detected the teacher, I immediately sent Tendo to him. Together with him, we left rain. The puppets worked for a while, and then they simply ran out of chakra. Those two blockheads came to me later, the floor passed to Tsunade. To be honest, Nagato was in a terrible state. Anyway, Shizune and I fixed the guy up. And then we parted ways. We went to visit you, and those two went to Konoha. To Konoha? I asked again. Well, yes, Nagato chuckled. I heard that Madara transplanted your Hinata's Sharingan. And so Sensei and I snuck into the Uchiha quarter and brazenly stole several scrolls with clan techniques from under their noses. Holy shit, I whistled. How did you manage to pull off such an adventure? Elementary, the Sanin chuckled. After all, the Rinnegan is not a piece of cake. Dinner is ready, Hinata's voice rang out. And a few seconds later she appeared. By the way, Nagato, I grinned. You're not the only one with the Rinnegan. The next day, I gathered Kita, Tsunade, and Shizune in the hospital lab. Dear ladies, I began. I have gathered you here as first-class Iryanins. I have an interesting proposal for you. What's the proposal? Tsunade asked. How about we do some research on creating a new dojutsu based on the old one? I suggested. Did you take Hinata's Byakugan after all? Kita asked shrewdly. Not only that, I smiled and pulled out a small flask from the seal, in which an eye was floating. My mother. The red-haired Kunoichi gasped. This is Sharingan, finished Shizune, no less amazed. Where did you get it, Naruto? The same Toby, I chuckled. That psycho had a whole collection of Sharingans. True, it was destroyed by an explosion, but I managed to hide a few copies in my sleeve. After pouring some chakra into the seal, I extracted about 30 more eyeballs. Kita rubbed her hands together in anticipation at the sight of such riches. I don't know about the others, but I'm for it, she said. We're for it too. Tsunade and Shizune responded in unison. That's great, I grinned. A simple transplant leads to not very pleasant consequences and aftereffects. So, I'm counting on you. Study the eyes and think about how to modify the usual ones and all that. Yes, Uzushikage-sama, Kita stood at attention. I'm definitely making progress. She never called me that before. Okay, all that's left is to prepare for the attack on Konoha. The study lasted 2 weeks. I spent another 2 weeks training in mastering the new dojutsu. Kita and Tsunade changed the structure of the chakra channels in my eyes. To be honest, it was painful at first. But now my eyes were a mix of Sharingan and Byakugan in their properties. They remained the same in appearance, and only when I activated them, the iris became paler, and 3 commas appeared next to the pupil. The capabilities were impressive. Not the Rinnegan, of course, but still, it was great to have even such a dojutsu. And that scroll with techniques that Nagato brought along came in very handy. Hinata didn't waste any time either. Nagato taught her Rinnegan techniques, and I was once again convinced that my beloved had surpassed me in strength. Nagato himself found a family in the whirlpool, which he hadn't had since childhood. After all, the ex-leader of Akatsuki also turned out to be an Uzumaki. Jiraiya had gone on another trip, and after 3 weeks of absence, he had brought back to the village about 4 dozen missing nin shinobi. They weren't criminals. They were people who didn't want to be used as weapons, and Maelstrom, where all the shinobi were one big family, was the perfect place for them. So, Uzushiogakure grew and gained strength. It is not surprising that people with a spiral on their protectors soon became the talk of the town. And I was not at all surprised by the news that a large detachment of shinobi was moving in our direction, showing not the most friendly intentions. I admit honestly, when I appeared above the gate, I felt sick. Almost all the shinobi who came here were resurrected dead, and this small army was led by a bespectacled guy the first didn't know with a snake peeking out from under his cloak, and... No, this can't be. How did he survive? Toby was standing next to the commander of the dead. Chapter 20. Battle of Uzushio. Yeah, he's a tenacious bastard. Even if he's changed his mask for a new one, I'll always recognize him. Toby. And here you are, Uzumaki Naruto, the mask wearer saw me. I admit honestly, at first I didn't want to touch you. But you took my Rinnegan, destroyed my collection, took my people. Now I won't rest until I kill you. Likewise, I yelled back. I won't calm down either. I'll disintegrate you, creature, so that you'll definitely die. And any dead people won't stop me. I wasn't lying. I already understood what kind of technique they used on those people. Once upon a time, I brazenly stole a scroll of forbidden techniques from the third Hokage. Incidentally, that's where I learned clones, but that's not the point now. After Iruka found me, I copied some of the information. It would be a shame to waste it. In the end, I never used those techniques, but I remembered the description of Edo Tensei, the impure resurrection technique, well. As well as its weak points. Radon, I called the old man to me. Prepare the sealing techniques. The dead can be contained with their help. But I don't think that's their only trump card. You're right, Naruto, Hinata came up to me. Rinnegan, reinforced with Senchakra, sees many streams of chakra underground. A huge army is moving here. About 10,000 of either shinobi or someone else. How much? I was dumbfounded. Toby seemed to have thrown all his strength at us. About 10,000, repeated my beloved. That's not all. Nagato came up to us. I think I figured out what kind of chakra this is. These are Zetsu clones. Madara planned to use them. They were created with the chakra we sealed in the Geto Mazo, and it's enough for 100,000. We're in trouble. I sat down on the edge of the wall. Of course, we'll be able to defend ourselves for a long time. The enemy can only attack from one side and, in addition, all the walls are reinforced with technicians. But if they break through the defense, and their numbers, we have about 80 fighters. And they're 10,000. There's good news, Hinata said. Toby will be easier to deal with. I see he only has one eye left. At least there was some effect from that explosion, I said cheerfully. After some time, scary white people started appearing right out of the ground on the coast. They all look the same. White Zetsu. Well, let's hope they aren't as well trained as we are. Otherwise, we're screwed. Soon the first wave came across the wide bridge. About 200 Zetsu and 7 resurrected. Kisame spoke up. The last generation of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, he said. They're dashing guys. True, 3 of them don't have swords. Which means things will be a little easier for us. I recognized only one person. Momochi Zabuza, the missing nin of the mist, killed on that ill-fated mission to the land of waves. We didn't let them get close to the walls. Our shinobi started to pour combined techniques on the attackers. Fire, enhanced by wind, and water, conducting lightning, left only one memory of 200 Zetsu, expressed in the form of piles of ash. However, the techniques did not stop the resurrected ones. On the contrary, they themselves began to use techniques in response, but it was of no use. They were all absorbed by Hinata and Nagato. Damn, if only I had the Rinnegan. Reinforcements in the form of about 500, probably Zetsu, were coming along the bridge, but our techniques also regularly mowed down their ranks. The swordsmen, using chakra, managed to climb the wall, but we were already waiting for them. Several clan techniques, and all 7 swordsmen went into seals. Our main advantage was that it was impossible to get around us and attack from the other side. When the village was being rebuilt, the walls were built so that they went straight into the sea. And at their base there were spikes made with earthen techniques. So, climbing them was unrealistic. Of course, there was also a port, but foxes were on duty there. Their fire techniques would burn all the Zetsu like weeds. And the fox sealing team would be effective against the resurrected ones. 2 hours of waiting for the attack were not in vain, and we managed to prepare. Apparently, Toby realized this too. Another part of the Zetsu army and some resurrected ones surrounded him closely. So, decided to take us from the inside. You'll fail. Hinata, Nagato, Radon, I'm leaving the command of the gate defense to you. I commanded. Arashi, take your squad and follow me. Quickly. I was right. Toby had transported about 600 Zetsu and 7 resurrected ones right into the center of the village. 15 against 600. That's nothing, especially considering that Zetsu fighters are worthless. Just cannon fodder. I won't argue, they are quite capable of conquering some small country. But with Maelstrom, where every shinobi is an army for himself, such a trick won't work. Arashi's squad consisted of 15 dashing swordsmen. The guys were excellent with cold weapons. In addition, Kita and Tsunade had already managed to work on the eyes of 3 of them. The Zetsu immediately noticed us and rushed into the attack like an avalanche. Arashi's guys held the line, chopping the attackers into cabbage. I, together with their commander, dealt with the resurrected ones. These were 7 former Jinchuriki. I personally knew 4 of them, the blonde Niyugito, the bearded man Roshi, the big guy Han and the brunette who went by the name of Utakata. That red-haired guy was, in all likelihood, Sabaku no Gara. The other 2 were unfamiliar to me. They were probably the Jinchuriki of the 3 and 7 tails. Although what difference does it make who they are? The main thing is that they need to be sealed. I immediately folded the seals. Summoning technique. My personal fox team was ready for battle. What a fight that was. I don't really remember anything, but 7 Jinchuriki fought like hell. They left me with a few good scars as a souvenir. Both standard taijutsu and ninjutsu techniques were used, as well as some completely exotic ones. For example, Gara attacked me with sand, Roshi with lava, Han with steam, and Utakata sent soap bubbles my way. The latter turned out to be quite effective, and if it weren't for Arashi's support, I probably wouldn't have coped. I don't know how long we fought, but when I finally managed to hang seals on the opponents, I had very little strength left. But the foxes were already doing their job. Paralyzed by small seals, the Jinchuriki were sealed with a more powerful technique. I tiredly leaned against the wall, splashed with some green crap. Only scraps remained of Zetsu. I noted with satisfaction that all our guys were alive, albeit very battered. Not bad work, Naruto-kun, a voice said next to me. Toby materialized out of nowhere. But I can bring more soldiers here. Can you handle them? I just chuckled. I've observed his technique enough. And it was mentioned in the Uchiha scrolls. I haven't mastered it myself, but I can create interference. Go ahead, I suggested, still standing by the wall. Senchakra slowly began to replenish my strength. Bring the whole army here, I can handle them. You suggested it yourself, Naruto. Toby chuckled, but he couldn't teleport. What is it? Jikuken Ito doesn't work, I asked with feigned sympathy. You know, this technique is so easy to neutralize. You block the energy flows with natural chakra and the spatial hole won't work. Not bad, Toby snorted. But in this case, you'll have to try really hard to kill me without losing your concentration. That's what he has me for. Arashi shouted, rushing at the mask maker. But he dodged his blow with unexpected agility. Then a kunai appeared in his hand, which he easily plunged into the boy's heart. No, no, no. Arashi fell to the ground, spraying blood on it, and my Kyuubi started to crawl out of me. I lost control over the Senchakra, and Toby was already starting to disappear, but at the last moment I still managed to fly up close to him. An interesting place. Quite unique. There were many rectangular pillars around, and Toby and I were standing on one of them. Well, I got you, Naruto, a grin came from under the mask. This is my world, and I can leave whenever I want. Unlike you. I panicked. I really wouldn't be able to get out. But then panic was replaced by anger. He had killed Arashi. Damn it, this was war, anything could happen. But for some reason the image of a cheerful, red-haired, 18-year-old boy wouldn't leave my head. He reminded me of myself. I was like that before the Kyuubi was extracted from me. I'll kill you, I growled, releasing my mini-Q. Red chakra enveloped me for a second, and disappeared, and the world around me changed its outlines. If before everything was black and white, now the blocks we were standing on became orange, and the space around was illuminated with red light. What? Toby shouted. What did you do? And how do I know what I did? My portable Kyuubi responded inside me. Naruto, I'm holding him in this technique. You must defeat him here, then you will return back. Don't count on Senchakra and my strength. Act. Easy to say, go ahead. Okay, my katanas are with me, which means it's just the beginning. It's good that at least I managed to regain my strength. Toby suddenly fished out a wide gunbai with sharpened edges from somewhere. Okay, time to swing. I jumped towards him, trying to hit the fidgety masked man with my blades, but he parried my blows with his fan. Moreover, with another swing he left a deep cut on my hand. It was unusual to fight without Senchakra and Fox Chakra, my reaction was greatly slowed. But still, my new eyes remained with me. I made the activation seal. Byaku Sharingan, I whispered. The veins around my eyes bulged like a Byakugan, and 3 commas appeared in my eyes. And this greatly confused Toby. Without giving him time to come to his senses, I rushed into the attack again. A new dojutsu? The mask wearer asked curiously, brushing off my attacks. Something like that, I chuckled, continuing to attack. But Toby was clearly not that simple. His gunbai easily parried my attacks. When I passed wind chakra through the swords, Toby simply responded with fire. Damn, I have no water, I had to remove my chakra and fight with kenjutsu alone. Fatigue set in again. Damn, this one-eyed beast was still full of strength. I pressed the button and the swords turned into whips. I tried to snatch the gunbai from the enemy's hands, but it was all in vain. On the contrary, taking advantage of the moment, Toby went on the attack. I took a step back and tripped over a block protruding upward. And then the mask wearer knocked one whip out of my hand and simply knocked me down onto the surface of this ill-fated block. The hand with the second whip ended up pinned by his leg, and the sharp edge of the fan poked into my neck. Did you think you could beat me in a fair fight, Naruto-kun? Toby asked in a saccharine tone, leaning over me. Sorry, but I have more experience. Since I didn't beat you fairly, I snapped. Then I'll cheat. With my last strength, I turned the whip handle and pressed the button. A small lid opened and a spring fired several senbon at Toby. In the bull's eye, everything around me swam. I found myself back on our pavement, with Toby writhing in pain next to me. My senbon had hit him right in the eye. This was my chance. With a flick of my wrist, I transformed it back into a katana and simply blew the masked man's head off. Then I passed out from exhaustion. How is he? I heard a voice above me. It's Hinata, I think. He's fine. Just tired, a voice answered. Either Tsunade's or Kita's, it's unclear. Their voices are similar, but I can't open my eyes. Can I take him to the mansion? Hinata asked. I think so, Tsunade replied. Or was it whales? It's not right to leave him lying on the pavement. I felt my beloved take me into her arms and again fell into oblivion. Tsunade's POV. The battle at the gate was hot. But overall, none of us suffered too much. The technicians destroyed the white monsters on the approaches, and the resurrected ones were sealed by special teams. When 3/4 of the army were destroyed, Nagato shouted, "Chibi Tensai," and launched some kind of black ball towards the opponents, which instantly attracted a good 2,000 enemies. Honestly, they looked at the guy with admiration. Of course, the owner of the Rinnegan. After that, the attack petered out. Almost all of the resurrected were already sealed, and only a handful remained of the white monsters. There were almost no losses on our side. Although, no, the word, almost, is unnecessary here. There were none at all. Of course, there were wounded, many were hit by the resurrected's techniques. And several dozen white freaks that did manage to climb the wall, badly battered our fighters. But, in any case, there were no fatal wounds. True, the people Naruto took with him never returned, but Kita and Hinata had already gone there. Shizune, several other medics and I took care of the wounded, and Jiraiya showed up on the coast with a squad of 24 blonde shinobi. Together, they finished off the rest and captured their leader. By the way, I recognized him. It was Yakushi Kabuto, one of Orochimaru's henchmen. We'll still need the guy. We sealed the resurrected ones, but only he can cancel the technique. Soon, Kita's clone showed up. She told all the medics that Naruto's squad had been seriously battered, and Arashi was dying. Naturally, we all rushed there as a friendly crowd, while Radon and Nagato met Jiraiya with the reinforcements. Naruto's squad was, indeed, in a much worse condition than the others. Judging by the number of remains, these guys had fought hand-to-hand with almost 600 enemies. Arashi had a kunai pierced his lung. Actually, he was lucky, the blade almost grazed his heart. However, after the operation, he survived. Uzumaki's endurance made itself felt. As for Naruto, he was, as usual, severely exhausted, but whole. Only a few minor scratches, but even those were already healed by Kyuubi. We had every right to be proud of ourselves. The people of Uzushiogakure no Sato proved stronger than an entire army of enemies. Tremble, Danzo, soon we will come to you too. End of Tsunade's POV. Note. Literally, white copying I. Chapter 21. Before the storm. I woke up in my mansion. I was lying on the bed in the bedroom, and Hinata was sleeping next to me. I carefully got up from my place and examined myself. There were almost no injuries. Only a few small scars remained as a memory of yesterday's fight. Thanks to Kyuubi, his work. I wonder if I will become friends with the real one. My little Q is, of course, cute, but, okay, when we meet in person, then we will think about this topic, but for now it would be nice to have breakfast. Having quietly dressed, I went down to the first floor. Karen was already working her magic in the kitchen. Her sister had firmly settled in here in the mansion, although Kita had persistently called her to her. Well, her hand was bandaged. And there was a small bandage on her head. It looked like she had gotten into trouble yesterday. And she was in the Iryanin squad, which was not supposed to get into a fight. Are you awake, Naruto? She turned to me. There was a bandage on her right cheek. Damn, Mom was right, only you and Hinata came out of yesterday's mess unscathed. How did it all end yesterday? I asked, sitting down at the table. We held off the attackers for quite a while. Karen began her story, placing a bowl of ramen in front of me. I immediately pounced on the food, and my sister continued talking. They were coming in a dense stream, but we didn't let them get to the walls. From time to time, Nagato and Hina-chan absorbed the techniques flying at us with their Rinnegan. Listen, brother, I want eyes like those for myself too. It doesn't hurt to dream, I chuckled in response to the girl's remark. All that's left to do is dream, she sighed. Isn't the Byaku Sharingan enough for you? I was indignant. No, everything's fine, but the Rinnegan is such a cool thing, Karen said enviously. Please don't get distracted, I asked. Oh yeah, well, there were too many opponents, and we started to lose ground little by little. The undead seriously battered some of the guys. Of course, we immediately took care of them, but still, for a while, the defense weakened. Those white freaks went for the wall. In some places, they even managed to climb up. A fight broke out, and several freaks got to us. They caught me. Luckily, Hinata came to our aid, scattering all the freaks with one technique. Something with tight tires. Shinra Tensai? I asked, looking up from my plate. Yeah, that's it, nodded the little sister. In general, she threw them away from us. And then she just tore them to pieces. In general, in terms of the number of killed whites, she was second only to Nagato. At the end of the fight, he threw some kind of black ball at them. Also some kind of tensai. Shibaku tensai, I asked. That's right, Karen agreed. He destroyed about 2,000 opponents with this technique. True, he collapsed from exhaustion later, unlike Hinata. She was still holding on with her senchakra. But reinforcements had already arrived. Your godfather brought a squad of 20 dashing guys who chopped up the remaining 300 of these freaks. By the way, they caught that Four Eyes guy too. He's in prison now, awaiting your trial. I see, I grinned and, lifting the cup, drank the broth. Thank you, sister. You cook wonderfully. Look, Hinata will get jealous, she giggled. Okay, run to work already, great Uzushikage-sama. Report, I said, sitting down in the chair. Radon stood in front of me with his arm in a sling. It wasn't visible under his clothes, but I knew his chest was bandaged too. Shizune had told me, in detail about the course of the battle, or just about the results. The old shinobi asked. Second, I answered. Karen already told me about how you kicked the enemies around. Well, not so bad, sighed Radon. Only one person came out of that battle unscathed. Who is this? I asked curiously. Although, I think I understood. Hinata, of course, the old man answered shortly. She fought to the last with Senchakra and Rinnegan. The others got a good beating on the back of the neck. The reinforcements came in time, otherwise we could have lost. Still, at the end of the battle we held on our word of honor. It looks like your story will be radically different from Karen's version, I muttered thoughtfully. Okay, that's later, but now state the bare facts. As a result of yesterday's battle, Radon began immediately. We have 17 seriously wounded, 59 people with moderate wounds and 7 with light wounds. 2 are exhausted and 1 person, as I already said, got out of the water unscathed. Exhausted, it's me and Nagato, did I get that right? I grinned. That's right, the old shinobi smiled in response. Fortunately, there were no casualties, but almost all the guys you took with you were on the verge of death. Fortunately, Tsunade Haim, Kita and the others treated them in time. Wait, what about Arashi? I didn't understand. He's alive, Radon cheered me up. He really got it, though. As Kita said, if the kunai had gone a little further to the left, we would have buried the guy. He's in the hospital now. A weight has been lifted from my soul. Arashi is alive. All of ours are alive. They may be exhausted, but they are still alive. It's just a miracle. I was lucky once again. What kind of reinforcements did Jiraiya bring? I asked. 20 strong guys with the last name Namikaze, the Jonin grinned into his mustache. Their families will be coming soon too. It's good that we still have some places left. So, my godfather finally found my relatives on my father's side. Great. I remember when I found out the truth, I was ready to tear my dad to pieces. How stupid I was then. May I? A tall, blue-eyed blonde man, so similar to me and my father, looked through the door. My godfather was visible behind him. Come in already, I smiled. Who do I have the honor of speaking with? My name is Namikaze Okimaru, the blonde replied. I'm Minato's cousin. Nice to meet you, nephew. The conversation turned out to be quite heartfelt. As it turned out, Okimaru was my father's cousin. In total, about 4 dozen people from the Namikaze family came to Uzushio. Not a clan, but a family. Although my father's generation was quite large, officially, the Namikaze clan did not exist. In fact, it never came into being. Uzushio is one big family, and we don't need divisions by clans here. We finished talking only towards evening. As a result, I didn't get around to doing anything. However, events were in no hurry. Toby was killed. Radon personally burned his body with a powerful discharge. The remnants of the Zetsu clones were removed from the streets, the bridge and the coast. All the resurrected were sealed, and their master was sitting in our dungeons. And the people needed to recover from the attack. Most were already on their feet, but some were still in the hospital. Therefore, the only official thing I did today was listen to Radon's report. Oh, well, I also settled the Namikaze who had arrived. And that's about it. I devoted the rest of the time to talking with Okimaru. It turned out that he knew both my father and my mother very well. I listened with pleasure to the antics of the young Yellow Lightning and Bloody Habanero. My mother had a great nickname. I even joked that they had an orange Uzushikage. Okimaru laughingly agreed. The night passed peacefully, and the next morning Killer Bee came to visit us with his team. He was terribly indignant that there were no opponents left for him. Well, in general, damn, bad luck, dude, I have no luck with enemies at all. As soon as they see Killer Bee, They immediately prefer to evaporate, said, or rather tried to sing, the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, sitting in my office. B. Have you tried speaking in normal language? I winced. No, I have nothing against your rap, but still. Okay, boy, shut up, don't yell at my poems, answered B. Somehow the rhyme doesn't suit me. Even with songs I don't get it anymore. If you want to talk normally, we'll talk normally. That's great, I grinned. So what news have you come with? What do you think, dude? Asked the dark-skinned big guy. Anyway, we ran into the remaining 2 guys from Akatsuki. We kind of took one down, but the other one, well, he just didn't want to die. Anyway, he managed to run away with some black and white misunderstanding before we chopped him into pieces. Well, so Hidan is still alive, I muttered under my breath. Okay, I don't think Akatsuki is a problem anymore. Their leader is dead, all that's left is a pile of ashes. I agree, Nagato looked into the office. Akatsuki as such has ceased to exist. Oh, Nagato, come in, I said. What have you come for? Kabuto is waiting, the Rinnegan owner explained. It would be worth interrogating the bastard. Besides, we have compiled a list of the resurrected. And I would also like to talk about the Geto Mazo. B. How about taking a walk around Uzushio with your team? I suggested. I need to talk to Nagato face to face. Got it, you're not stupid, the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi chuckled, getting up from his seat. That's it, I'm not here, dude. So what's going on with Geto Mazo? I asked immediately. Well, now the statue obeys my summoning, Nagato said. And I thought there was no point in keeping the Biju there. Are you suggesting we reseal them? I asked. But in whom? Their former Jinchuriki, suggested the ex-leader. They would be the best fit, and they are familiar with their Biju. But they are dead, I was surprised. You see, Nagato began to explain, the Rinnegan has a technique that will allow them to be resurrected. It only works when the body is still intact, and I think this trick will work on bodies revived by Edo Tensei. Why didn't you tell me about this technique before? I asked. An idea had already appeared in my head. Well, it's quite chakra intensive, and I can only bring back those people I killed myself, explained the owner of the Rinnegan. And since we all sealed the Biju together, it turns out that I had a hand in their deaths, which means I can bring them back. I see, I said with some regret in my voice. The thought of reviving my parents disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. Okay, go ahead, let's not rush into resealing, though. First, let's make sure these guys won't work against us. And we also need to find out from Kabuto how to free the souls of the rest of the resurrected. Sometime later, we removed the seal from the 7 Jinchuriki. Since Kabuto no longer controlled them, we could talk normally. In principle, they did not hold a grudge against us, especially since we were ready to give them a second chance. Everyone agreed to seal the Biju back. True, the former Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, Yagura, could not be resurrected, and therefore I did not talk to him. It's a pity, of course, but he died before we came for Sanbi. After preparing, Nagato was ready to use his technique. He looked at the 6 dead men and formed several seals. Geto Rinne Tensei. A demon statue with an open mouth rose from the ground in front of him. 6 greenish threads extended from there. As soon as they touched the Jinchuriki, their bodies glowed for a moment, and when the glow disappeared, 6 completely normal shinobi stood before us. These were no longer the living dead, these were living people. It worked, Nagato, I said admiringly. The owner of the Rinnegan leaned tiredly against the wall. The technique was, indeed, very complicated. Am I alive? Gaara said, somewhat perplexed. We're alive. Yugito and another girl, Fu, seemed to hug. We're really alive, thundered the big Khan. Well, now it remains to do the second half of the job. I will not bore you with the details of the sealing techniques. I will only say that all the Biju were safely hidden behind the signature seals of the Uzumaki clan. However, as Roshi said, 2 strong seals are not needed. Each of the Jinchuriki managed to befriend their Biju. Honestly, I was ashamed at that moment. After all, I did the same as Danzo did to me. However, none of the Jinchuriki were offended by me, and I still forced myself to look into their eyes. The souls of the other resurrected were safely released from this mortal world. Nagato, who had dug into Kabuto's brain with the help of the Rinnegan, managed to interrupt the effect of the technique. True, the bespectacled man could not withstand this procedure, but death would have awaited him anyway, so nothing terrible happened. A week later, the Jinchuriki went home. Yugito left with B and his team. I gave them Hinata's Byakugan, which we no longer needed. More precisely, my beloved did it with her own hands, for me it was sacrilege. Gaara, accompanied by my shinobi, went back to Sand to restore order. A civil war was brewing in the Land of Wind, but Gaara's sister Tamari still held on as the temporary cage. Roshi and Han went to Stone alone, refusing our escort. The two Jinchuriki became close friends during this week, and if they had not known each other before, now they promised to stick together. Utakata sailed away to his native Kurigakure. And Fu decided not to return to the waterfall she hated and stayed with us. After much debate, Hinata finally convinced me that she wanted to become a Jinchuriki too. I had no choice, and Sanbi went to a new cage. Now Hinata was definitely stronger than me. In short, everything returned to normal. But we became a serious obstacle for some individuals. Namely, we stood in the way of Konoha. They didn't need a strong village next door. The situation was getting worse with each passing day. And at one point, I decided that it was time to go after Kyuubi. Danzo's Pav. You never know in advance what consequences this or that event will entail. I realized the wisdom of this phrase when my people began to provide me with reports on the surveillance of shinobi with the maelstrom forehead protectors. At first, I did not pay attention to these upstarts. A handful of people who settled in the ruins could not threaten the powerful military apparatus of Konoha. And if you remember the name of their leader, then you are completely surprised how they tolerate such an idiot as Uzumaki Naruto as their leader. The first doubts I had about his stupidity arose when our squad encountered Uzumaki on the border between fire and rain. Then Uzumaki and the fugitive Hyuga managed to escape pursuit, incapacitating several promising Chunin along the way. The second alarm bell was a message from Sai and Shin that Sanbi had been easily taken out by a couple of Akatsuki members. One of those people was Uzumaki. The third danger signal of this blonde was the condition of Uchiha Sasuke. He and his brother Itachi returned to Konoha with a clear desire to stand up for its defense. It would be stupid to destroy the last owners of the Sharingan. I made public the case of the Uchiha clan conspiracy, hiding several details and, thus, clearing the brothers' names. So, after accompanying Uzumaki to the border with Whirlpool, the younger Uchiha was in a terrible state. And this Naruto also promised to return to Konoha to have some fun there. The final straw was the news that Uzushio's 100 shinobi had managed to hold off an army of 10,000. And then, several Jinchuriki, thought to be dead, suddenly showed up. Our attempt to provoke a civil war in Bento failed, as the 5th cage returned to his post once again. Moreover, Suna soon announced its alliance with Uzushio. Once again, Uzumaki interfered in my affairs. Maybe it wasn't worth extracting the Kyuubi from him then. All that's left is to prepare for its appearance and hope that it will meet its death here. End of Danzo's Pav. Chapter 22. Assault on Konoha. This hill had a beautiful view of Konoha. I and 17 other shinobi stood at the top, looking down on the Hidden Leaf Village. The village of the Hidden Worm, as I called Danzo to myself. Hinata, Arashi and Fu were standing next to me. The last two, by the way, had already managed to go beyond the bounds of friendly communication. In any case, Kita, who lived next door, complained to me about the noise at night. I chuckled at the memories. As you probably already guessed, I finally came here for the Kyuubi. After a month of preparation, I knew everything. The Kyuubi was locked in a prison stone, which was stored in one of the root bunkers. The plan was for Hinata and I to break in while the others made a lot of noise outside, distracting the bulk of the Konoha shinobi. I wasn't afraid for myself. In case the operation failed, I had an escape plan. And Hinata wouldn't let anyone hurt me. With her strength and skills, she could destroy Konoha single-handedly. But that was not the task we had before us. I was ready to forgive the people of Konoha for their attitude towards me and leave the village alone once I took the Kyuubi. Danzo and the elders, however, did not fall into this category. Well, shall we go? Fu asked. That's right, Arashi supported his girlfriend. Why pull the Biju's tail? The sooner we start, the sooner we finish. You're in a hurry, I grinned, turning to face the guy. He only smiled back and pointed his eyes towards the Jinchuriki girl. It's clear that he wants to finish the job as soon as possible and indulge in carnal pleasures. However, what difference does it make to me? Am I better or something? And so before leaving the village, Hinata and I rolled around in bed for half the night. So, you're going down the wrong path, Uzumaki. This is a serious matter, no time to think with your groin. So, let me remind you of our plan. I drew attention to myself. You are divided into 4 squads. Each squad takes its own part of the village. Arashi, your squad takes the north. Okamaru, you take the southern part. Karen, you take the western part. Fu, yours is the east. The task is to distract the bulk of the enemy shinobi. Yes, distract. Killing is not necessary, except in self-defense. Those I need will most likely be in the Hokage's residence and underground bunkers. That's where Hinata and I will go. As soon as we penetrate the underground part, you will have to get out of here at full speed. I'm not entirely sure that Kyuubi and I will agree right away, and you may end up on the receiving end. Or as it happens. In short, retreat and head to the maelstrom. Don't wait for us, we will get out ourselves. Questions? No questions, the shinobi reported in unison. Smart guys, I like those. Then, to work, I commanded. The saboteurs rushed forward. Hinata and I will go a little later, we need to give the guys time to raise a fuss. Panic broke out in Konoha. If there was one thing we knew how to do, it was sabotage. Danzo, apparently, wasn't expecting us. Or maybe he was expecting us, but not in the right way. What difference did it make, anyway? The main thing was that no one stood in Hinata's and my way until we reached the Hokage's residence. The first barrier was waiting for us there. Damn, and they expect these 6 to hold us off. How far are you going, Naruto? Itachi asked. The entrance to the residence and, accordingly, to the bunker was blocked by him, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, Sai and Shin. Oh, just a couple of things, I chuckled. I want to take the Kyuubi and kill Danzo. Why? And that you won't get any further. A shout came from the roof. So, it seems I was a little mistaken about the numbers. 2 green idiots appeared nearby. Guy and Lee. I've never talked to them personally, but it was hard not to recognize these 2 clowns. They say they're taijutsu masters and very fast, right? I have one of those too. Hinata, have some fun, I suggested. My girlfriend smiled bloodthirstily, getting into a fighting stance. No matter how much of a master of taijutsu these 2 were, few could withstand the onslaught of the Wolverine style. Let's show her the power of youth, Lee. The thick-browed sensei roared. Yeah, it's a matter of who'll show whom. Itachi, help them, Kakashi commanded. Hinata is fast, they might not be able to withstand her onslaught. Yes, Senpai, the elder Uchiha nodded and joined the fight between Hinata and the thick-browed ones. Meanwhile, I was warming up with blades in my hands. In my right hand were the fox swords fastened together, and in my left lay Sasuke's kusanagi. Give me back my sword. The younger Uchiha barked, noticing the blade. And you take it away, I grinned, standing in a stance. Sai and Shin rushed into the fight at the same time. This time I did not underestimate them. The boys were well trained, but they were not comparable to Fudo or Kisame. The blades flashed in my hands, not letting the brothers get close. But, apparently, the others were not going to stand idle this time. Sakura delivered a powerful blow that cracked the ground. I wonder who taught her. I can clearly see the handwriting of Granny Tsunade. I will have to ask. In any case, I jumped up so as not to get caught by the shock wave, and Sai and Shin rushed after me. Our blades crossed several times in the air. And then a fishing line with a shuriken on the end wrapped around my leg. Yeah, it was Kakashi. But what is a fishing line, even an iron one, against a good blade? I simply cut it off, but the brothers took advantage of the moment and kicked me with all their might. Luck saved me from a shameful fall to the ground. I managed to group myself and land on my feet. And then I soared into the air again, escaping from Sasuke's fireball. Kakashi also jumped up with his signature Chidori in his hand. True, he shouted something else. Reikiri. His hand with lightning rushed towards me, intending to pierce my chest, but I blocked Kusanagi's strike, passing wind chakra through it. The technique lost its power, but the blow still knocked the blade out of my hand. And Sasuke immediately caught it. So, he finally got his katana. I landed, and Sai and Shin rushed at me again. So, why am I actually fighting only with Kenjutsu? This is not sparring, I don't have to restrain myself. I separated the katanas with one movement. Kato. Dance of the fiery blades. I turned into a fiery whirlwind again. Arcs of fire, breaking off from my katanas, poured water on everyone indiscriminately. Kakashi's water techniques were powerless against them. There is almost no water near us, and my flames were strengthened by the Kyuubi chakra. Sasuke did nothing but jump back and forth, escaping from the fire. Sai, Shin and Sakura generally lay down somewhere. I calmed down only when the entire square in front of the residence was ablaze. That's it, even if we don't touch Konoha, it is guaranteed to be destroyed by the fire. Green beasts flew past me with a whistle, crashing into the wall of the residence. Yes, guys, even if you are 3 times cool taijutsu masters, you will not catch up with the speed of Hinata with the Rinnegan. The girl herself jumped out after her. She looked terrifying, to be honest. For enemies. I looked at her in admiration. It was getting hot around. Come inside, I shouted. This place is about to burn to hell. I'm coming, Hinata nodded. Cage, saboteurs, I said into the radio. The deed is done, we are entering. Received. The radio croaked in Okamaru's voice. We're retreating. Good luck. And Hinata and I rushed towards the residence, which was not yet completely engulfed in flames. Finding the entrance to the bunker was easy. After all, both Hinata and I had dojutsu. We found ourselves in a dark corridor. The Kyuubi's chakra was not felt, but they wouldn't have kept it at the entrance, right? We walked carefully along the corridor. The devil knows what they could have stuffed in here. And who knows what awaits us around the corner. Byaku Sharingan couldn't get past these walls. What did Danzo even make them out of? After the turn, we came to a fork. A wide round hall, into which 4 corridors led at once. We came out of one of them, and 4 Anbu fighters appeared from the second. I immediately pulled out my blades, and Hinata got into a fighting stance. A moment later, we were already attacking the Anbu. The element of surprise played on our side. These 4 did not expect that there could be strangers in the bunker. Therefore, we went forward, leaving behind 4 warm corpses. Hinata sensed the Kyuubi's chakra in one of the corridors, which meant that we were going there. After a few turns, the corridor split again. Hinata still sensed chakra unmistakably, and I could only envy her sensory abilities. My eyes were not accustomed to recognizing chakra, and therefore I had not yet learned to see the flows as well as my beloved. After a few more turns, we came to a training ground. At least, it looked like one. Various targets and units for practicing techniques were visible here and there. Only there were no other passages here. But then how? Gotcha. A satisfied voice came from the speakers under the ceiling, and the passage behind us closed. A trap, I guessed shrewdly. Part of the walls moved aside, and about 24 Anbu fighters appeared from the secret corridors. They were in deep trouble. The devil knows how trained they are, but they are certainly not weaklings. After all, Anbu is an elite special forces unit. Shall we chop them up? Hinata asked sweetly. Let's do it. I immediately understood her idea. We're in a closed room, and it will be very difficult for them to dodge our blow. Fox and Wolverine. Double whirlwind. We shouted in unison before rushing at the enemies. Honestly, it wasn't a fight, but a complete meat grinder. The white Zetsu should have been taken down like that. We, like 2 huge drills, ricocheted off the walls, rushing back and forth. The root fighters tried to stop us, but they couldn't. Only Shinra Tensei could stop us at such a speed. When we finished the technique, the entire area was splattered with an unappetizing mixture. There was blood, guts, and brains, there was plenty of everything. So, we hurried away from this place. After a small route adjustment, we reached a hall in which there was a huge iron door. It was impossible to knock it down, but the Kyuubi chakra was clearly felt behind it. After looking a little closer, Hinata found wires leading to the door. It seemed that it had to be opened remotely. I'll go along the wires and open the door, Hinata suggested. While I'm walking back, you'll be able to talk to Lee. It will do, I nodded. Hinata rushed away, and a couple of minutes later Sasuke, Sai and Shin appeared in one of the corridors. Well, you've been caught, Uzumaki, the Uchiha grinned. As usual, pompous speeches and a minimum of action. I lazily pulled the katanas from their sheaths. Are you going to talk or fight? I asked, playing with the blades. I just want to warn you right away. I don't really want to fight you, I have no complaints about you at the moment. Right now I just want to take the Kyuubi and kill Danzo and the elders. I don't care about the rest. What's wrong with Hiashi-sama and Yoshino-sama? Shin asked. What do they have to do with it? I didn't understand. Well, you said yourself that you want to kill Danzo-sama and the elders, the gray-haired man explained. And the elders of the village are Hyuga Hiashi and Nara Yoshino. So that's it, I grinned. No, I don't need these. I have a claim on the former elders, Homura and Kaharu. Or are these old freaks already dead? Udatain Kaharu passed away of old age 3 months ago, Sai said. And Mitokado Homura was killed during Suna and Oto's attack on Konoha. Too bad, I shrugged. Although, on the other hand, it means less trouble for me. My goals now come down to just 2 points. I won't let you kill the Hokage, Sasuke blurted out, rushing forward. I simply dodged to the side and kicked the Uchiha as he flew past me. He fell to the floor, and I turned to my brothers. And what do you say? Forgive me, Naruto. Shin pulled out that same chopped blade from behind his back. Is he wearing it as a souvenir? And what difference does it make to me, anyway? But as long as Danzo-sama is alive, we won't be able to go against him. I can lose to you in battle, but retreating for me is tantamount to death. I'm in the same situation, Sai supported his brother, taking out a short wakizashi. And we'll only lose when we can't even move. For God's sake, I sharply turned the katanas with their handles towards the brothers and pressed the button. The senbons that flew out immediately stuck into Sai and Shin. Both screamed in unison, but immediately pulled out the needles and rushed to attack. I simply parried their blows, timing them. A couple of minutes later, the brunette and the gray-haired man collapsed to the ground, paralyzed. Both the wolves are fed and the sheep are safe, I grinned. Then my sixth sense made me jump sharply to the side. Just in time, a couple more seconds and Uchiha would have cut off my head with his katana. Or was it his? No, the blade of Kusanagi is now mine. And since the door is not open yet, I can buy some time. Decided to play a little more, Sasuke? I asked curiously. Instead of answering, Uchiha rushed at me. He probably forgot how I defeated him last time. I parried the blows, and then pressed the button, turning my katana into a whip. But just as I was about to tear Kusanagi out of his hands, Sasuke pressed the button too. He found an improvement, damn it. Senbon pierced my unarmored shoulder. That's it, Uzumaki, the Uchiha laughed. I leaned against the wall and slowly slid down it to the floor. You fell from your own weapon. How ironic, don't you think? You lived with Orochimaru, Sasuke, I said with difficulty, almost sitting on the floor. And you should know something about snakes. So what? Snorted the arrogant brunette, coming almost right up to him. And the fact that a snake doesn't die from its own poison. I said and kicked Kusanagi out of the hands of Uchiha, who didn't expect such a turn of events. I immediately grabbed the sword and swung it hard towards Sasuke. I didn't kill him, but now there will be a scar on the brunette's cute face, similar to the one Iruka has. Uchiha grabbed the bleeding wound. How are you? Very simple, I answered the unasked question. All my poisons are neutralized by infusing the patient with Kyuubi chakra. And part of it, as you probably know, is always in me. Sasuke just growled. I think I've driven him crazy. In an instant, his eyes changed. Now that's a problem. Mangekyo? I asked quietly, still hoping that I was imagining things. That's it, hissed the Uchiha. Amaterasu. I rolled out of the black fire's range. Sasuke's eyes followed me steadily. When did you manage to get it? I asked curiously. When Itachi told me the truth about the clan, Sasuke replied, I was terribly angry then. I won't argue, for a while I even wanted to destroy Konoha. But Itachi showed me how wrong I was with the help of Shisui's last gift, Kodo Amatsukami. And then you became an obedient pawn in the hands of Danzo and your own brother, I finished, immediately moving away from another portion of black flame. Hey, be careful, you'll kill Sai and Shin. Their death will serve the good of Konoha, the brunette roared, opening his right eye wide. Tsukuyomi. But I lowered my head in time. And then I got hit in the gut. Damn, I can't meet his gaze. Aren't you getting too carried away, Uchiha-kun? I asked, without raising my head. Sasuke's quick steps, and I dodge his next blow at the last moment. The Mangekyo is blinding. Didn't Itachi warn you? It's not a pity for you, my opponent hissed. Amaterasu. I dodged again, but a piece of flame still attacked my armor. I had to urgently remove the armor. Now I was left in a black monochromatic suit, on which only the maelstrom symbols on the shoulders and back stood out. I turned my gaze to the Uchiha. Blood was flowing from his left eye. He overestimated his strength. His left eye could not withstand the triple use of Amaterasu. You know what, Sasuke, I said. I'd love to kill you. But there's one thing that's stopping me. I swore to your brother that I wouldn't take your life. The only thing stopping you is the word you gave to my brother. The brunette grinned. Unlike you, I always keep my word, I said, approaching my weakened opponent. But I promised not to kill. No one forbade me from maiming you. After these words, I lunged at Sasuke. He didn't have time to react, and I simply tore out his right eye. The brunette immediately collapsed in pain. His hands pressed against the eye socket, from which blood was gushing. I crushed his Sharingan in my hand with an unpleasant squelch. You know, Sasuke, I feel a little sorry for you, I said quietly, squatting down next to him. You're now just a puppet in the hands of the village rulers. And the most offensive thing is that you have to obey them, whether they're good or bad. But at least soon you'll be serving someone more worthy. I stuck a syringe with a sleeping pill into Sasuke's neck, and the brunette fell silent. The attack of bloodlust subsided, and I quickly healed the wound on his face. The empty eye socket was not the most pleasant sight. Sasuke would not be able to use Tsukuyomi now. Well, It was no time to regret enemies. Taking a clean scroll from my pouch, I sealed the still burning flame of Amaterasu. Sai and Shin were still motionless. I injected them with a sleeping pill, and then neutralized the effect of the poison. At that moment, the hall was filled with the wail of a siren, and the steel door began to slide aside. Naru. Then, I opened the door. D-O-R. I'm coming. To yo. The radio on his neck wheezed. Okay, Kyubi. I'm coming to you too, I said, entering the open door. Chapter 23. Kyubi no Yoko. Pav Nine-Tailed. Erg. Pathetic humans. I hate Konoha. Even now, they continue to drain my chakra. And it all started so well. The kid who carried me inside himself finally gave me a loophole. But I didn't have time to use it, these creatures brazenly pulled me out of him. Even I felt pain from such an extraction, what to say about this guy? Honestly, I even feel a little sorry for him. I never thought I was capable of compassion, but still. Erg. The chains tightened again. Why did they need to extract me from the stone? Even if they were pumping chakra out of me, at least I was comfortable. I'm beginning to understand what hopelessness is. If I still had a chance to become a Jinchuriki, now I can only hope for a miracle. Yes, Kurama, you've fallen into the strongest trap of your life. I wonder what's going on up there. There's a lot of noise again, like when my brother Shukaku was unleashed on Konoha. Could it be him again? Or someone else? Arranged by, take me away from here. I'm even willing to swear to serve the one who frees me from these chains. How low you've fallen, Kyubi no Yoko. And then I heard a siren and the door slid open. A man who looked so much like the fourth Hokage walked into my cell. End of Nine Tails Pav. When the door opened, I stepped inside. I expected to see a prison stone or a Jinchuriki, but what I saw exceeded all my expectations. The room was huge, and in the middle of it stood the Kyubi, covered in golden spiked chains up to the tips of his tails, attached to the ceiling and walls. Erg, he growled. Has anyone really dared to enter the cage of the most dangerous of the Biju? Kyubi, I whispered. What sadists? He probably had to stand in this position for more than one day. We finally met. Wait, I'll free you now. What are you going to do? The Biju's voice sounded extremely surprised. I will, I shouted back, creating a rasengan with wind chakra in my hand. It would be perfect, like a circular saw. I would cut through all these chains. But as soon as I touched the metal with the blades, the rasengan disappeared. The chain had absorbed my chakra. It won't work, kid, Kyubi shook his head. These chains absorb chakra. Do you think simple pieces of iron could hold me? Damn, I need to figure out how to break them, I said irritably. Kyubi clearly hesitated. Why do you want to free me? Damn it, Q, I blurted out. You don't recognize me. I'm your former Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. So that's why you seem familiar to me, the fox grinned. And why did you need me, Naruto Uzumaki? No reason, I answered. I just want to free you. After all, we weren't even given a chance to become friends. Become friends? Kyubi laughed. You're an interesting guy. I don't know a single person who would be friends with a Biju. I know, I countered. Niyugito, she has a great relationship with Nibi. Killer Bee is Hachibi's best friend. Roshi, Han, Utakata, Fu, the guys have sealed Biju from the 4 tails to the 7 tails. And they get along great with each other. Or take my girlfriend Hinata. Sanbi was recently sealed in her. So she and the turtle also managed to become friends. The 3 tails even told me his real name. And how so? Snorted the fox. Isobu, I said. The grin disappeared from Kyubi's face. And what is your name, Kyubi no Yoko? That's what I told you. Nine-Tail tried to turn away, but the chains wouldn't let him, stretching. So, what if we destroy the wall at the base of the chains? Only we need to apply more force so that the chains don't have time to absorb it all. I crossed my fingers. Shadow cloning. 2 clones appeared next to me, immediately starting to create a Rasengan Morning Star in my hand. What are you doing? Kyubi asked, dumbfounded, as I threw him at the wall with all my might. There was an explosion and cracks appeared on the wall. The chain began to give way. I release you, I shouted, holding 2 more large spiked balls in my hands. Rasengan Morgenstern. More techniques were thrown at the walls at the base of the chains. After a series of explosions, a couple of the thinnest chains were torn out. Kyubi understood my idea. I threw the Rasengans at the walls again and again, and Lee tore the chains out, yanking them with all his might. Finally, only the 3 thickest ones remained. Damn, Kyubi growled. I'm just a little short of strength. I have an idea. I dove into my subconscious. Did something happen? Minnie Q asked. Your master is with me now and he needs more strength, I said. It's time to get out. Minnie Q jumped up. I put my hand on the seal. How did Jiraiya teach me? Yeah, I released chakra and turned the lock. The cage swung open and I was pulled out of my subconscious. Kyuubi looked at his chakra, which had taken the form of himself, only smaller, with confusion. Minnie Q looked at his big self, and then jumped and merged with his master. Kyuubi lunged once more, and the last chains flew to the floor. After that, the fox froze in bewilderment. Is this true? He asked. What? Really? I didn't understand. You and a part of my chakra. You were friends. Oh, that, yes, we got along well together, I answered. The fox thought for a second. Is the offer of friendship still open? He asked. There was hope in his voice now. Damn, did I really do that? The strongest Biju is ready to accept me as a friend. Of course it is, I smiled the same way I did as a child. My name is Kurama, the fox extended his paw. If it were a human hand, I would say it was clenched into a fist. I don't even know what to call it on a fox. Let's be friends, Kurama, I smiled and touched the fox's paw with my fist. Okay. Lisa's tone changed to businesslike. So that I can get out of here without any problems, it would be better for me to transfer my chakra back to the seal. Good idea, I nodded. It has weakened greatly in recent years and you will be able to see and hear what I see and hear. And we will be able to communicate easily. At that moment, Hinata flew into the room. Naruto, she was breathing heavily. It's time to get out of here. The root fighters are destroying the corridors, blocking us from the exit. I almost died when I got caught in a collapse. It will take me some time to transfer all the chakra back into the seal, warned Kyuubi, or rather, Kurama. Go ahead, I bared my stomach. The giant fox turned into a cloud of orange-red chakra, which immediately began to be absorbed by the seal. At that moment, a dozen root fighters flew through the door. I'll hold them off. Hinata rushed into the attack without further ado, knocking out one of the Anbu with a blow to the head. I couldn't move, the gigantic power was holding me to the spot. So I was forced to watch Hinata's fight from the side. She fluttered like a butterfly and stung much more painfully than bees. Rinnegan, Senchakra and the power of the three tails gave her a huge advantage. Here one of the Anbu fighters falls with a slashed stomach. Hinata has already managed to put on her katars. Two opponents attack from different sides, striking with swords, but my girl blocks the blows with her claws. The swords hit right in the gap between the blades of the katars. Spinning on the spot, Hinata tears the swords from the fighters' hands and immediately with a light movement gets up on her hands, and kicks the Anbu fighters in the jaws, which break with a crunch. Then there are several forward somersaults, designed to dodge the opponent's katanas. The last one is unlucky. Henna snatches his sword and throws it to the side with force, impaling two opponents on the blade at once. Her left hand with claws almost cuts off the unfortunate man's head, but is missing a centimeter. A small piece of muscle still holds the head in place. There are still 3 opponents left. While 2 of them try to stop the raging Hinata, one rushes towards me. Damn, I'm still motionless. Henna throws the opponents aside and puts her right hand forward. Banshu Tenon. The Anbu guy who rushed towards me is pulled right into Hinata's claws, and she literally tears the fighter in two. She managed to come to my aid, but another opponent appears behind her. The same one she stunned at the very beginning of this short fight. He slashes her back with his katana. The blade comes out of my girl's chest. The Anbu guy abruptly pulls the blade out, and Hinata falls dead to the floor. I don't believe it. Hinata. The Kyuubi chakra filled the seal completely. I can move again. My hand rises, and a chakra paw breaks off from it, which immediately grabs the killer of my beloved. I clench my fist with all my might. The Anbu guy simply exploded, spraying the room with his remains. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed 9 of the same ghostly tails thrashing behind my back. Instantly jumping up to my girl, I examine her. So, the katana passed without hitting the heart. A miracle. Just a miracle. But she needs help. Sanbi does not have the ability to heal his Jinchuriki. But I am nearby. I have folded the seals of my own melee technique. Kyuubi regeneration, I said, and my hands were covered in green chakra with orange sparks. Putting them to the wound, I watched with satisfaction as the wound began to heal. But halfway through, the technique broke off. It was as if someone had turned off Kyuubi's chakra. Damn it, Kurama, I called. I need your chakra. Kurama. Doesn't answer. Okay, I'll have to take a walk into the subconscious and find out what's gotten into Fox. It's been a while since I've been in my own subconscious. I communicated with the mini version of Kyuubi mostly mentally, Fortunately, the seal had weakened. Nothing has changed since my last appearance. The same forest, the same enclosure. True, the cage is locked again. Strange, I removed the lock. Naruto, howled the fox. Are you trying to deceive me too? Calm down, Kurama, I quickly justified myself. I have no idea what's going on here. The cage was open. I closed it, a calm voice said behind me. I turned around abruptly and saw. Yes, I expected to see anyone but my own father. Dad, I breathed out in surprise. Hello, son, Dad smiled and opened his arms for a hug. Smiling, I walked up to him and did what I had been dreaming of since I learned the truth. A sharp blow to the solar plexus made Dad double over. Hi, Dad, I replied lightly, looking with satisfaction at Namikaze Minato gasping for air. I guess you get what this is for. For sealing the Kyuubi inside you, Father croaked. I understand everything, but... No, I barked. This is for closing the cage, you idiot. After that, I tore off the sheet with the seal and opened the lock again. The gate swung open. Q, I really need your chakra, I said. Hinata is in serious condition, I'm processing your chakra to regenerate her, nodded the fox. I know. All the memories of the mini Kyuubi were transferred to me, similar to what happens with shadow clones. That's great, I smiled and turned to my father. Don't go anywhere, Dad. I'll be back soon. I jerked back to consciousness and resumed the technique. A couple of minutes later, Hinata was back to normal. But then a complete mess began around. Everything began to collapse. I made a few seals and, taking Hinata in my arms, moved to the kunai I had left in a safe place beforehand. We found ourselves in a small cave, a little away from Konoha. It was pouring rain outside. I wonder when it started. I laid my girlfriend down on the sleeping bag I had previously taken out of the seal, and then returned to the subconscious again. My father was still there, although his silhouette had become noticeably paler. Naruto, where have you been? My time is limited, the father began to lament. Why is that? I asked curiously. This projection is only supported by my chakra, he replied. When it ends, I will leave you. And if so, I made several seals. Senpo, chakra converter. A small ball of pale green chakra appeared in my hand. I handed the ball to my father, and a few seconds later his silhouette became quite visible again. What is this? He was surprised. Well, my old experiment, I explained. This technique processes the natural chakra coming from my side into the personal chakra of the one I pass it on to. In short, I pour natural chakra into you, which turns into your own, understand? Well, I think I get it, the father nodded. I didn't use it before because it was useless, I added. The technique is basically pointless, since you can just pour your chakra directly into a person, and it will transform itself. But in your case, it's just what the doctor ordered. So we have time, Minato nodded. And maybe you could tell me why the Kyuubi's cage is open. Then get comfortable, Dad, the story will be long, I chuckled. It's good that even time obeys me in my subconscious. The main thing is to be able to control it. We talked for a long time, and outside a minute or two passed. I wrote out almost the entire story of my life. Kyuubi told me that he was forced to attack Konoha 15 years ago. And my dad, together with my mom, who had appeared, retold the story of their relationship. In short, we had such a heart-to-heart talk. That technique on natural chakra turned out to be very useful in this situation. Senchakra is constantly in my body, albeit in small doses. The technique will not run out as long as it is fed by the reserves of senchakra in my body. And while the technique affects mom and dad, they will not disappear. It turned out that 2 more tenants were reliably registered in my subconscious. That's great. At least I won't be bored. When we finally finished talking, I returned to the real world. Hinata was sleeping peacefully, and I admired her for a moment. And then I felt the approach of at least 3 shinobi. After some time, Hiyashi Hyuga came out to the cave where Hinata and I were located, accompanied by 2 more people. I recognized one of them as Neji. The second was unfamiliar to me, but the seal of subordination by Senchakra was felt. Here they are, Hiyashi-sama, said the unfamiliar Hyuga, holding an umbrella over Hiyashi's head. All 3 stepped into the cave. I tensed up. Excellent, Hiyashi nodded. Neji, leave us alone. Alone? He thinks he can beat me alone. The Hyugas left, leaving me alone with the head of their clan. Inwardly, I prepared myself for the attack. Well, hello, Uzumaki Naruto, Hiyashi bowed to me. Wait, I didn't get it. Hiyashi bowed to me. All my fighting spirit disappeared somewhere. Your mother, I definitely don't understand something. I'm glad that we finally met in person. I would like to talk, if you don't mind. Kakashi's POV. The Hokage's residence was ablaze, but the heavy rain that had started provided enough water for us to extinguish the burning hulk with water techniques. In the ruins, we found a descent into an underground corridor. Without thinking twice, Sakura, Lee, Guy and I went there, since Naruto had probably disappeared here. After walking through several corridors, we came across 4 corpses with the Anbu root symbol. What? Naruto did this? Lee's eyes widened. Sakura looked at the bodies. 2 were killed by katana strikes, she stated. Another 2 were killed by a blow to a pressure point with a massive infusion of chakra. It looks like Naruto and Hinata really did it. Damn it, muttered Guy. The girl is clearly not the quiet one she used to be. Yes, she moves faster than you, sensei, Lee complained, scratching the back of his head, on which a huge lump was turning purple. She is driven by the power of youth, Lee. My eternal rival blurted out pompously. Rather, it's the power of the Rinnegan that drives her. I shook my head. The rumors were true. Besides, as Shin told me, the girl is a Sannin. Who? Sakura didn't understand. Do you remember Tsunade Haim, who trained you? I asked. Of course I remember, the Kunoichi nodded. So, Tsunade is one of the 3 great Sannin. And Shin said that both Hinata and Naruto surpassed them in strength. Who told him about this? Guy chuckled. Jiraiya-sama said. Sai and Shin came out of the side corridor, dragging the sleeping Sasuke behind them. Kami-sama. Yes, he doesn't have a right eye. Naruto's work, Shin said, following my gaze. Let's get outside, I'll tell you everything. End of Kakashi's POV. Chapter 24. Loving Father. I'd like to talk, if you don't mind, Hiashi said. To be honest, I was stunned. I expected him to pounce on me and try to take my daughter away, but Hiashi behaved completely unpredictably. Silently taking a couple of camp chairs from the seal, I laid them out in motion for him to sit down. Hiashi accepted my invitation. And, what did you want to talk to me about? I asked, trying not to show too much of my intrigue. About Hinata. Hiashi nodded his head towards my girlfriend, who was still sleeping. She won't return to the clan, I blurted out immediately. She doesn't want to. Besides, she doesn't have a Byakugan. Calm down, Hyuga stopped my verbosity. I'm not demanding her return to the clan. And I know about the Rinnegan. My people reported it to me. Then what will we talk about? I asked, puzzled. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you, Naruto, Hiashi said. You saved me from having to make a terrible choice and gave my daughter happiness. I don't understand something, I said. No, the last phrase was quite clear, but the beginning of the sentence. I'll explain. The head of Hugh settled himself more comfortably. As you probably know, there are 2 branches in our clan, the main and the side. The side is distinguished by the fact that they have a seal of submission, which serves 2 purposes. It serves as an instrument of suppression, 1. And ensures the safety of the eyes, 2. I haven't heard about the second one, I said, interested. Let me explain, said Hiashi. You probably know that many countries are hunting for our eyes. Well, the seal does not allow you to take the eyes of a shinobi. When a member of the branch dies, the seal eliminates the Byakugan. Of course, you can try to extract the eye from a still living shinobi, but the representatives of the branch have an unspoken order. Being captured is unacceptable. Most will simply kill themselves to protect the clan's secrets. Nonsense. As for me, I snorted. In my opinion, the Byakugan itself is not the main feature of your clan. What can be called special is your gentle hand style, based on the power of the eyes. In addition, there are other dojutsu that allow you to see the flow of chakra. Of course, Hyuga agreed. But nevertheless, our dojutsu is dangerous enough for enemies to get hold of it. But we digress from the topic. You know what a subordination seal is. As you know, I have 2 daughters. Hinata and Hanabi. So, one of them was supposed to become the heir of the clan. The second would go to a side branch in order to protect her sister. Cruel. I shook my head. I agree, but that's the tradition. Hiashi lowered his head. Not long before that mission, the elders of the clan came to me. They demanded that I make a final choice. While I was hesitating over the choice of the heiress, and many in the clan understood my doubts. Hinata was the eldest, but Hanabi was more suitable for the role of the clan head. I didn't want to put seals on either of them. When Hinata didn't return from the mission, it caused a fit of relief in me. Were you glad that your daughter was dead? I asked in surprise, with disgust in my voice. Of course not, my interlocutor chuckled. I knew she was alive. Hiruzen, of course, tried to lie to me, but With the help of the Byakugan, you can recognize a lie. Then I demanded an answer from the third. He admitted that you were alive, and Hinata most likely left after you. I calmed down. You would have protected her. Where do you get such confidence? I chuckled. I saw how you looked at each other. Hiashi smiled. Hinata was in love with you, and you liked her, although, for reasons unknown to me, you kept your distance from her and tried to court that girl from the Haruno family. What is there to understand? I blurted out. Who is she, and who am I, the heiress of a great clan, and a rootless orphan? Do you think I don't know what you would say about our relationship? I would approve of them. Hyuga shook his head, surprising me once again. You know, when Hinata looked at you, her eyes would show determination. Any obstacle was within her reach when she thought about you. I saw it, and I would gladly accept you into the family, especially since you are not a rootless orphan. Are you hinting that I'm the fourth Hokage's son? I asked tiredly. That's it, Hiashi nodded. I regret that I never proposed to you about my daughter. Who knows, maybe things would have turned out differently. I waited only because I wasn't completely sure about your feelings for my daughter. I wouldn't force you, and Hinata's heart would have been broken if you continued to look at someone else. And I couldn't allow that. After all, she is my beloved daughter, and I didn't want to hurt her. I never showed it in public, but I always loved Hinata and believed in her. But nevertheless, you couldn't have saved her from being printed, I blurted out without thinking. Besides me, there are other people in the clan from the main branch, Hyuga answered. The council of elders of the clan. They have more power in the clan than I do. It's the same story everywhere, I chuckled discontentedly. Old farts decide how to ruin the lives of young people as much as possible. Well said, Hiashi chuckled. Okay, I'll continue my story. After the third told me about you, I calmed down. And then I heard a rumor that you were seen on the coast near the old village of Whirlpool. Then all my doubts disappeared, and I was happy for my daughter, who found her happiness. However, when Danzo came to power, he revealed the truth to the elders of the clan that Hinata was still alive. You should know what a fuss there was. I barely managed to convince them that I didn't know about Hinata. I had to organize search parties. In each of them, a person loyal to me was supposed to give you a letter when we met. In it, I invited you to the clan. But, as far as I know, not a single letter ever reached your hands. None, I confirmed. And after some time, Danzo's fighters began to return with dead members of the clan. Each squad reported their causes of death. Some died as a result of an enemy ambush, some in an accident. In total, we lost about 30 people. Wow, I whistled. Just looking for us. Only the detachment that went to the land of waves returned. And do you know what's remarkable? All the root fighters remained unharmed, Hiashi continued. Naturally, this aroused my suspicions, but more on that later. I wasn't worried about Hinata anymore. Neji told me about you. By the way, he had my letter too. And did he by any chance tell you about how he wanted to kill Hinata? I asked, with a bit of sarcasm in my voice. And he kept the letter. He wanted to hide it, but I'm too good at recognizing lies and concealments, Hyuga shrugged. In the end, he told me everything. But it was my own fault. You see, Neji hated the main branch because he believed they were responsible for his father's death. I think Hinata told me about this, I remembered. Your brother sacrificed himself for the clan. Not for the clan, Hiashi sighed. He did it only for me. Hazashi sacrificed himself only so that I would stay alive. But I got distracted again. After Neji met you at the border of the rain, I was finally convinced that Hinata was in no danger. Moreover, she became what I always dreamed of seeing her. Strong and purposeful. You made her like that, Naruto. And I am very grateful to you for that. Hiashi bowed his head again. And I thought about how fate played with me. But everything could have been different. At that moment, Hinata woke up. Dad, she looked extremely surprised. What are you doing here? I'm talking to your beloved, my dear, Hiashi smiled, which completely stunned Hinata. It seemed that he had rarely shown a smile in his life. I felt like a third wheel. I think you have a lot to tell your daughter, Hiashi, I said, deliberately not adding the suffix. I was wondering if he would notice or not. So, either he ignored it, or he didn't care. I'll go for a walk outside, I won't bother you. Thank you, Naruto, the head of the Hyuga said, and I left the cave. The rain had already stopped. Neji and the other guy, Ko, were standing nearby, looking up at the sky. A twig snapped under my feet, and Ko winced. Oh, it's you, Neji said without turning around. Don't you want to say hello, Neji? I chuckled. To be honest, I'm not eager. Hyuga turned towards me after all. You've walked around our village quite a bit. It could have been worse, I chuckled. Maybe you like the option where Kyuubi and I wipe Konoha off the face of the earth, and then methodically tear into pieces everyone who remained alive. Neji shuddered, apparently imagining this sight. No, of course not, he muttered. That's great. So you have no complaints against me? Well, he hesitated, but then finally exhaled. No, okay, I have to watch the sky. Are we expecting an air attack? I asked. We're waiting for news about Danzo, Ko corrected me, finally speaking. That old bastard has slipped away from Konoha, and our men are tracking him down. Hiyashi-sama wanted to talk to you about him. And you will be more respectful than Neji, I chuckled again. You are respected by Hiyashi-sama, Ko said, not taking his eyes off the sky. And besides, you are the head of a powerful village. I must treat you with respect. Oh, come on, I smiled, but immediately thought about what I said a little earlier. So that's why we didn't find Danzo. He left Konoha. I wonder where. Okay, let's see what Hiyashi has to say about this. When I entered the cave again, Hinata and Hiyashi's faces were glowing with happiness. I hope they have discussed all the issues. Now, it seems to me, a serious conversation is about to begin. You're back, Naruto, Hiyashi turned to me. Just in time. I didn't come here just to see my daughter. I have a serious proposition for you. So, okay, let's listen. I remember already saying that about 36 shinobi from the clan died during the search expedition. Well, just recently I learned that their deaths were staged. Danzo's men captured them and removed their eyes while our guys were still alive. That's what I thought, I nodded. Many people in Konoha dislike Danzo's regime, Hiyashi continued. I would like to ask you for a favor, on behalf of the Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Akamichi, and Aburame clans. Should I kill Danzo? I suggested. Hiyashi nodded. You know what? I will do it, but only for my own reasons. Your goals and mine coincide. Otherwise, I wouldn't even scratch myself. I'm telling you this to your face, I don't like Konoha. This is your homeland, Naruto, Hyuga said, somewhat surprised, not expecting such harshness from me. His homeland, as well as mine, is the whirlpool, my girlfriend said. The previous Hinata I saw when I entered the cave had disappeared again, giving way to the most powerful kunoichi of our time. So be it, Hiyashi bowed his head. But I'm counting on you. I'll tell the others that you've agreed to our proposal. Kill Danzo, and the new Hokage of Konoha won't put a spoke in the wheels of Whirlpool. We'll even turn a blind eye to the fact that you've taken the Kyuubi for yourself. A very good offer, I chuckled, but then immediately became serious again. One of your guards said that Danzo left Konoha. Yes, nodded Hyuga. He and his personal root guard consisting of 100 professional shinobi left the village. I sent my people after them and Hiyashi-sama. Neji appeared at the entrance. Our scouts report that they have caught up with Danzo. He is moving towards Uzushio. I think it's time for us to go, Hina, I said, immediately getting up from my seat. That's right, my girlfriend nodded. Before you go, Hiyashi also stood up and took out a small necklace from his pocket in the shape of a balance sign with lines around it. The Hyuga symbol. I want to give this to you, Hinata. He placed the necklace around his daughter's neck, and the balance symbol immediately turned into a red spiral symbol. May the divine blessing be upon you, my children, Hiyashi said. A tear rolled down Hinata's eye. So, either I don't understand something, or something important just happened. Well, I'll find out later. Right now, we have to save our village from Danzo. He may not have 10,000 warriors there, but I'm still the ruler of the village, and I have to be there. Thank you, Dad, Hinata said quietly, then took my hand. A minute later, we were already racing towards Uzushio. Hidan's Pav. Fuck, why is everything so shitty? Just when I was starting to get used to my partner, bam. They killed him, fuck. They almost tore me to pieces too. Thank goodness for Jashin, a corpse eater showed up in time. That fucking plant pulled my ass out of a certain trap. But now we have absolutely nothing to do. That fucking Madara is dead, and all that's left of Akatsuki is me and this overgrown cabbage. And that one is fucking nuts. The half that was white is now some kind of shapeless hunk, in which the left side of the body is barely recognizable. At least the black one still looks more or less normal. Otherwise, I would have killed him so that he wouldn't inspire disgust with his appearance. Now I was walking through some shitty forest, following this cannibal. Where this aloe is leading me, I don't know. I don't give a shit. The organization fell apart, and I haven't decided what to do yet. Maybe build a temple in honor of the great Jashin. What an idea. But where to get the money for this? Shit, why isn't Kakuzu around when he's needed so much? Out of boredom, I decided to strike up a conversation. Hey, black and white flycatcher, I said to Zetsu. Where are you dragging me? First of all, I'm not black and white, he answered me. Shit, what else would I be? Gray, brown, crimson with a hint of raspberry. White Zetsu is dead, there's only me left, black Zetsu. And secondly, we're going to Uzushiogakure. Uzu. What? I didn't understand. The village of Whirlpool. The old company has settled there now, this nightmare of geneticists explained to me. Kisame, Konan, Deidara, Nagato. Nagato. I asked again. What the F***ck is this? Pain. Zetsu answered shortly. Fuck. What a name. Nagato. No, Pain sounds cooler. Pain. Like, why the hell are we going there? I asked again. I don't know, How the fuck is that possible? He doesn't know. I'm going there personally to join the guys. The white half has always been on Madara's side, and I wanted to work with Naruto more. Now there's no white, no Madara, and I'm free to do whatever I want. But why are you following me? I don't know. If you want, you can go wherever you want, I'm not holding you back. I don't get it. Is that how he politely sent me to hell? Or maybe I should really go to this Uzushio. Maybe I'll build myself a small temple, followers will appear. Oh, fuck you, I'm going there too, I said, and Zetsu and I moved on. End of Hidan's POV. Chapter 25. Danzo's Allies. Hinata and I were flying towards home at full speed. Senchakra and Biju are great things, you know. And now that I have a full-fledged Kyuubi with me. Ho ho, there's nothing better. I feel like I can tear Danzo to pieces. And I definitely will. Hinata's locket sparkled in the sun again, and I remembered that I never asked what kind of thing it was. Hinata, I began, while we're walking, maybe you could explain to me what that trinket is on your neck. I might get offended, by the way, she warned. Okay, sorry, I realized that the word, trinket, was inappropriate. What is this exquisite necklace? And why did it change? This necklace is one of those that were created in the Hyuga clan during its founding, Hinata began to tell. Back then, the family did not have a main or collateral branch, but the secret of the Byakugan was still guarded. In those days, the clan was small and girls usually married men from other clans. And now, I didn't understand. It's not like that now, my beloved sighed. Usually Hyugas only start a family with Hyugas. Even if they are distant relatives, they are relatives nonetheless. You know, Hanabi could very well be married to Neji. How disgusting, I shuddered. But that's tradition, Hinata sighed. There will never be such stupid traditions in Uzushio, I said firmly. Okay, sorry, so what about the necklace? Such decoration was made for a girl who was going to leave the clan, Hinata continued her story. I don't know how it works, but if the sign of our clan changed to a new one, then the girl was allowed to leave the clan. If not, then either the groom was invited to the clan, or the girl was married to someone else. Interesting story, I muttered. And then we ran full speed into two men in Akatsuki cloaks and fell to the ground with wild curses. And who the hell ruined my hair again? Hidan asked softly, getting up from the ground. Yes, after Jashin, this fanatic's hair is in second place. But what the hell is he doing here? And Zetsu along with him. Oh, fuck, what the hell happened to black and white? Damn it, Uzumaki. Don't imitate Hidan, don't. Naruto. Zetsu was surprised. Damn, and still, what the hell is this thing instead of the left half of his body? Hinata, and what are you doing here? The same question for you. I answered, getting to my feet and mentally preparing for a fight. I couldn't call these two friends. We went to Uzushio, hoping that they would accept us, the plant man immediately spoke. White Zetsu was killed along with his copies. And personally, I always liked you. In a good way. Fuck, the packing is over, Hidan stated regretfully. Uzumaki, didn't your mother teach you that knocking people down is not good? Go to hell, I exploded. It's not my fault that I ran into you. And anyway, my mother is dead. Naruto, now is not the time, Hinata intervened. It's true, time is against us. That's right, I don't have time, I said out loud. I have an unprotected village left there. So, a bunch of people will have to be killed. Asked the fanatic. Yes, I answered briefly, and Hina and I took off again. Uzumaki, fuck, wait. Hidan's roar was heard from behind. After some time, he caught up with us. I wanted to. Then don't fall behind. I chuckled. Hinata and I switched to Senchakra and accelerated sharply. That's not fair. At the side. The cry of Jashin's admirer was again left behind. I admit honestly, I didn't expect Danzo and company to reach the maelstrom before us. But when we flew to the coast, I saw an army standing at the walls of Uzushio from afar. Holy shit, where did Danzo get so many shinobi? Or is it not just him? Okay, let's activate the dojutsu. Yeah, there are protectors of stone, sound, mist, waterfall. And at first glance, there are about 700 of them. Holy shit, everyone there, in terms of chakra level, is at least a strong chunin. This will probably be more difficult than a fight with 10,000 white zetsu. They were cannon fodder. And here, all of them are trained fighters, no less strong than any of ours. My intuition told me that the maelstrom might not be lucky a second time. I turned my gaze to ours. Well, it looks like the village has already been stormed. Okay, I'll ask Radon for more details when we get to Uzushio. There was a rustling sound in the bushes behind me. Uzumaki's Hidan flew out of the forest after us. I'm not that fucking fast. I don't have time to wait for you. I snapped. We have serious problems. There are 700 people there, and none of them are inferior to ours in strength. So what? The fanatic chuckled, fishing his scythe from behind his back. I'll tear them all apart, for the sake of Jashin. They're more likely to get you, Zetsu, who had caught up with us, quipped in response. Kakuzu isn't around, and if they chop you into pieces again, no one will sew you back together. Fuck, it's true, Hidan thought. Meanwhile, my brain was busy thinking of how to get past this horde into the maelstrom. Of course, we could just charge straight ahead. But there was a good chance that they would simply crush us, with such and such a number. Stop. Their numbers were their weakest point. On the narrow bridge and on the coast, the enemies were very vulnerable to massive attacks. Aha, it seemed they were going to storm again. Now was the time. Hinata, get the senchakra ready, I said. We'll break through with a fight. And us? Asked Zetsu. Follow us. And try not to die there, I snorted, calling the clones. Well, here we go. Apparently, Danzo hadn't warned his allies about the attack from the rear. In any case, after I blew up several Rasengan morning stars, they swarmed like cockroaches that were being poisoned. My techniques made the attackers turn their attention to us, giving our fighters a break. And then Hinata and I charged at the attackers at full speed. Our double whirlwind left a wide clearing behind us. The enemies scattered in all directions, but we managed to cut up a couple of dozen. Hidan and Zetsu rushed after us, and the fanatic managed to hook 6 particularly zealous opponents who were already about to attack in response. And then the 4 of us, without giving anyone time to come to their senses, simply flew up the wall. And then we got a few good blows from our guys, who in the heat of the moment tried to throw us back. It's good that Deidara was among them, who recognized me and Hinata in time. Stop it, he barked. This is Uzushikage, right? Deidara, I flew up to him. What the hell is going on here? They're attacking us, that's what, said the demolition man. Meanwhile, our opponents must have heard the word, Uzushikage, and rushed to attack us again, showering us with techniques. But Hinata absorbed them in time, and I responded with a giant version of the Rasengan Morningstar, to which Dei added his toys. The blast wave scattered most of the attackers and brought down our bridge. Too bad, it was beautiful. Oh well, we'll rebuild it later. At least we pushed back the enemies. Okay. Dei, report, I said tiredly. Omitting Deidara's monologue with all its, and yes, this is what we got. Firstly, I was too hasty with my conclusions, Danzo is not here yet. Neither are our saboteurs. Hina and I managed to overtake both of them. Secondly, the attack began last night, that is, right when we began our assault on Konoha. The attackers were counting on getting into our village through the port under cover of night. But they didn't take into account that our guys had Byaku Sharingans. In the end, they were forced to retreat, losing several of their shinobi. Ours, although wounded, survived. From that time on, the enemy began to storm the village every hour. The last attack was already the 10th. And the problem was that they simply did not give ours time to catch their breath. If the first 4 attacks were easily repelled, then the penultimate one took out many of our guys. Some of them were in very serious condition, among them, Radon and Nagato. The latter absorbed the opponent's techniques for quite a long time, and, in the end, his strength ran out. Radon fought brutally during the 7th assault, but was hit by several techniques and was knocked out. Of ours, about 20 were still standing. We would hardly have stood against 700, but now we had a huge advantage. Even 2. And their names are Kurama and Isobu. About 15 minutes before the new assault, I dove into the subconscious. Kurama, I began without preamble. I need help. What kind? The fox chuckled. We have almost 700 enemies standing before the walls, I said. And we need to get rid of them. Will you help us? Easy, laughed Kyubi. Finally, a fight. Time to warm up. Naruto, my father said, your mother and I want to participate too. And how do you plan to do this? I asked in surprise. Create 2 clones using our chakra, said Mom. We will take control of them and help you. Don't spare the chakra, the clones must be very durable. Stop, if I spend all your chakra, you will disappear, I protested. We won't allow that, Father smiled. We can control the flow and we'll cut it off if there's not much chakra left. Only then will I have to forget about the senchakra, I sighed. I'll spend it all, you'll stop feeding and disappear. And I don't want to lose you. Don't be afraid, Naruto, we'll manage without natural chakra, said the fox. I'll help if necessary. Well, then I'll be there soon, I smiled, leaving the subconscious. Such a familiar seal in the form of crossed fingers. Shadow clone technique. In itself, it is not difficult. But only those who have a lot of chakra can use it to its full extent. In other words, Uzumaki and Jinchuriki. I am both. But now I need to perform the technique using someone else's chakra. Never tried to do it this way before. Well, it's never too late to learn. Shadow cloning. 2 claps, and in the haze next to me, my parents appear. Apparently, their appearance is a result of using their chakra and my subconscious desire. Yes, there are too many bastards, my father said, looking at the enemies swarming below. It's already time, but they are in no hurry to storm. I wonder if I can use my techniques. Are you talking about the rasengan and the flight of the thunder god? I asked. Yes, probably. I can do them, and you are like my clones now. He's right, Minato, Mom says. Can't you feel his knowledge? Yes, there is something, muttered the father. Damn it, did you finish the rasengan? Well, something like that, I chuckled. Okay, we need to think about how to neutralize as much of the enemy's manpower as possible. How about a thunder god flight? Dad suggested. Your guys will quickly throw them at the enemy, and you will correct the hit. You have more kunai kaide, right? Yes. A good way, I admitted. Kisame called. The fishman came up to me. You have the keys to the armory, right? Go there and bring a box with kunai like these. I showed my kunai with the seal. And be quick, please. He's already run away, he chuckled, and a second later he really did disappear. Everyone, pay attention here. I turned to the 20 that were now standing on the walls. Kisame will bring us a box of kunai now. As soon as the attackers get close enough, throw them with all your might. Hinata will cover you from enemy techniques. Is that clear? Yes sir, Uzushikage-sama. All the boys answered in chorus. Naruto. My father suddenly turned to me. Is Jiraiya here? Should be here, I shrugged. Deidara. Is Jiraiya here? He was caught during the, penultimate attack, the pyrotechnician answered. He's in the hospital now with his, passion, yes. Okay. Dad nodded. I'll be back soon. I need to talk to him. I'm with him, Mom said. I also need to give something to Tsunade-sama. Naruto, who was that? Dei asked as my parents ran towards the hospital. My mom and dad, I smiled, which stunned most of those present. Many knew that my parents were Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. And they were considered dead. Don't make such faces, I'll explain everything later. Oh, and here's Kisame. The guys came to their senses and grabbed the kunai. In total, there were about 100 shells. Which meant the enemy's ranks would be thinned by 100 shinobi. Aha, here comes the assault. I made the first seal. Well, here we go. Fire. I roared. Our fighters began to quickly throw kunai. I immediately folded the seals and dropped the kunai that I was still holding in my hands. I have already told you about the unusual sensation that occurs during this technique. After all, the flight of the god of thunder is cool. But there was no time to think. A kunai frozen in the air appeared before my eyes, and I stabbed it into the chest of the nearest shinobi with all my might. Here is the next one, it went for the head. The third was stabbed into the neck. And so on 100 times in a row. And then I found myself on the wall again, grabbed the kunai, which almost touched the stone, and interrupted the technique. A clap of thunder was heard, and 100 enemy shinobi died almost simultaneously. The water surrounding our island turned red with blood. The assault was drowned, but then a huge beetle with 7 tails wings appeared in the sky, carrying 4 people on itself. It was Fu. She flew over the wall and landed on the ground, after which she immediately turned into a human and lost consciousness. What happened to you? I demanded to know. Fu carried Karen, Arashi and 2 other girls from the sabotage squad on her back. All of them were badly wounded, only Arashi was still conscious. We were trapped, the guy exhaled. About 6 dozen Konoha shinobi attacked us. And you know what? They all have a Byakugan instead of a left eye. How do you even understand that? Quiet, Arashi, I tried to calm the guy down. We fought with all our might, he sobbed. But the situation was not in our favor. It was an ambush, they killed 4 of ours almost immediately. Then 2 more. For some reason, the Byaku Sharingan did not help, something blocked its use. Then Fu turned into a beetle, but at that moment, the enemies used some technique that sucked all the strength out of us. There were only 6 of us left, but Fu was still holding on. Karen, Kazuko and I climbed onto her back. Okomaru wanted to climb up too, but he was killed by some old man with a bandaged eye. I myself saw how he chopped off his head with a katana. And then Fu flew up, and I saw nothing more. Our guys died. Do you understand? Died. Stop it, Arashi. Kita entered the room. Naruto, Fu came to her senses. She wants to talk to you. I'm already on my way. I went out, trying not to look at Arashi, who was hysterical. Fu's story was less emotional. Basically, she told me the same thing as Arashi, but only with the mention that at least 7 of the attackers were killed and another 30 wounded. At least something. I left her to gather strength. Danzo was approaching, which meant the final assault would soon be. It was either do or die. Either we repel the attack, or we all die here. The second option did not suit me at all. Mom joined the Irionen squad, and Dad ran off with Jiraiya to some Mebakuzan. As far as I understand, it's some kind of toad world. I wonder why the hell they needed to go there. Nagato had come to his senses and was now busy with Zetsu and Konan. The latter said something about remnants of chakra in the Gedo Mazo. Well, I won't interfere, I have enough to worry about without them. There were already 50 shinobi on the walls. Some of our guys came back to normal. Never mind, Danzo, we'll fight some more. If only we could figure out where he got so many allies from. Okay, let's meet in person and I'll figure everything out before I knock him off. Rest assured, old man, I'll get revenge on you for everything. For the Kyuubi, for hiding the truth from me, for the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, and for Okomaru's death. Hinata came up to me. We hugged. The sun rose to its zenith. A new assault will begin soon. Today will be very hot. Chapter 26. Apotheosis. It's strange, it's already noon, but they're not going for the final assault. Oh yeah, that's right. They're waiting for Danzo with reinforcements. Hinata confirmed my suspicions. A little over 50 shinobi are coming here. Judging by the chakra, all of them are Jonin level, she said, looking with the Rinnegan towards the enemy camp. Judging by Kisami's words, in these 12 hours of the siege, we have reduced the number of attackers almost in half. Initially, there were about 1,000 of them. By the way, Raiden came to his senses. He will not be able to fight yet, but the old shinobi told me about his observations of the enemy. Now I had a rough idea of what our enemies are capable of. In addition, Raiden mentioned that he sent a message to Suna and Kumo. That's right, they are our allies. However, we should not count on their help. If the cloud can still help us with something, then the sand simply will not have time to get to us. Okay, we can handle it ourselves. True, the news that Danzo's people managed to suppress the Byaku Sharingan does not make me happy at all. And their technique, with which they pump out chakra, does not make me happy either. I can only hope that we will hold out. In extreme cases, I have one trump card, but I do not know if it will work for sure. I was torn from my thoughts by Kyuubi, who called me inside. Did you want something, Kurama? I asked, appearing in front of the open gates of the enclosure. Listen, as long as Danzo is around, I'm in danger, he warned. That old geezer has a Sharingan, and he can control me again. So, you'll be the one fighting. I'll provide you with my chakra, and once you've dealt with Danzo, I'll show up too, okay? Got it, I nodded. That means I'll have to focus my efforts exclusively on Danzo. A big fight was approaching. Both we and the enemy understood that this fight would be the last. Soon Danzo appeared on the coast with his men. With the help of Dojutsu, I saw that each of them really had a Byakugan in their left eye. And I also saw the corpses of our guys. These creatures were dragging them along the ground. Well, that's it, I'm starting to get angry. And anger is the best catalyst for the Kyuubi chakra. I slammed the kunai kaide into the fence with all my might. I'm going, I said briefly and jumped out of the gate. Where? Kisame roared, but I didn't hear him anymore. My body was covered in blood-red chakra. 9 tails were thrashing around behind me. My anger could be felt from a distance, and the enemies were in no hurry to attack. And I wasn't going to wait for that. I simply tore the first shinobi I came across in half. I only managed to notice his frightened eyes and sound forehead protector. Aha! They came to their senses. Techniques flew at me, but I was too nimble a target. Most of them missed and hit their own. I wasn't distracted by counting the dead, but simply rushed back and forth and killed. Aha! Out of the corner of my eye I noticed how Danzo got alarmed. I rushed towards him, throwing back the attackers. I was hit several times, but my anger strengthened the Kyuubi chakra, and it instantly healed my wounds. What the? About 200 black Zetsu flew out of our gates. So that's what Nagato had in mind. I hope these ones are stronger than their white brothers. The armies clashed, but I had no time to watch. I was almost there for Danzo. But his fighters blocked my way. What the? The Byaku Sharingan failed. Ah, I don't care. The Kyuubi's chakra is enough for me. There are several sealing masters there. Fox spoke up. They can suppress my and your chakra. I'll point them out, and you kill them. Got it, I shouted, throwing my hands forward. 2 chakra paws slammed several shinobi into the ground with force. Damn, they really were overwhelming me. I felt my strength leaving me, but Kyuubi gave me a hint just in time. Those 2 on the left. In the cat and rat masks. I threw a rasengan made of Kyuubi's chakra at them and it exploded, covering everyone nearby in flames. At that moment, my parents appeared in my subconscious again. Damn it, I forgot that I control rasengans from a distance with Sen chakra. Naruto, his father said. Jiraiya will be arriving soon. He will bring with him more of the Kyuubi's chakra. What? I dodged the attack and threw another fire rasengan at the opponents. What's up with the chakra? Jiraiya, my father began, but at that moment Danzo himself attacked me. I dodged and caught him with my chakra paw. Clenching my fist, I crushed the old man. Too bad. I wanted to kill him slowly, to make him suffer. But in any case, what? Danzo appeared in front of me again. Is this a genjutsu? Help our allies. He commanded his fighters. I'll take care of the 9-tailed boy. Aren't you taking on too much? I shouted, but then 4 Anbu fighters surrounded us and activated some kind of barrier. Fox's chakra faded. Damn it, what is this? You won't win now, Uzumaki Naruto, the old man said, raising his katana. Without the fox's chakra and nature chakra, you won't be able to defeat me. This barrier won't let you escape. You too, I barked, taking the katana from behind my back. I don't care that I don't have Senchakra or Kyuubi chakra, I'll still crush this bastard. You're wrong, Danzo calmly walked through the translucent wall. He's not holding me, but you fell into our trap, demon. Any ideas, Kurama? I hissed. Damn, that barrier is designed to suppress the Biju's chakra, Kyuubi replied. But maybe I can figure out what to do with it. Give me some time. I've made seals. We can try to get out using the Thunder God's flight. It wasn't for nothing that I left a kunai on the wall. Try. Well, the barrier flickered, but the technique didn't work. Another try. Damn, the chakra is fading, but it's no use. What a bastard. Our Zetsu, apparently, turned out to be just as weak. Although, I hope they tore someone apart. Damn, a huge toad grew over the attacking shinobi. Looks like Jiraiya brought reinforcements. Pav Jiraiya. To be honest, when I saw Minato, I thought Tsunade hit me on the head too hard. But he explained everything right away. From what I understood, Minato is now a part of Naruto and can sometimes leave him as a clone. Okay, I'm not here to explain where I came from, he said suddenly. Does Garotora still belong to you? Of course, I replied. Naruto signed a contract with the foxes. I know, Minato nodded. Let's move to Mebakuzan. There's one more thing you need to get there. And reinforcements wouldn't hurt either. I agree, I nodded, getting up from the bed. My wounds are nothing anyway. Together with Minato, we moved to Myoboku, where he explained his plan. It turns out that he doesn't need Garotora as a key to the seal. Part of the Kyuubi's yin chakra is sealed in it. Minato gave half of this chakra to the death god as payment for the technique, and managed to seal the remaining half in the key. In other words, when Naruto used the key to the seal, the Kyuubi would become much stronger. True, everything went a little wrong, but what difference does it make now? Besides Garotora, Minato showed me the place where the scroll with techniques was kept. It turned out that he had been collecting formulas for various ninjutsu all his life. However, he didn't have time to explain everything to the end, the clone dissipated. And I hurried to Gamabunta, our guys could use reinforcements. End of Jiraiya's POV. Honestly, I was glad when I saw that huge toad. Jiraiya brought him, which means he'll help. Wait, why don't I summon my assistants too? I'm getting forgetful. But before I could fold the summoning seals, Jiraiya jumped off the toad and found himself inside the barrier. How did he get through? Although, it doesn't matter. Naruto, take this, he handed me a rather interesting toad. More precisely, it was half a scroll, half a toad. An interesting thing, but what the hell do I need it for? Naruto, his father said. Can I take control of your body? Just for a little while. You can. I decided that it couldn't get any worse. Meanwhile, my godfather had managed to run away. What kind of bad luck is this? Why doesn't the barrier hold him, and me? Wait, what's this? My chakra, Kurama said in surprise. My yin chakra. That's it, Naruto, now we'll whittle them into cubes. The barrier flickered again, and then again. I felt the Kyuubi rushing out, and I didn't hold it. A moment later, the barrier collapsed. And next to me stood the Kyuubi no Yoko, in all its glory. The battle was something. There were still many opponents, and Lasue had to fight carefully, so as not to hit his own. However, all our shinobi who managed to get out of the walls, blew back in unison. I called Fudo, and he called another horde of foxes. In short, such a battle began. But I had no time to watch, Danzo was still nearby. I must not allow the Kyuubi to be subjugated. I don't have the fox's chakra, but... Stop. I do. It's not much, but it's there. Thank you, Q. I covered myself in red chakra. I only have one tail, but that's enough for me. Well, that's it, Danzo, the time of reckoning has come. Honestly, this old man really pisses me off. I stabbed him with a katana, roasted him with lightning, cut him with wind, burned him with fire, tore him to pieces with chakra paws. And every time he appeared in the same place completely unharmed. What the hell is this, huh? I didn't notice the battle that was going on behind me. But judging by the sounds, Isobu and Chome had joined Kurama. That's what the Seven Tails is called, Fu told me. So I wasn't worried about the rear. Damn, I should have released them right away, why didn't I think of that before? Okay, Naruto, concentrate. I blow the old man's head off once again. And he appears again. Arg, how he pisses me off. When will you finally die, Danzo? It's no use, demon, the old man said, disappearing and reappearing once again. You are powerless against Izanagi. Izanagi, right, so that's why he... Wait a minute, how many Sharingans should he have then? As if in answer to my question, Danzo unwound the bandages on his right hand. Hee, but it looks like there are only 3 Sharingans left. What a bummer, huh, Danzo? He must have thought about it too, because he folded the summoning seals and summoned. What the hell is this? A horrible thing, a cross between an elephant, a cat and a raccoon. I can't say for sure, because this creature went off to suck in everything in the area. It almost sucked me in too, but I sent a Rasengan Morning Star into its mouth. As soon as this filth swallowed the technique, the thread of Senchakra broke and an explosion occurred, sending this nightmare of geneticists back. And I switched back to Danzo. The old man pulled out a kunai and ran wind chakra through it. You're stupid, Danzo, stupid, you should have run it through the katana. You see, I wouldn't have broken it like that. There they are, the fragments. Danzo must have realized that he can't handle me alone. It finally dawned on him. What can you do? Most of your allies have either been killed or fled. Here I am again stabbing the impudent fellow with a katana. He disappears, and I immediately throw a Rasengan in his direction. An explosion, and Danzo appears again unharmed. I am already waiting for him, but my blow is blocked by a kunai. Sorry, old man, but the katana is longer. And I have 2 of them. And here is the last Sharingan closed. Time to die, asshole. But Danzo surprises me again, unwinding the bandages. Well, I thought so. There is also a Sharingan in the right eye socket. Wait, it is different. Mangekyo Shisui, Koto Amatsukami, Danzo says, but my view is already blocked by Radon. In front of me stood Radon, who had taken over the technique. Danzo cursed. Okay, old man, since you are now my slave, then kill the boy. The head of Root commanded. Do you think I've fallen under Koto Amatsukami? Asked the old Uzumaki. Did you know that any technique can be sealed? And your genjutsu is no exception. What? Danzo shouted, but Radon was already flying forward, his hand sparkling with lightning. Reikiri. His hand pierced the harmful old man right through. But he still had 1 Sharingan. I instantly threw my kunai in the direction of Danzo's supposed appearance, and just as quickly made seals. Raiden. Flight of the Thunder God. The kunai flew a little further. But it would do. I moved to the weapon and slammed it right into the old man's ass. And then I ran out of chakra and just collapsed on the ground. That's always the case. I always pass out before the fun is over. When I came to, I had a sense of deja vu. I was lying in my bed, and Hinata was sleeping peacefully next to me. I stood up and looked out the window. The village seemed to be fine. Maybe I dreamed all of this. It wasn't a dream, came a good-natured laugh from inside me. Kurama, I asked. Who else? The same grin was heard. What happened yesterday? I asked another question. It's a long story, snorted the fox. And if in short? In short, Kyuubi was silent for a moment. In short, we won. I smiled and, opening the window, took a deep breath. Really? Why go into details? The main thing is that we won. End of Naruto POV. Epilogue. Hey, that's not fair. Blurted out a girl with red hair and light gray eyes. She looked about 5 years old. Her eyes had concentric circles, characteristic of the most powerful dojutsu in the world. Now she jumped up from the bed she was lying in. What's unfair about that, Aiko? Smiled the old shinobi sitting in the chair next to him. His hair, once the color of ripe wheat, had been gray for several years. But for Uzumaki, even 75 years is not the limit. That same Radon lived to be 113. I told you everything. Not all. The girl stamped her foot. You didn't tell me about Grandpa Nagato. About Grandma Konan. And about everyone else. Okay, I'll tell you, but only briefly, the old man chuckled, looking at his granddaughter with his blue, sky-like eyes. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. I've gotten carried away here with you. Kagami will kill me if he finds out that you're not asleep yet. Oh, you, Aiko sighed. So big, and you're afraid of your mother. She's your daughter. She has your great-grandmother's personality, the old shinobi chuckled. Okay, so what haven't I told you? How did the last battle end? I told you, we won. Grandfather grinned good-naturedly. Kurama and his foxes drove everyone away. Isobu and Chome helped him. Isobu, is this my turtle? The girl asked, pointing to her stomach. The seal of a tetrahedral barrier was visible on it. That's it, the old man nodded. So, what was I talking about? Oh, right, Nagato and Konan got married, and they've been living happily ever since. And then their son Akino started dating a girl named Kagami, and they had a charming daughter, Aiko. And tell me about the other villages, the girl asked, smiling at the compliment from her grandfather. Rock, mist and waterfall lost a lot of power in that war, he answered. And sound was completely destroyed. Sand and cloud came to our aid, but they were a little late. In Konoha, your great-grandfather, Hyuga Hiyashi, became the 6th Hokage. And then his place was taken by Shin, the only Hokage who did not have a last name. And about Akatsuki. Kisame died 3 years before you were born, the old man began to list. It's a pity for him, but he encountered enemies, and they did not spare him. Hidan is still alive. You know him better than me, you often run to his temple. Just don't rush to repeat his words, he can say such things in the heat of the moment. You also know Deidara. Of course. The girl jumped up. He promised to teach me how to make clay figurines. Just don't ever say, cats. Afterwards, the grandfather smiled at his granddaughter. Otherwise his figurines are very fond of exploding. Well, I've already told you about Konan and Nagato. And Zetsu still works as a gardener. Time won't drag him down. What happened to that evil Danzo? The girl asked, closing her eyes. He's dead, said the old man. He's dead, that's all. The girl fell asleep. Naruto smiled and, having covered his granddaughter better, left her room. Did you tell her your story? A voice came from the subconscious. Yes, Mom, Naruto smiled. Well, I don't know, Naruto, Minato's voice was heard. I don't think there was any point in retelling the whole story word for word. And especially not mentioning everything Hidan said. Hey, this is my story, the former blonde pouted. I'll tell it the way I want. But still, the fourth began, but was immediately interrupted by his wife. Shut up. The girl is a Jinchuriki and a future Kunoichi. Let this story help her grow strong, Kushina declared. Naruto just sighed. He'd have to get his subconscious in order again. Ever since Kyuubi moved to the Fox world, these two had been arguing and fighting over every little thing. Well, it's better this way than without them, Naruto smiled, heading towards his room. On the way, he met a dark-haired girl who looked terribly like him in the face. Dad, did you put Aiko to bed? Yes, Kagami, Naruto nodded. That's great, Kagami suddenly frowned. Have you been telling her stories about your wild youth again? Even if that's the case. The first Uzushikage chuckled. Dad, the girl growled. Aiko will have trouble sleeping again. I know how you talk. Come on, my dear, came a conciliatory voice from behind her. The next moment, Kagami found herself in the arms of a tall man with long red hair. Your father won't teach you anything bad. Am I right, Naruto-san? That's right, Akino, the former blonde smiled. Okay, I'm going to bed. Tomorrow is a hard day. When are you finally going to name a successor? Kagami grumbled. Aren't you tired of being Uzushikage? I'm not tired of it. I'll name a successor in about 10 years, when Aiko grows up, the old shinobi chuckled before heading further down the corridor. Naruto Pav. I swore a long time ago that I would die here, in the maelstrom. And so it will be. I will rest here, and my grave will be next to the graves of those dear to me. Radon, Okamaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade. Perhaps I will join you soon. But before that, I still have time to live well. Hinata is probably already waiting for me. Yes, I'm right, here she is, as young and beautiful as ever. Tsunade Heims School. Although, even if there were no rejuvenation technique, for me my Hinata will always be the most beautiful woman in the world. Let's have some fun, darling. She smiled at me, like in the good old days. Why not? I smiled. It's begun, my father's tired voice sounded in my head. We can do that too. And anyway, there's no point in peeking, pervert. I no longer heard the sound of a slap on the back of the head and my father's, ooze. Why, I have more important things to do right now. End of Naruto Pav. Afterward, innuendo. Naruto Pav. You probably reproach me for omissions, like Aiko. I do not argue, I did not tell you much. Some things have been erased from memory, and I forgot something else intentionally. However, it is not right to abandon the story mid-sentence. And I will still answer the questions. How did Radon know Kakashi's technique? The answer is simple, he invented it. Just like Kakashi. And they took the same name, Lightning Cutter. You don't believe in such a development. Personally, I do. What was in my father's scroll? There's a lot of stuff. There are ninjutsu formulas, descriptions of taijutsu techniques, instructions for genjutsu, and even a mention of the Namikaze family's hidenjutsu. This scroll has become an analog of the Hokage's Forbidden Scroll. In other words, only those I allow can read it. Who are Aiko, Kagami and Akino? Aiko is my granddaughter. Her parents are Akino and Kagami. Akino is the son of Nagato and Konan, and Kagami is Mai and Hinata's daughter. What happened to Arashi and Fu? They got married. Their son Okamaru is one of our Jonin. By the way, he has his eye on Kushina, Karen and Deidara's daughter. The Uzumaki family tree is inexhaustible. Why did Danzo die anyway? From a hemorrhage, excuse me, in the ass. That says it all. What happened to Konoha and its people? After the fire, the residence was rebuilt, and Hiyashi Hyuga became the new Hokage. And 15 years later, he handed over his post to Shin. Sai became the head of Anbu under him. Itachi and One-Eyed Sasuke revived the Konoha police force again. The eternal disputants Kakashi and Guy continued their disputes and even died on the same day at the age of 73. One from overexertion during training, and the other from a severe nosebleed. Sakura became the wife of Shin, who, as it turned out, even imitated me in this. By the way, I was not mistaken, Tsunade Heim really did train her at one time. Lee still trains the younger generation in his dojo. He is not going to retire, he says that he wants to die like his sensei. Neji and Hanabi became the heads of the Hyuga clan after Hiyashi's death. They were married after all, although in my opinion, it's disgusting. There's no point in talking about the rest of the Konoha people, but they all lived pretty peacefully, basically. Just like us. Did Oblock manage to grow his own clan with Byakugan? They did manage to get out. But who would teach these youngsters to use their eyes? In the end, they began to be sent to us for training, which further strengthened the alliance between our villages. Where is Kurama now? Kurama moved to the Fox world. The inhabitants there were simply delighted that their god was now with them. Many in Uzushio have contracts with foxes, and in case of danger, we can call on Kyubi for help. How did life turn out for Gaara and his siblings? Sabaku no Gaara returned to the post of Casekage. About 25 years ago, he passed the post to his daughter, Aya, who became the first female Casekage. Kankuro was involved in puppets until his death, likening himself to Akasuna no Sasori. His collection numbers over 500 combat puppets. It's a pity that time did not spare him. As well as his sister. Temari's grave is in Konoha, where she moved after that skirmish. According to rumors, she married Shikamaru of the Nara clan. But I have never verified the veracity of these rumors. Perhaps I have forgotten something else. Don't be angry with a 75-year-old man. If your curiosity is not exhausted, I can answer a few more questions to leave the unsaid things in the past. May the force of the whirlpool be with you. Uzumaki Naruto, First Uzushikage.